Chapter 1848. Kill. Qin Feiyang's hair also fluttered in anger as he punched out. The two fists met in an instant. This world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Boom. But then, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, a destructive aura spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Puff. Their bodies shook at the same time and retreated. Then, they raised their fists at the same time and punched each other. Deity, old Qin hasn't gone to the 9 continents yet. Give me the image crystal immediately, I will send a message to him. The voice of the inner demon sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Before dawn, the space-time gate couldn't be opened. Old Qin must still be in the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and sent it to the castle. It's useless. Even if you send a message to Emperor Hong and the others now, they can't stop the mermaid clan. Because they can't enter the 9 continents. It's too late for them to go after dawn. The people of the 9 prefectures will be plunged into misery and suffering. The demon ancestor laughed wildly. Shut up. Qin Feiyang roared. The two collided crazily in the void. God's blood continued to splatter, dyeing the sky red. Inside the castle, the inner demons grabbed the image crystal. The divine artifact could be shared, and the image crystal was no exception. Buzz. Soon, Old Man Qin's image appeared. You are? Old Qin was still in the throne room. Emperor Hong, the emperor, and the civil and military officials were all still here. Seeing the shadow of the inner demons appear, everyone cast their gazes over. I am Qin Feiyang's inner demons. The inner demons said. Emperor Hong hurriedly asked, how's the battle over there? The inner demons said in a deep voice, the war of gods has completely begun. Everyone is fighting bloody battles. As for the result, no one can predict. Hearing that, everyone's hearts sank immediately. The inner demon said again, I'm sending you a message now because I have something to tell you. What? Old Qin was suspicious. The inner demon said, the mermaid clan is slaughtering the living beings of the 9 continents. Mermaid? The civil and military officials were bewildered. The mermaid clan is not a legend. They really exist. Furthermore, they are very strong. They have 5 war gods and several dozen false gods. The inner demon said. What? Everyone's expression changed. Even Old Qin and Emperor Hong were unable to remain calm. Old Qin, after midnight, go to the 9 great provinces and take a look. If the 9 great provinces have really been massacred by them, you must endure it and not confront them head-on. The inner demons reminded. Wash the 9 prefectures with blood. Old Man Qin muttered and said angrily, how can I just sit by and do nothing when faced with such a matter? I'm not asking for your permission. This is an order. Right now, Great Qin is besieged on all sides. As Great Qin's only war gods, nothing can happen to you and Emperor Hong. The inner demon said. Old Man Qin fell silent. Emperor Hong asked, then what should we do? You stay in the imperial capital. Old Qin, go to the 9 great provinces. If the 9 great provinces have been massacred, immediately go into hiding. When the space-time gate can be opened, immediately return to the imperial capital. If there's a chance, destroy the Butterfly Valley's altar for me. The appearance of the mermaid clan has far exceeded our expectations. If at this time, Mu Tianyang also brings people to kill, then we will have no hope at all. The inner demons said in a deep voice. Emperor Hong said, we have already thought of this. Very good. The inner demons nodded and looked at Old Qin, who had lowered his head with a painful expression, and sighed, I know that you are feeling very uncomfortable in your heart, but I hope that you can consider the big picture. After all, this battle is not only related to the Qin clan's bloodline, but also the fate of the entire Great Qin. Old Qin's body trembled. He took a deep breath and looked at the inner demons. I understand, But there is one thing that you must pay attention to. What is it? The inner demons frowned. The little prince is missing. We suspect that the water Qilin and the ink Qilin took him away. Old Qin said. What? These damn bastards, they all have to die today. The inner demon's blood hair fluttered, and a monstrous evil aura rose from his body. Following closely. He turned off the image crystal and looked at the demon ancestor in the void in front of him, killing intent surging in his eyes. Dan Wangkai. Suddenly. The inner demons shouted. Here. Dan Wangkai looked at the inner demons. From now on, all of you will refine the healing pill, bone replenishing pill, spirit sea pill, and essence soul pill for me. The inner demons said. These medicinal pills were all used to save lives. Yes. Dan Wangkai immediately turned around and walked to the altar, opening the furnace to refine the pills. The inner demons said again, the rest of you, also prepare for battle. Yes. Everyone nodded in response. Demon ancestor, let's see the true strength of me and my original body now. The inner demons smiled sinisterly. In the next moment. He put away the image crystal and appeared beside Qin Feiyang, slapping the demon ancestor's body with his palm. Although the demon ancestor had long known that there was another inner demons, in such an intense battle, he couldn't guard against them at all. Puff! With a spurt of blood, the demon ancestor smashed into the ground. Qin Feiyang glanced at the inner demons and said in a deep voice, I can deal with him alone. You go and help Zhao Tai Lai and end this quickly. The inner demons said, I should be the one to deal with the demon ancestor. You go and help Zhao Tai Lai and the others. You, Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. The two of you, stay here. The demon ancestor roared and rushed out from the ground. There was not a single wound on his body. The inner demons took a step in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted without turning his head, go quickly. In less than an hour, I promise to twist his head and appear in front of you. Sure enough, one is more arrogant than the other. The demon ancestor laughed. Courting death. The inner demons activated the soaring dragon art, took a step forward, and punched the demon ancestor. Courting death indeed. Qin Feiyang also activated the walk word technique and rushed over. You really don't listen to my advice. The inner demons glanced at Qin Feiyang, snorted from his nose, and then said, forget it, let's join hands to get rid of him first. It could be said that the strength of the inner demons was not inferior to Qin Feiyang in the slightest. With the two of them joining hands, the demon ancestor had no room to fight back at all. Rumble. The demon ancestor was blasted into the ground again and again, flesh and blood flying everywhere. His injuries were also getting worse. Although the demon ancestor had mastered the demonic dragon art, which was superior to the perfect divine art, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons also mastered the return word technique. Therefore, the demonic dragon art was not a threat to them at all. The situation of the various battlefields had become white-hot. The shattered demonic dragon island was also gradually being swallowed by the sea. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. Night fell. However, the sky above the demonic dragon island was as bright as day. Other than the collision of divine power, divine weapons, divine arts, and fighting souls, there were also frenzied cries. What happened? Is this all you've got? After so long, you still can't kill me. You really disappoint me. The demon ancestor was covered in blood, but his expression became more and more arrogant. His contemptuous laughter resounded through the night sky. As for Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, although they were not injured, they were so tired that they were panting like cows. The two of them looked more and more sinister. They were already giving their all. However, no matter how hard the demon ancestor was hit, his injuries could be recovered instantly. He could not be killed at all. I remember that you have mastered the return word technique, attainment word technique, battle word technique, and kill word technique. From the beginning of the battle until now, you have only used the attainment word technique and the return word technique. As for the battle word technique and the kill word technique, you have never used them. I believe that the battle word technique and the kill word technique are your real trump cards. But why do you keep them? Are you afraid that you can't kill me? The demon ancestor sneered. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were silent. There was naturally a reason why they did not use the kill word technique and the battle word technique. It was because they could faintly feel that the strength that the demon ancestor had revealed was not his real strength. In other words, the demon ancestor had other trump cards hidden. Before they knew the demon ancestor's real strength, they did not dare to use these two trump cards. Boring. Really boring. A battle like this does not interest me at all. Hurry up and use the kill word technique and the battle word technique. Let me see your real strength. The demon ancestor laughed. You are not qualified. The inner demon said. The soul of life is at the cost of one's lifespan. I want to see how much lifespan you have to use. Qin Feiyang also smiled coldly. The two of them used the attainment word technique again and charged towards the demon ancestor at lightning speed. You are really stubborn. Since that is the case, I will force you to use your strongest trump card. Demon King Body, activate. The demon ancestor roared. Boom. His aura suddenly soared. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were shocked. Not only did the demon ancestor's aura soar, but two black horns also grew out of his head. It was as if they were cast from divine iron and had a hard texture. At the same time, the clothes on the ancestral fiend's back were also torn to shreds. Two pitch-black wings appeared. Boom! With the appearance of the horns and wings, the demon ancestor's cultivation level soared to the greater success war god stage. What is going on? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were shocked. Black horns, black wings. At that moment, the demonic ancestor was like a demon. His entire body was emitting a frightening demonic aura. The Demon King Body is an assist-type divine art. It can raise one's cultivation level by a small level. And whether it is speed or attack power, it will increase by several times. Facing the current me, do you feel despair? The demon ancestor laughed maniacally. The two black wings were like the wings of a bat. As they flapped, gusts of wind shattered the sky. The Demon King Body, Heavenly Observation Technique, Soul of Life, Eye of Despair, and the Demon Dragon art that surpasses the perfect battle art. How many more terrifying techniques does this guy have? The inner demons were shocked to the extreme. It seems that we have underestimated him all this time. How can someone who can force the ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Tianjun to join forces only have a few tricks up his sleeve? Qin Feiyang sighed. It is not too late to realize it now. However, once the Demon King Body is activated, no matter what trump cards you have, you will only be destroyed. The demon ancestor laughed. The two black horns on his head suddenly emitted wisps of black light. Previous loading next chapters. Chapter 1849. The wisps of black light were not very dazzling, but they exuded a kind of aura that made Qin Feiyang and the inner demon feel fear. The moment of true despair has arrived. You guys should enjoy it. The demon ancestor roared, and the black light on the two horns suddenly burst out, turning into two beams of light that went straight for Qin Feiyang and the inner demon. Qin Feiyang and the inner demon's eyes were solemn, and the golden light in their palms glowed. Whoosh! However, suddenly, the speed of the two beams of light increased by several times. In an instant, they cut through the sky and sank into the chests of Qin Feiyang and the inner demon. Poof! Immediately, blood splattered across the sky. Qin Feiyang and the inner demon's faces were full of shock. Even they could not react to this speed. On their chests, there was a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. Fortunately, the demon ancestor was not aiming for their lower abdomens. Otherwise, this attack would be enough to shatter their sea of qi. They did not have a forbidden technique like the demon ancestor. If their sea of qi was destroyed, this battle would be declared over. Because once their sea of qi was destroyed, they would lose their cultivation. At that time, the demon ancestor would only need to move his fingers to destroy them. Once they died, Zhao Tai Lai and the other two and the blood Kirin would not be a match for the demon ancestor. Do you know why I didn't destroy your sea of qi directly? Because I have not seen the battle formula and the kill formula. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Let's have a real battle. The demon ancestor looked impatient. A real battle. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were silent. The demon king's body was the demon ancestor's last resort? It seems like we have no other choice now. The inner demons secretly said. Yes. Whether the demon king's body is his last resort or not, we have to fight with all our strength. Qin Feiyang responded. The two were not communicating through voice transmission, but directly communicating through their minds. There was a fundamental difference between telepathy and voice transmission. Hurry up. My patience is limited. The demon ancestor roared. The two horns once again shot out two black beams of light that shot towards the two of them like lightning. Enough of your arrogance. The inner demons roared and raised their hands to slap him. Previously, it was because of the suddenness of the situation that they did not react in time. But now, they already knew the speed of the light beam, so how could they be injured again? Qin Feiyang also struck out at the same time. Rumble. Two beams of golden light roared out like two giant golden dragons, pouncing towards the two black beams of light. From afar, it looked like two black meteorites and two golden comets were madly crashing into each other. In an instant, the two met. Heaven and earth buzzed, giving him a taste of his own medicine. The two black beams of light immediately turned in the air and shot towards the ancestral devil. The fiend ancestor was shocked. One had to know. At this moment, he had the cultivation of a war god in the great success stage. The power of the black beam was no less than that of a perfect divine art. Yet, it was actually bounced back. How heaven-defying was this return formula? Then let's try again. Let's see if you can block the supreme of all demons. The ancestral devil laughed. The demon statue appeared out of nowhere and shattered the two beams of light as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The two golden beams of light stopped. They were in a stalemate with the demon statue in the air. The inner demon smiled and said, "It seems that the power of the return formula is somewhat beyond our imagination." Qin Feiyang nodded. Originally, they had planned to activate the kill formula and the battle formula. But now, the power displayed by the return formula seemed to be enough to fight against the ancestral devil who had activated his demon king body. Rumble. After a few moments of stalemate, the demon statue suddenly trembled in the air and began to slowly retreat. What? The cultivation of a war god in the great success stage and the supreme of all demons that surpass the perfect divine art can't block the return formula? The ancestral devil's eyes widened in anger and disbelief. Was the so-called heaven-defying divine art as powerful as the heaven-defying divine artifact? Rumble. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a landslide. The speed at which the demon statue retreated was getting faster and faster. On the other hand, the two golden beams of light were aggressive and ferocious. Finally, the demon statue suddenly turned, and like a giant mountain, it ruthlessly crashed into the ancestral devil's body. The ancestral devil immediately screamed and flew out horizontally. His body was almost torn apart. Divine blood was like a waterfall, soaking the sky. There was no doubt. This blow was enough to kill. If it was anyone else, including Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, they wouldn't dare to say that they could survive. However, in the nick of time, waves of demonic flames surged out. The ancestral devil's body that was about to be torn apart actually healed in an instant, not even leaving a wound. Soul of life, what an infuriating forbidden technique. The inner demons looked at this scene and couldn't help but go crazy in their hearts. If it wasn't for this forbidden technique, the ancestral devil would have long been cut into 8 pieces by them. continue to despair and struggle. I'm immortal. The ancestral devil laughed crazily, and his eyes suddenly turned gray. Immediately, Qin Feiyang and the inner demon's hearts surged with an unresolvable despair. I said before, this eye of despair is useless to me. Qin Feiyang shouted, and the despair in his heart instantly dissipated. It's useless to you. But what about the inner demons? Look at him now, how helpless and panicked he is. The ancestral devil laughed. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see the inner demons lying in the void like him before, his entire body emitting an aura of despair. Swish! Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and landed on the ancestral devil again, saying, I can defeat despair, I believe that he can too. As he spoke, his arm shook, and wisps of blood-red killing intent surged out from his palm. In an instant, the world seemed to have turned into a sea of murderous intent. The ancestral devil's heart was also panicking. He looked at Qin Feiyang's palm. Could that killing intent be evolved from the kill formula? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the killing intent in his palm condensed into a terrifying aura. In an instant, it pierced through the sky and entered the ancestral devil's lower abdomen. The ancestral devil was immediately blasted away, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in his lower abdomen. Blood spurted out like a fountain. So fast. So strong. The ancestral devil looked at Qin Feiyang, tongue-tied. Whether it was the lethality or speed, this fleeting grace had far surpassed his demonic dragon formula. No matter what level of deity technique it is, I will not be defeated. Soul of life, open. The ancestral devil shook his head fiercely, and the demonic flames surged. The shattered sea of qi and the bloody hole in his lower abdomen were once again repaired. Since I can't kill you, then I'll exhaust your life. Qin Feiyang's arm shook again, and thick killing intent emerged. The ancestral devil looked at Qin Feiyang's palm coldly. However, that fleeting grace did not appear. Why? You're not attacking? The ancestral devil raised his eyebrows. I'll let you see the complete form of the kill formula. The killing intent in Qin Feiyang's palm became more and more intense. It was as if a sea of blood was surging, and the killing intent enveloped all directions. Complete form. The ancestral devil was shocked. Bang! When the killing intent in Qin Feiyang's palm reached a limit, the blood fog suddenly began to condense and change. Clang! Very soon, a blood-red longsword condensed and formed. The sword was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. It was suffused with a dazzling blood glow, and a murderous aura that was many times more terrifying than before surged out. This murderous aura, the ancestral devil was shocked. This murderous aura was something that he had never felt before. He could not help but feel despair in his heart. This is the current kill formula. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-red long sword and waved it fiercely. The long sword buzzed, and a peerless sharpness overwhelmed the mountains and overturned the seas. Terrifying, it's really terrifying. The ancestral devil murmured. Before the battle even began, fear had already risen in his heart. Come on. Enjoy the despair brought by the kill formula to your heart's content. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-red long sword and stepped into the air. His eyes were like the blood-red long sword, sharp and threatening. Demonic dragon seal. Demonic dragon roar. Lord of all demons. The ancestral devil laughed. The 3 god arts appeared in the sky, and the demonic aura filled the sky as it blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Rotten dead wood, unable to withstand a single blow. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and waved the blood-red long sword in his hand. Waves of sword chi swept out, and the 3 god arts collapsed one after another. Blood gushed out from the ancestral devil's mouth. The demonic dragon seal that surpassed the perfect god art was instantly annihilated. This is the 6-word god art? The Dao formula allows me to have a faster speed than you. The return formula allows me to give you a taste of your own medicine. Your god art, your divine power, they will all become my means to kill you. The kill formula has the power to destroy everything. I want to ask you, what are your chances of winning? Qin Feiyang roared as his sword slashed through the sky. The ancestral devil's divine body was split in half on the spot. The ancestral devil frantically sacrificed his lifespan to repair his divine body. Consume as much as you want. The moment your lifespan is exhausted, it will be the moment of your death. Qin Feiyang went berserk, and the blood-red long sword slashed the ancestral devil's body like cutting tofu. Blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. Powerful. Truly powerful. However, the ancestral devil, who clearly had no strength to fight back, laughed even more unscrupulously. Gradually, the ancestral devil's face finally showed signs of aging. His long black hair was also gradually turning white. This meant that his lifespan was slowly approaching its end. However, he still had no intention of closing the forbidden technique. He continued to sacrifice his lifespan. Logically speaking, seeing the ancestral devil become like this, Qin Feiyang should be happy. However, his heart became heavier bit by bit. Because he had an ominous premonition. It felt like something terrible was about to happen. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but increase his speed as he waved the blood-red long sword. The sword qi tore through the sky, wanting to end the ancestral devil's life as soon as possible. Finally, as he wished, the ancestral devil's divine body was cut into 8 pieces. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ancestral devil's divine body was once again reconstructed, and his aura returned to its peak state. Is it over? If it's over, then I'll make a move to counterattack. The ancestral devil grinned. Scroll up to load next chapter. Chapter 1850. Begin the counterattack. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Could it be that you were just analyzing the power of the 6-word formula?" "That's right." Ancestor Mo nodded and asked, "Do you know what's above the perfect formula?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. The formula is divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, perfect. Above the perfect divine arts are the peak divine arts. Above the peak formula, there is a stronger formula, and that is the legendary formula. Ancestor Mo said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Low grade, mid grade, high grade, perfect, peak, and legendary. In that case, Ancestor Mo's demonic dragon formula belonged to the peak formula. Ancestor Mo smiled. According to my analysis, your 6-word formula has already surpassed the peak formula and reached the legendary formula. That's not right. Qin Feiyang frowned. What's wrong? Ancestor Mo was slightly stunned and looked at him in confusion. If the 6-word divine formula is a legendary divine formula, then our strength should be comparable to it. Qin Feiyang pondered. Comparable? Ancestor Mo frowned. Yes. Your demonic dragon formula is also a peak formula. And now, you have activated the Demon King's body, and your cultivation is higher than mine by a small level. And this small level higher just makes up for the gap between the peak and the legendary formula. But now, why can't your demonic dragon formula block my 6-word formula? Qin Feiyang said. This, Ancestor Mo was stunned. Yes. If the 6-word formula is at the legendary level, then his peak formula can definitely compete with the 6-word formula. After all, his current cultivation is higher than Qin Feiyang. Wait. Could it be? Ancestor Mo's body trembled as he stared at the blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand. This 6-word formula, has it surpassed the legendary level? Beyond the legendary level, what is above the legendary level? His heart was in disbelief. Qin Feiyang also lowered his head and looked at the blood-colored sword. From the current power, the 6-word formula has indeed surpassed the legendary level. Beyond the legendary formula, he really didn't expect that the 6-word formula he cultivated would be so terrifying. Wutian, what kind of existence is this person? Although there was no signature on the 6-word formula, the handwriting of the 6-word formula and the pill scripture were exactly the same. From this, it could be seen. The 6-word formula must have been created by Wutian. Wait. Since the 6-word divine formula was created by Wutian, was the ancient castle also left behind by Wutian? Pill scripture, the 6-word formula, the ancient castle, they were all from this person, also. If the ancient castle was really given to him by Wu Tian, then Sung Shui must also have been given to him. Because back then, the ancient castle and Sung Shui appeared together. Wutian, what is the relationship between him and him? Why did he give the castle and pale snow to him when he was born? Another doubt appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. Miracle, Black Tortoise World. Miracle and Black Tortoise World were also created by Wutian. If everything was as he thought, then he and Wutian were definitely not enemies. After all, no one would give the ancient castle, Chang Shui, and the 6-word formula to an enemy. Since they were not enemies, why did the golden small beast and the ice dragon repeatedly try to kill him in the miracle? What was the reason for all of this? Beyond the legendary formula, the demon ancestor suddenly laughed like a madman. Qin Feiyang's contemplation was interrupted, and he muttered, "It seems that I can only wait until I enter the miracle again to find out all of this." Taking a deep breath, he temporarily put down these questions and looked up at the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor, who was laughing wildly, had a face full of jealousy. Why? It's actually a beyond the legendary formula. On what basis? What qualifications does he have to have such a heaven-defying formula? I refuse to accept it. The demon ancestor roared to the sky, looked down at Qin Feiyang, and laughed, "I'll give you a choice." Less nonsense. Qin Feiyang shook the blood-colored long sword in his hand, and a terrifying murderous aura rushed towards the demon ancestor like a blood tide. 6-word killing formula, sever-word formula. The demon ancestor's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, a shocking sword chi cut through the sky and collided with the blood tide of murderous aura. Boom! The two were immediately destroyed in the void. What? 6-word killing formula. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this Zhuge Mingyang's formula? More importantly, the power of this sever-word formula was actually comparable to the kill-word formula. The demon ancestor sneered, "Can you listen to me now?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. The demon ancestor's 6-word killing formula was indeed the same as Zhuge Mingyang's 6-word killing formula. However, the power was completely different. Compared to Zhuge Mingyang, the demon ancestor was the sky, and the latter was the earth. The demon ancestor laughed, "Hand over the 6-word divine formula. As long as you are willing to hand it over, when I rule the 2 continents in the future, I promise to treat the people well and leave some descendants for your Qin clan." No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I'm more concerned about the 6-word divine formula." No need? Where did you get the courage to say such a thing? Sever-word formula. The demon ancestor laughed. A sever-word appeared in the void, and with a destructive power, it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and slashed with his blood-colored long sword. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the sever-word shattered in the void. However, Qin Feiyang was also forced back. The blood-colored long sword in his hand also shattered into pieces with a clang. It's really neck and neck. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disbelief. To be able to fight against the 6-word divine formula, it was obvious that the 6-word killing formula had surpassed the demon dragon formula and was a legendary level formula. Although the 6-word killing formula was still inferior to the 6-word divine formula in terms of level, the demon ancestor's cultivation was higher than his. In other words, the 6-word divine formula had lost its advantage in front of the demon ancestor. He couldn't figure out how the demon ancestor could have such a terrifying killing formula. The demon ancestor mocked, "How powerful is the legendary level 6-word killing formula? What's going on with this 6-word killing formula?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. However, there is one thing I can tell you. Zhuge Mingyang's 6-word killing formula was passed down to him by me. The demon ancestor said. Passed down? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. It's not only the dead who can leave behind a legacy. The living can do the same. Just like your ancestors' demon dragon formula. The demon ancestor sneered. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said, in that case, can I also pass down the 6-word divine formula? Too naive. Leaving behind a legacy is not something everyone can do. You have to comprehend it thoroughly. In other words, only by completely comprehending a divine formula can you pass it down to others. Let me ask you, have you comprehended the 6-word divine formula? The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang was silent. The 6-word divine formula, he didn't comprehend it, but copied it. He didn't understand the profound meaning of it at all. However, he had already thoroughly comprehended the battle formula. Because back then, he relied on the battle formula to forcefully break through the shackles and step into the false god realm. In other words, among the 6-word divine formula, the only one that could be passed down was the battle formula. The demon ancestor said again, moreover, such a heaven-defying divine formula, are you willing to pass it down to others? Why not? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. The demon ancestor said, if that's the case, then pass it down to me now. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. See, I still can't bear to. Humans are all selfish, Yi Zichen said. Don't make yourself sound so great. The demon ancestor mocked. When Qin Feiyang heard these words, he couldn't help but sneer. Such a despicable method of provocation could also lure him into a trap. Did he think he was an idiot? Looks like I still have to snatch it myself. Speed formula. The demon ancestor took a step forward, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Qin Feiyang also used the move formula and charged toward the demon ancestor. Soon, he discovered that the demon ancestor's current speed wasn't any slower than his. Just like what the inner demon said, how many more tricks did this person have up his sleeves? The two of them met in an instant. Boom! Clang! This was a confrontation of heaven-defying divine formulas. Whether it was Qin Feiyang's 6-word divine formula or the demon ancestor's 6-word killing formula, they were all displayed to the extreme. In the dark night sky, the rumbling sounds were endless, and the destructive aura roared in all directions. Not far away. The inner demons, who was lying in the void, was completely unaware of all this, and his heart fell into a deep darkness. But suddenly, his limp hands suddenly clenched into fists. I'm the inner demons. The incarnation of evil. How can I be swallowed by despair? Get lost. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his blood-red eyes were like 2 blood moons. With a roar, a monstrous murderous aura burst out. What? The inner demons actually struggled out. The demon ancestor was shocked. Just how terrifying was the willpower of these 2 people? You actually want to use despair to make me self-destruct. You're really naive. The inner demons retracted his gaze and turned to look at the demon ancestor, his blood-red eyes full of mockery. Whoosh! The next moment, he was like a killing god, using the move formula, and the murderous aura in his hands surged, condensing into a blood-red sword and charging toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's heart sank. He thought that the inner demons would be swallowed by the eye of despair. This way, he only needed to face Qin Feiyang alone. But now, the inner demons had awakened. And the inner demon's strength was no less than Qin Feiyang's. In other words, once the inner demons joined the battle, the situation would immediately change. As expected. When the inner demons attacked, the demon ancestor was immediately in danger. At the same time, Sima Kuan, the woman in black, the wood Kirin, the golden Kirin, and the earth Kirin were also in danger. The blood Kirin had 2 supreme-grade artifacts, and its strength was no weaker than Sima Kuan's. So, in the face of the blood Kirin's crazy attack, Sima Kuan was already somewhat powerless. Needless to say, Tang Hai. With his terrifying speed, it was no problem for him to fight 1 against 2. Zhao Tailai's methods were relatively mediocre. But he had a spirit that refused to admit defeat, and his fighting spirit grew stronger the more he was defeated. It was this spirit and fighting spirit that made him not afraid of death, and his combat strength was at 120%. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1851. Chui Li was even more powerful. 1 against 6, not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was also suppressing the white-haired old man and the others. The portrait of 10,000 beasts was extremely terrifying. As for the golden divine leopard, it was also in a stalemate with the golden qilin. Both of them had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. The golden qilin had a superior grade armor. But the golden divine leopard also had a divine artifact. This divine artifact was the divine bow that Qin Feiyang had snatched from the monkey-faced old man. This divine bow was comparable to the divine phoenix saber, which meant that it was also a superior grade divine artifact. The night was getting darker. But the battle on Demonic Dragon Island was getting more and more intense. Whether it was the demon ancestors' side or Qin Feiyang's side, their divine power was rapidly depleting. At the same time. Spiritual state. Butterfly Valley. The golden mermaid stood in the void with 7 pairs of wings flapping slowly. Like a demon god, it looked down coldly. Whoosh. Soon. For divine lights pierced through the sky and landed in front of the golden mermaid. On their backs, there were also 7 pairs of wings. That's right. They were the other 4 war gods of the mermaid clan. Black-winged mermaid. White-winged mermaid. How is it? The golden mermaid looked at the 4 of them and asked. One of the black-winged mermaids said, the teleportation altars of the other 8 states can't be activated either. What is the demon ancestor doing? Why didn't he protect such an important passage? The golden mermaid said angrily. But he didn't know that it was the demon ancestor who asked Zhuge Mingyang to destroy the teleportation altars in the imperial capital. What should we do now? The 4 of them looked at the golden mermaid. The golden mermaid pondered for a moment, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. He said coldly, since we can't kill our way into the imperial capital, then let's massacre the 9 states. When the 4 of them heard this, not only did they not object to the cruel method of the golden mermaid, they all laughed sinisterly. The golden mermaid waved his hand, and dozens of figures appeared in unison. Among these people, there were black-winged mermaids and white-winged mermaids. But without exception, they all had 6 pairs of wings. In other words, these dozens of mermaids were all false gods. Everyone, the time for revenge has come. Enjoy the slaughter to your heart's content. The golden mermaid laughed sinisterly. Kill. The dozens of mermaids immediately scattered and disappeared in all directions like lightning. They were all filled with murderous intent. The capital of the spiritual state was the first to bear the brunt. The 2 mermaids, one white and one black, were like death gods, descending upon the continent's capital. The aura of a false god shrouded the entire area. Late at night, the city had already quieted down. However, because of the arrival of these 2 people, the city instantly boiled over. However, before they could figure out what was going on, the might of a semi-divinity realm cultivator suddenly descended from the sky. Accompanied by despairing and miserable screams, the entire city was destroyed in an instant. Not a single person in the city was left alive. They were all buried. This was a night of bloodshed. There were people wailing and howling everywhere in the 9 great prefectures, imperial capital. When midnight arrived, Old Man Qin couldn't wait to open the space-time gate and descend above Yuzhou's capital. He didn't come to the spiritual state because he was worried that the mermaids would gather in the Butterfly Valley. After all, the ocean of despair was in the spiritual state. When he arrived in the sky above Yuzhou City, a strong smell of blood immediately assaulted his nostrils. The old man's body shook violently. Did what he was worried about happen? He quickly lowered his head and looked down at the city below. What entered his sight was a scene that looked like a Jura hell. The city was torn apart and dilapidated. The streets were littered with corpses. Dazzling blood dyed the entire city red. Even the void was filled with a bloody mist that couldn't be dispersed. Why, looking at this scene, Old Man Qin clenched his fists tightly, and tears flowed from his old eyes. What does this grudge have to do with these ordinary people? Why are they so cruel? Where is their humanity? Where is their conscience? Old Man Qin roared towards the sky. His angry hair danced in the air, and a monstrous murderous aura rushed out of his body. At the same time, his divine sense emerged and spread out in all directions. The entire Yuzhou was instantly covered by his spiritual will. The entire land of Yuzhou was littered with corpses and blood flowed like rivers. The tragic scene made one's hair stand on end. He even saw 6 mermaids madly slaughtering one village after another. The people living in those villages were all mortals who had no strength to truss a chicken. How could they do this? Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Old Man Qin roared into the sky, teleported, crossed the void, and rushed towards the 6 mermaids. Before leaving, Emperor Hong and the Emperor warned him not to be impulsive. However, when he saw this scene, Old Man Qin immediately threw their warnings to the back of his mind. He couldn't bear it. Now, he only had one thought: kill all these inhumane beasts. Die, die. In the sky above a mountain, a white-winged mermaid crazily used the power of the pseudo-god to bombard the village below. In the village, there were hundreds of people, all ordinary people. However, in an instant, they were smashed into pieces by the power of the pseudo-god. Not even their bones were left. They didn't even have the chance to ask why they were killed. Awesome. After 10,000 years of silence, I can finally kill. All the people on this continent must die. In the future, there will only be us mermaids on this land. There will be no more humans. The mermaid laughed wildly, his spiritual will enveloped all directions, and he killed to the next village. But suddenly, he turned his head to look ahead, a trace of surprise crawling in his eyes. There was an aura approaching at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it wasn't the aura of a mermaid, but the aura of a human. Human war god. Suddenly, with a quiver, he immediately took out the image crystal. The next moment, the phantom of the golden mermaid appeared. What's wrong? The golden mermaid asked. The white-winged mermaid said, I sense the aura of a human war god in Yuzhou, and it's coming towards me. Give me the coordinates. Then run away immediately. The golden mermaid said. Yes. The white-winged mermaid nodded. However, just as he told the golden mermaid the coordinates, an old figure teleported over and landed above him. It was Old Man Qin. You deserve to die. Old Man Qin looked at the golden mermaid and directly slapped the white-winged mermaid. Accompanied by a scream, the white-winged mermaid's body shattered, and blood splashed across the sky. Damn it, you dare to kill my clansman. Butterfly Valley. The golden mermaid roared again and again, immediately opening the portal and rushing in. At the same time, Old Man Qin also opened a teleportation door and walked in without looking back. Although he was extremely angry at this moment, he did not lose his mind because of this. The other party had 5 war gods. If he faced them head-on, he would definitely die. Therefore, he was prepared to fight a guerrilla war. The other party was a war god, and so was he. The other party could open a portal, and so could he. As long as he did not confront them head-on, the other party could not do anything to him. Whoosh! When the golden mermaid and the other 4 arrived in Yuzhou, Old Man Qin killed another black-winged mermaid. Bang! Seeing that Old Man Qin had disappeared, the 5 of them were furious and immediately released their divine senses, enveloping the entire Yuzhou. Sensing their divine senses, Old Man Qin decisively gave up the idea of continuing to chase the other mermaids in Yuzhou. He opened the portal and entered Feng State. Because if he continued to stay in Yuzhou, sooner or later, he would be surrounded by the 5 of them. After all, their divine senses had already locked onto him. And each of the 9 major states was very big. Even for a beginner war god, the maximum range of their divine senses could only cover one state. Therefore, now that old man Qin had changed his position and entered foam state, their divine senses could no longer lock onto him. In short, no matter what price he had to pay, today, he had to kill all the mermaids. Damn it. Seeing that old man Qin had disappeared, the golden mermaid was burning with anger. This is not good. After entering the portal, he did not appear in our divine senses, which means that he has already left Yuzhou. Apart from Yuzhou, there are 8 other states. How do we find him? He is obviously trying to fight a guerrilla war with us. The other 4 mermaids also had worried looks on their faces. Split up and search. No matter what, we have to find him. The golden mermaid shouted, his eyes full of resentment. Big brother, calm down. Even if we split up and search, we can only go to 5 states at the same time. Moreover, we don't know if there are other war gods hiding in the 9 major states. If there are, once we split up, won't we be defeated by them one by one? This method is definitely not reliable. I think we should immediately recall all our clansmen and gather at Butterfly Valley, waiting for him to walk into the trap. A black-winged mermaid said. I agree. The 18 counties of the 9 states have almost been massacred by our clansmen. He will definitely not let it go. He will definitely find a way to kill us for revenge. Another black-winged mermaid also said. The golden mermaid calmed down, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Okay, as you said, immediately go to the major states and gather our clansmen at Butterfly Valley. After saying that, he added, be loud, let that old man know that we are going to Butterfly Valley. Understood. The 4 immediately opened the portal and disappeared. All clansmen, go to Butterfly Valley immediately. For a moment. In the sky above the 9 major states, a loud roar sounded and spread in all directions. In a remote corner of Feng Prefecture, old man Qin stood on a ruin, his blood-stained long robe fluttering in the wind. And right at his feet, there were 3 black-winged mermaids at the pseudo-god level, all of them dead. In addition, there were dozens of villagers, but they were also dead. Go to Butterfly Valley. Old man Qin looked at the distant sky and heard the voice echoing between heaven and earth. His eyes flashed with a bloody light. They even knew to recall their clansmen. These mermaids weren't idiots. If he continued to fight like this, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he could kill all the pseudo-god level mermaids. However, this was indeed not easy to deal with. All the mermaids were gathered at Butterfly Valley. And they didn't hide it at all. It was obvious. These mermaids were deliberately telling him that they were all in Butterfly Valley. If you have the ability, come. After a while, old man Qin retracted his gaze and glanced at the villagers who had died with their eyes wide open. He muttered, Feiyang, Emperor Hong, Your Majesty, you have repeatedly warned me not to be impulsive. But seeing such a scene, how can I remain indifferent? Old man Qin opened the portal again and entered He Prefecture. Divine sense emerged and covered all directions. All he could see were shattered mountains and rivers, blood-red earth, and endless sea of corpses. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Top Point mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 1852. Why do they have to be so crazy? Elder Qin murmured and headed to the other states. Without exception, all of them were plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, apart from the spiritual state, he went to all of them. There were a total of 8 prefectures, and who knew how many billions of people there were? But now, the number of survivors added up to less than 10,000 people. The only reason these people were able to survive was because they were all mortals and lived far away from the city. Why kill these innocent people? What did they do wrong? Elder Qin stepped into the air and walked towards the spiritual state step by step. The other 8 states had suffered such destruction, let alone the spiritual state. Unsurprisingly, in the current spiritual state, apart from the mermaids, there was probably no one alive. As expected. When Elder Qin entered the spiritual state, everywhere he went, he saw corpses and broken limbs. Why is this happening? In the end, he stopped above the city and knelt in the void in pain. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. We were incompetent and couldn't protect you. My heart hurts so much. Elder Qin grabbed the clothes in front of his chest, his face twisted to the extreme. After a long time, he got up and looked in the direction of the Butterfly Valley, saying, Feiyang, don't worry about fighting the demon ancestor. The fate of the mermaid clan will be ended by me. After saying that, he took a step forward and walked towards the Butterfly Valley. Butterfly Valley. The 5 golden mermaids stood side by side and glanced at their clansmen standing in the void opposite them. These people's bodies were all covered in blood. The murderous light in their eyes still did not dissipate. Fortunately, we only lost 11 people. The 4 of them looked at the golden mermaids and smiled. Fortunately, the golden mermaids were furious and shouted at the 4 of them, we only have 51 pseudo-gods in total, and now we have lost 11 people. How can you still laugh? The 4 of them looked at each other and lowered their heads helplessly. When there was war, there would definitely be casualties. How could they be unscathed? 5 ancestors, who is that old thing? Those pseudo-god level mermaids looked at the 5 of them suspiciously. The golden mermaid said, no matter who it is, they are the enemy of our mermaid clan. What about the demon ancestor? Someone asked. The demon ancestor is too strong. We cannot fall out with him for now. However, I will kill him sooner or later. At that time, this continent will belong to our mermaid race. As for the humans in the imperial capital, either kill them all or become our slaves. The golden mermaid grinned. I prefer the latter. In the past, these damned humans enslaved us and traded us like goods. Now, it's our turn to enslave them. Some of the mermaids grinned hideously. Don't worry, the era that belongs to us merfolk is coming soon. The golden mermaid said. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura, which gradually grew stronger, rolled over from the void in the distance. The group of mermaids raised their eyebrows and looked up. An old man could be seen walking in the air step by step. His murderous aura covered the entire area like a vast ocean. He actually came, and he's alone. He's got guts. With a wave of his hand, the 40 demigod rank mermaids disappeared. Obviously, the golden mermaid sent them all to the space divine item. 10,000 years ago, the previous emperor could have exterminated your clan. However, out of consideration for the goodness of the heavens, he let you go and even gave you a place to live. Why did you repay kindness with enmity? Elder Qin had already arrived outside the Butterfly Valley and looked at the 5 of them. A place to live? What a joke. May I ask, in what way is our mermaid race worse than you humans? What right do you have to occupy such a large continent, while our merfolk race has to hole up in a tiny place like the Sea of Despair? The golden mermaid sneered. Elder Qin entered the Butterfly Valley and looked at the 5 of them in disappointment. He sighed, I really don't know why the late emperor didn't kill you all back then. Haha, that's because he was stupid. He thought that if he let us go, we would be grateful to him. No. We will only hate him more. Our mermaid race is born to be kings. Why should we be at his mercy? And my father, for the sake of the continuation of the mermaid race, had no choice but to follow him. All these years, even in my dreams, I have been thinking about destroying the great Qin Empire and everything he left behind. The golden mermaid laughed sinisterly. Father? Elder Qin was stunned and asked suspiciously, You are? I am the son of the first mermaid emperor. The 4 beside me are also the sons of the first black-winged emperor and white-winged emperor. The golden mermaid said. Elder Qin glanced at the 5 of them and looked up at the dark night sky. Sorrow came from his heart. Late emperor, do you see this? This is all the trouble you left behind. Your kindness and benevolence are the fortune of the great Qin Empire and the blessing of the people. However, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. If you could be ruthless back then and eliminate the root of the problem, how could the people of the great Qin Empire be killed by them now? Elder Qin roared sorrowfully, his heart aching. He is already dead. Can he hear what you're saying? However, I admire your courage. You knew that we had 5 war gods, but you still dared to come to Butterfly Valley alone. The Golden Mermaid sneered. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the other 4. Elder Qin turned a deaf ear and looked at the night sky quietly. 2 drops of tears slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. How sad. There are still people in this world who are so loyal to the great Qin Empire. The Golden Mermaid shook his head. Elder Qin retracted his gaze and looked down at the 5 of them. Do ungrateful people like you know what loyalty and sincerity are? You don't understand at all, and you won't understand the pain in my heart at this moment. The 5 of them sneered. Old Man Qin's gaze suddenly became fierce as he said, I dared to come here alone because I had no intention of leaving alive. Not bad. The Golden Mermaid nodded in praise. The fate of the mermaid race has come to an end. Die with the people of the great Qin Empire. Elder Qin suddenly roared, and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Rumble. Crack. This place instantly collapsed, and the void collapsed. What? This is self-detonation. Have you gone mad? The 5 of them changed color and roared in shock and anger. Yes. Looking at the people of the 9 prefectures lying in pools of blood, I have long gone mad. Go to hell now and repent for the sins you have committed. Elder Qin roared. Quick, run. The Golden Mermaid roared. Boom. But at this moment, suddenly, 2 terrifying divine auras emerged from the depths of the Butterfly Valley. Following closely behind, 2 figures shattered the ground and rushed into the void. The 5 mermaid patriarchs turned to look at the 2 people, their faces full of shock and doubt. Elder Qin looked at the 2 people with a face full of shock. It was a man and a woman. The woman was a beautiful woman wearing a golden battle armor. Her long black hair was tied together, and her aura was incomparably powerful. However, there were cracks on the golden battle armor and it was stained with blood. The other person was an old man in black with a scar above his left eye and bloodstains all over his body. These 2 people were none other than the mysterious Madame and Yishu. When the mysterious Madame and Yishu appeared and saw Elder Qin and the 5 mermaid patriarchs, they were a little stunned. But soon, they were awakened by the destructive aura emitted by Elder Qin at this moment. They said in shock and anger, Elder Qin, what are you doing? Elder Qin immediately stopped self-detonating and looked at the 2 with tears in his eyes. The 2 of them flew to Elder Qin's side like lightning. The mysterious Madame glanced at the 5 mermaid patriarchs and frowned. You self-detonated because of them? Yishu asked, why do they all have wings? They are mermaids. Elder Qin said. Mermaids. The mysterious Madame and Yishu looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Mermaids with 7 pairs of wings, wasn't that the god of war? Elder Qin cried out in grief. They colluded with the demon ancestor and massacred the 9 prefectures. What? The mysterious Madame was furious. She looked at the 5 of them and shouted, the Qin Emperor once told me about the situation of the mermaid clan. How could you do this? Who are you? What right do you have to interfere with our business? The Golden Mermaid frowned. Who am I? Even the first Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor, had to respectfully call me Madam. The mysterious Madame's body trembled, and a terrifying divine aura erupted. God of War. The Golden Mermaid's pupils shrank. But what surprised him the most was what the mysterious Madame said. Even his father had to respectfully call her Madam? Where did this woman come from? Elder Qin glanced at the 5 of them, then looked at the mysterious Madame and sighed. They are the children of the first Mermaid Emperor, the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor. I see. The mysterious madam suddenly understood and raised her eyebrows. Your fathers have all followed the Qin emperor. Why are you rebelling? The Golden Mermaid said angrily, I said it's none of your business. You'd better get lost immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. How stubborn. The mysterious madam snorted coldly and looked at Elder Qin. So you plan to self-detonate and die with them? Elder Qin nodded. Where's Feiyang? Why doesn't he care about this? The mysterious madam said angrily. It's not that Feiyang doesn't care, it's that he can't. Because right now, he and his subordinates are fighting a bloody battle with the demon ancestor in the Sea of Reincarnation. Elder Qin sighed. The mysterious madam said in shock, the demon ancestor has successfully fused with the divine body? Yes. And according to the inner demons, the demon ancestor's strength is far beyond their expectations. The demon ancestor has already given us enough headaches, but I didn't expect the mermaid clan to take advantage of the chaos to come out and cause trouble. How hateful. Elder Qin clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of anger. The mysterious madam glanced at the 5 mermaid ancestors and said in a deep voice, it seems that the situation in the great Qin Empire is more serious than the situation in the Forgotten Continent. What? Elder Qin was shocked. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1853. The mysterious lady sighed. Just an hour ago, Mu Tianjun successfully fused with his divine body and launched a fierce attack on our main tower. Old man Qin asked, what about Mu Tianyang? Mu Tianyang hasn't appeared yet. He used up a lot of his divine sense in the divine ruin. It will probably take some time before he comes out. The mysterious lady said. Then why are you here? Old man Qin looked at the two of them suspiciously. Mu Tianjun is a low-tier war god and has a supreme-grade divine artifact. With Mu Changyun and Mu Changfeng, our main tower is really, sigh, speaking of which. The mysterious lady let out a long sigh, her face full of worry. Old man Qin looked at the two of them in shock, speechless. I thought you were here to support us. So you're here to take refuge. We can't even protect ourselves, how can we spare the energy to support you? Actually, we came this time to ask for your help. But looking at your situation, it seems like you're not much better than us. Yi Shu smiled bitterly. Old man Qin could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The 2 continents were in danger at the same time. This was really not good news. The mysterious lady pondered for a moment and asked, against the demon ancestor, is Qin Feiyang confident? I don't know. Old man Qin shook his head, then clenched his hands and said firmly, but I believe that the final winner will be us. If that's the case, the mysterious lady's eyes flashed, and she shouted, Yi Shu, go and destroy the legendary altar immediately. Miss, what do you mean? Yi Shu was surprised. Yes. First help Feiyang to pacify the great Qin Empire, then we'll kill our way back to the Forgotten Continent together. The mysterious lady said. Okay. Yi Shu gritted his teeth and immediately rushed down. Old man Qin glanced at Yi Shu's back, then looked at the mysterious madam and said, the reason I came from the imperial capital this time was to destroy the teleportation altar here. We were worried that Mu Tianyang would bring his men here at this time. The mysterious lady said, so, if we came one step later, we wouldn't be able to enter the great Qin Empire? Yes. Once I self-destruct, the entire Butterfly Valley, including the teleportation altar, will be destroyed. So, you came just in time. However, even though destroying the altar will stop Mu Tianyang, what about the other people in the Forgotten Continent? Old man Qin frowned. This teleportation altar was the only entrance to the Forgotten Continent. Once it was destroyed, the entire Forgotten Continent would become a sealed cage. If Mu Tianyang started a massacre in the Forgotten Continent, the people of the Forgotten Continent would have nowhere to run. Knowing that Mu Tianyang was hiding in the Forgotten Continent, how could I not have made preparations? Yesterday morning, after you returned to Great Qin, We immediately returned to the central divine kingdom and moved everyone from the main tower into the spatial divine item. The mysterious lady said. Old man Qin asked, what about the people from the 9 regions and the super tribes? I can't do anything about that. After all, our spatial items are limited, and we are unable to accommodate everyone from the forgotten continent. The mysterious lady said. Then they, old man Qin exclaimed. Don't forget, this is war. War is merciless. The mysterious lady said. Old man Qin fell silent. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out from below. Whoosh. Immediately after, Yi Shu rushed out and said with lingering fear, fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Mu Tianyang would have already brought people here. When they first entered the secret chamber, the teleportation altar was already recovering. Obviously, someone on the forgotten continent was recovering the altar. And now, the only person who could recover the altar was the Mu family. Since the teleportation altar has been destroyed, then prepare for battle. The mysterious lady took a step forward, and divine power surged out. The golden armor on her body was quickly repaired. Obviously, this armor was transformed from a divine art. She looked up at the 5 mermaid ancestors, and her eyes were extremely sharp. I have seen your fathers, and they are all loyal and righteous people. What you are doing, isn't it the same as shaming them? You have seen them all? The 5 mermaid ancestors looked at each other and frowned. The golden mermaid said in a deep voice, Who are you? The mysterious lady said, Listen carefully, my name is Tan Tai Li, the 3rd main tower master of the forgotten continent. You are Tan Tai Li. The 5 were shocked. The mysterious lady said, It seems that you have heard of my name. Back then, my father told me about you, saying that you are a woman that the Qin Emperor met on the forgotten continent. However, although you are the Qin Emperor's woman, it seems that you have no status. The golden mermaid joked. So what? The mysterious lady shouted, and she was a little angry. In this life, she hated to hear the words, no status, the most. So what? If you don't have a title, it means that you're just a toy that was toyed with and then abandoned. The golden mermaid laughed. You are courting death. The mysterious lady's eyes flashed with a cold light. With just the 3 of you? The golden mermaid smiled contemptuously. What a few poor frogs at the bottom of the well. The mysterious lady waved her hand, and the monkey-faced old man and the hook-nosed old man appeared out of thin air. What? The 5 mermaid ancestors' pupils contracted. 2 more war gods had appeared. In other words, there were a total of 4 war gods on the forgotten continent. Why didn't the demon ancestor tell them such an important thing? In fact, the demon ancestor didn't expect that the mysterious lady would bring people here. Moreover, in his eyes, the mermaid clan was just a pawn that would be eliminated after he finished using them. Insulting the young lady is insulting us and the entire forgotten continent. Be prepared to suffer our wrath. The monkey-faced old man and the hook-nosed old man were both hot-tempered. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward the 5 with murderous intent. I will personally tear your mouth apart so that you will never be able to speak again. The mysterious lady also charged toward the golden mermaid, her eyes flashing with a bone-chilling light. Yi Shu was also like a mad beast, charging straight at a black-winged merman. In his eyes, the mysterious lady was the heavens. Anyone who dared to insult the mysterious lady was his enemy. There is hope for the great Qin. Elder Qin glanced at the 4 of them, and tears welled up in his eyes. The mysterious lady and the other 3 were not only his saviors, but also the saviors of the entire great Qin. Fei Yang, you must defeat the demon ancestor. With a roar, Elder Qin also unleashed a shocking murderous intent toward a white-winged mermaid. A battle between gods began in the spiritual state. Demonic Dragon Island. Fierce battles were still going on in various battlefields. This was a battle between gods. In a situation where both sides were evenly matched, it was common for them to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Whether it was Qin Feiyang's side or the demon ancestor's side, they were all covered in scars. Almost half of their divine power had been exhausted. However, in comparison, the demon ancestor's side was more seriously injured. The white-haired old man and the others were all short of arms and legs. The golden Qilin, the wood Qilin, and the earth Qilin had several bloody holes on their huge bodies, and their divine blood dyed the sky red. Even Sima Kuan was on the verge of death. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Our strength is about the same, so why do you hold the scales of victory? Sima Kuan roared. I didn't understand before either. But after interacting with Qin Feiyang and the others, I finally understood. This is the power of unity, the power of trust. You will never understand this power. The blood Qilin roared. Every time the dragon vein sword and the wind moon pavilion collided, it would cause a large area of destruction. Clang. Rumble. Above the Death Sea. The battle between Qin Feiyang and the inner demons and the demon ancestor was even more terrifying. One side was using the step formula, the other side was using the speed formula. The three of them flickered in the sky and kept exchanging blows. Their speed was faster than lightning. Not to mention beginner and beginner war gods, even Desheng war gods would not be able to see their figures at this moment. They could only hear the deafening sounds of collisions. After such a long battle, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked a little weak. They were covered in wounds and dripping with blood. On the other hand, the demon ancestor. There was not a single injury on his body. However, at this moment, he looked like an old man in his 70s with white hair. His face was also full of wrinkles. His originally full and strong body was now emaciated. This was caused by excessive consumption of lifespan. Ever since the inner demons joined the battle, he had been using forbidden techniques, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing. Even if he was a war god, he could not withstand such consumption. The inner demons secretly laughed. Looks like we don't need to use the ultimate method to get rid of him. Don't be careless. Although the demon ancestor is already an arrow at the end of its flight, there is still Snowflake. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Snowflake, the inner demon's bloody eyes flashed with a hint of hostility, secretly laughing. If it knows what's good for it, it's best not to make a move. Otherwise, today will not only be the end of the demon ancestor, but also its end. Regardless of whether Snowflake will make a move or not, unless we have no other choice, we must not use the ultimate method. Qin Feiyang secretly said. I know. I don't need you to remind me again and again. The inner demon stared at him impatiently and raised its head to look at the demon ancestor. It laughed. Let's see how much lifespan you have left to consume. The blood-colored longsword in its hand was overflowing with bloody light. Qin Feiyang flashed and rushed behind the demon ancestor. He also controlled the blood-colored longsword and slashed it. The two longswords tore through the sky, their sharpness shocking the world. Shatter word formula, shatter for me. The demon ancestor waved his hands, and two pitch-black, shatter, characters appeared in the sky, carrying a terrifying destructive force as they blasted toward the two blood-colored longswords. The moment they met, the two blood-colored longswords immediately shattered into pieces in the void. The shatter word formula was one of the 6 killing techniques. No matter what kind of technique it was, it could shatter into pieces in an instant. The demon ancestor had used the shatter word formula more than once. However, at the same time that the blood-colored longswords shattered, the inner demons and Qin Feiyang snorted coldly at the same time. The divine light under their feet surged, and in an instant, they rushed in front and behind the demon ancestor. They raised their fists and attacked. Poof! The demon ancestor's chest and back were fiercely bombarded at the same time. The demon ancestor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was torn apart. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1854. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or the inner demons, they both had the strength to fight the demon ancestor alone, let alone the two of them working together. However, Although this blow was enough to be fatal, under the recovery of the forbidden technique, the demon ancestor's injuries were healed in an instant. However, his face also seemed to have aged a little. I am immortal. Defense formula. The demon ancestor roared in the sky, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Demonic mist billowed, and a set of black armor appeared on his body. Coupled with the horns on his head and the wings on his back, he looked more like a demon king at this moment. Defense formula, does it mean defense? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other, and a set of blood-red armor appeared on their bodies at the same time. As soon as the blood-red armor appeared, the weakness between their eyebrows instantly dissipated. Their battle intent broke through the clouds. The demon ancestor was surprised. Not only did his appearance become old, but even his voice became hoarse. This is the current form of the battle formula. A defensive armor that can even withstand the heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons smiled coldly. Their black and blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, as if two gods of war had descended. Battle formula, the demon ancestor muttered and suddenly used the speed formula, escaping into the sky. Want to escape? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons immediately chased after him. But suddenly, the demon ancestor stopped again, turned to face the two, and said in a hoarse voice, "Your strength is really more and more beyond my imagination. If this continues, I will be defeated by your hands sooner or later. Since you know, then quickly surrender." The inner demon sneered. Surrender without a fight, the demon ancestor muttered to himself, and a trace of ridicule gradually crept up on his old face. Do you really think that victory is on your side? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Could it be that this person was still hiding other means? My foundation is something you will never be able to imagine. The demon ancestor roared into the sky. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, two black demonic lights swept out from between his eyebrows. They were an ancient pagoda and a great hall. Do you know what they are? They are the demon tower and the demon palace. The people you care about are all here. Like your mother Lu Qiuyu, Yan Wei, Jiang Jingyi, and old man Ren. The demon ancestor laughed. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "You still want to use them to threaten us?" No. You killed Lu Yun and Monarch Chen with your own hands. Threatening them is no longer a viable option. The demon ancestor shook his head. Then what do you want to do? Qin Feiyang said. To open to watch. Because a legendary divine artifact is about to be born. The demon ancestor laughed. What? Legendaries. Qin Feiyang looked at each other, then looked at the demon tower and the demon palace again, their eyes full of surprise. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and the demon tower and the demon palace rose into the air, emitting a monstrous demonic light. Following closely, the demon tower, accompanied by a loud rumble, sat on top of the demon palace. Immediately, the demon tower and the demon palace merged together. That demonic power also immediately soared several times. The demon palace is actually a part of the demon tower, but it was separated by Qin Badian back then and turned into two divine artifacts. No. It turned into three divine artifacts. Because the demon crystal is also a part of the demon tower. The demon ancestor laughed wildly, and the demon crystal also rushed out from his body, like a black lightning, and instantly rushed to the top of the demon tower. Immediately, with a clang, the demon crystal was embedded on the top of the tower. Boom! The aura of the demon tower also soared again. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang muttered. In the past, he had been wondering why the power of the demon crystal was so weak. It turned out that it was only a part of the demon tower. Did you notice that the current demon tower is exactly the same as the stone tower in the demon statue's hand? The inner demon secretly said. Demon statue? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and a demon statue involuntarily appeared in his mind. This demon statue was the third move of the demon dragon's secret art, the Lord of all demons. He carefully compared the stone tower and the demon statue's hand, and the demon tower in front of him were exactly the same. Do you think that the demon ancestor's demon tower, the ancestor's broken sword, and Lu Xingyang's long spear are divine artifacts of the same level? The inner demons secretly asked. How would I know? However, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and said in a low voice, however, these 3 divine artifacts must be very important to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have integrated these 3 divine artifacts into the 3rd form when they created the Demon Dragon's secret art, Divine Dragon's secret art, and Fire Phoenix secret art. Demon Tower, awaken. Just as the 2 were communicating telepathically, the demon ancestor laughed wildly, and his divine power madly poured into the demon tower. Boom! A destructive aura rushed out of the demonic pagoda like a volcanic eruption. Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor looked at each other. Clang! Murderous intent surged, and the blood-red long sword appeared again. Qin Feiyang charged toward the demon ancestor. The inner demons charged toward the demon tower. It's useless, it's useless. The demon ancestor laughed. The extermination symbol art appeared and blasted toward Qin Feiyang. The demon tower blasted toward the inner demons. Boom! In the end, it was a situation where both sides suffered. The demon tower was a legendary divine artifact, and coupled with the demon ancestor's cultivation, its power in a fully awakened state was not inferior to the inner demons. In other words, it was no longer 1 against 2, but 2 against 2. The demon ancestor also finally closed the forbidden technique. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, he laughed, the real battle begins now. Even with the demon tower, it can't change your ending. The inner demons shouted. Is that so? The demon ancestor's divine sense emerged and pounced in all directions. The situation of the major battlefields entered his sight one by one, and his expression suddenly showed a trace of anger. I didn't expect that my subordinates would be so weak. The demon ancestor coldly snorted, but the corner of his mouth immediately pursed into a mocking smile. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, he said, however, your so-called advantage will soon disappear. After saying that, the demon ancestor waved his hand, and a golden figure appeared beside him. It was a woman with a peerless appearance. She wore a pale golden dress, and her long golden hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. It's her. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. The woman in front of him was the mermaid princess. However, when seeing Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, the mermaid princess's eyes were extremely cold. This gaze made Qin Feiyang's heart ache faintly. The demon ancestor smiled mockingly, looked at the mermaid princess, and said with a smile, go and activate your battle soul, let them see how terrifying you are. Yes, master. The mermaid princess nodded and coldly glanced at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor. She then soared into the sky and stood at the top of the clouds. That pale golden dress, that soft long hair, fluttered slowly in the wind. From afar, she looked like a fairy. Even the dark night sky was lit up because of her existence. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the mermaid princess. The memories that had been sealed for a long time appeared in his mind one by one. Back then, in the Sea of Despair, he had spent 4 months with the mermaid princess. He still remembered every single detail that had happened. It was also at that time that he developed feelings for the mermaid princess. But because he carried too much on his shoulders, he had to bury this feeling in his heart. He thought about it. When everything was settled, he would go and find her. But he did not expect that when they met again, they would become strangers. Deity, now is not the time to be sentimental. Sensing the emotional fluctuations in Qin Feiyang's heart, the inner demons raised his eyebrows and secretly shouted. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, I know. Good that you know. I will restrain the demon ancestor and the demon pagoda. You go and kill her. The inner demon said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately used the step formula, rushing toward the mermaid princess. You won't even let go of the woman you love. You are really ruthless. But I will not let you succeed. The demon ancestor smiled sinisterly and immediately used the speed formula to block Qin Feiyang's path. Your opponent is me. The inner demons roared and instantly rushed over, throwing a punch at the demon ancestor. Clang. However, his fist landed on the demonic pagoda. Because when he attacked the demon ancestor, the demon pagoda also flew in front of the demon ancestor and blocked the punch. Emperor Prison. The inner demons was furious. The purple gold dragon's soul roared and the Emperor Prison instantly opened. The demon ancestor's eyes suddenly became dull. Obviously, his consciousness was temporarily taken away by the Emperor Divine Prison. Although the demon pagoda was a divine artifact, it had already given birth to a spirit. With a spirit, it would have consciousness. Naturally, it could not escape the fate of being deprived and immediately stopped in the void, motionless. Now, quickly! The inner demons shouted. Qin Feiyang leaped and rushed toward the mermaid princess like lightning, murmuring, "Although I don't want to hurt you, I have to do this now. I am sorry." However, seeing Qin Feiyang approaching like lightning, the mermaid princess was not nervous at all. Her expression was as cold as ever. I am sorry. Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the mermaid princess and murmured again. He raised his arm and a trace of divine power shot out from his index finger. Like an arrow, it went straight toward the mermaid princess's forehead. At this moment, the demon ancestor and the demon pagoda regained consciousness. She is my trump card. How can I let you kill her so easily? The demon ancestor lowered his head and murmured. Not only was there no panic in his eyes, it was instead filled with mockery. Boom! Seeing that Qin Feiyang's divine power was about to enter the mermaid princess's forehead, a terrifying killing intent suddenly shot out from the mermaid princess's forehead and blasted toward the divine power. With a loud bang, the divine power shattered on the spot. This scene was too unexpected. Qin Feiyang did not even have time to react. After the killing intent shattered the divine power, it blasted onto the blood-red armor on Qin Feiyang's body. Clang! Although the killing intent came suddenly, it did not cause any actual damage to Qin Feiyang. Because the armor formed by the battle character art could help him block 90% of the damage. This was a terrifying number. The battle character art is indeed extraordinary. The demon ancestor muttered as he stepped out and forcefully broke the imprisonment of the Emperor Divine Prison. Don't even think about it. The inner demons shouted as they stood in front of the demon ancestor and the demon pagoda. No matter what, they had to buy time for Qin Feiyang to get rid of the mermaid princess. Because the mermaid princess's innate divine power was too terrifying. The eye of life, flesh and bones. And it was an indiscriminate, large-scale healing ability. If she was allowed to successfully activate her innate divine power, not only him and Qin Feiyang, but even Zhao Tai and the others would be in danger. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1855. You? The demon ancestor looked at the inner demons, raised his hand, shook his finger, and said, "You can't stop me." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen doppelgangers appeared beside the demon ancestor and charged toward the inner demons. At the same time, the demon pagoda also blasted toward the inner demons with a monstrous demonic aura. Mere doppelgangers, what can you do to me? The inner demons laughed. Look carefully, are we really just doppelgangers? The dozen doppelgangers immediately let out a terrifying grin. As they spoke, the doppelgangers actually activated their demon king physique. The inner demon's eyes trembled, full of disbelief. These were not doppelgangers, but incarnations. And 3,000 incarnations. But how was this possible? Just as the inner demons were distracted, the demon ancestor rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang looked down at the demon ancestor, raised his arm again, and pointed in the air. A wave of divine power roared out and instantly drowned the mermaid princess. Ah! A scream immediately resounded through the night sky. Hey! However, the demon ancestor was not anxious at all. Instead, he stopped and grinned. Qin Feiyang frowned. The demon ancestor's current behavior was too abnormal. Do you think she's really the mermaid princess? The demon ancestor suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The demon ancestor joked, she's just an ordinary woman in Shanghai in disguise. Are you kidding me? Qin Feiyang was furious. Yes. I'm kidding you. Watching you and the inner demons crazily trying to kill her, it's really interesting. The demon ancestor laughed. Since she's from Shanghai, I'll destroy her body and soul. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Originally, he planned to kill the mermaid princess first and resurrect her later. However, in order to revive, he needed flesh and blood. At the very least, he had to preserve a drop of the mermaid princess blood. However, he did not expect that this woman was not the mermaid princess at all. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to show mercy. Go ahead. The fiend ancestor waved his hand nonchalantly. The mockery on his face grew thicker. There was even a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang looked at Demon Alpha's expression and felt a strong sense of unease. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the godly power dissipated. The fake mermaid princess had died long ago. Only some flesh and blood remained, floating in the void. Why did you stop? Could it be that he has already noticed something? The demon ancestor raised his eyebrows. He suddenly attacked. A wave of divine power surged out and pounced on the remaining flesh. Sure enough, there's a problem. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, and he quickly waved his hand, sending the remaining flesh and blood to the castle. Seeing this, the demon ancestor said angrily, I can't believe I didn't succeed. How infuriating. Who the hell is she? Qin Feiyang shouted. The demon ancestor smiled sinisterly, she is Ren Wuxuang. What? It's actually my sister. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale. I know your character. In the end, you will definitely open the gate of rebirth and resurrect those relatives and friends you killed with your own hands. Similarly, I also know the necessary conditions to resurrect them. This necessary condition requires at least something from them, such as blood and hair. So previously, I secretly asked Lin Yi to disguise Ren Wuxuang into the appearance of the mermaid princess so that you could kill her with your own hands and destroy her bones. In this way, you can no longer resurrect her in the future. When you know the truth, you will definitely be in so much pain that you will hate yourself to death. But what I didn't expect was that you actually noticed the clues. In fact, it's also my fault. I was too obvious. The demon ancestor grinned. Damn it. Qin Feiyang was furious and roared, Bastard, is it fun to do this? Almost. Just a little bit more. If it weren't for his quick reaction, Ren Wuxuang would have been destroyed by him. Of course it's fun. The demon ancestor laughed. You lunatic, I won't spare you. Qin Feiyang took a step forward. The blood-red sword tore through the sky, carrying a monstrous killing intent as it slashed at the demon ancestor. The best part is yet to come. Don't worry. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and the sever formula blasted at the blood-red sword. A destructive aura suddenly rolled out from the top of the sky. At the same time, below, under the bombardment of the demonic pagoda and the dozen clones, the inner demons were also blasted into the Dead Sea below. That is, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. 3,000 clones. The demon ancestor laughed. Beside him, more than a dozen clones appeared. Each clone had all the means and strength of the demon ancestor. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang murmured. 3,000 clones, I passed it on to Zhuge Mingyang. But he was too useless. You actually snatched it away. However, it doesn't matter if I give it to you. Anyway, soon, you will go to hell and reunite with him. The demon ancestor laughed sinisterly. Swish. Before his voice died away, a golden figure appeared behind him. Another mermaid princess. Her expression was still as cold as ice. Qin Feiyang sized up the mermaid princess at this moment with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. I didn't lie to you this time. She is the real mermaid princess. The demon ancestor laughed coldly and turned to look at the mermaid princess. Go far away and activate your battle soul. Yes. The mermaid princess nodded. Without even looking at Qin Feiyang, she turned and left. Bastard, how dare you trick us? At this moment, the inner demons rushed out from the Death Sea, setting off huge waves and charging towards the mermaid princess. I won't let you succeed. The dozen clones and the demonic pagoda stood in front of her. You are not the only ones with 3,000 clones. The inner demons waved his hand and 500 clones appeared. He shouted, kill the mermaid princess for me. The 500 clones were like killing gods. They smashed the demon ancestor's dozen clones and sent the demonic pagoda flying. Then, they charged towards the mermaid princess. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also activated 3,000 clones. In other words, he and the inner demons had a total of 1,000 clones at this moment. You are really good. You have cultivated 3,000 clones to this level in such a short time. However, using 3,000 clones in front of me is simply showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. The demon ancestor laughed contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 clones appeared in the void behind him. What? He can summon 1,000 clones by himself? Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were dumbfounded. The demon ancestor's face was full of disdain. He shouted, go, crush them. Whoosh. The 1,000 clones suddenly turned into two torrents. One charged towards the inner demon's clones and the other charged towards Qin Feiyang's clones. At this moment, the entire sky above the Death Sea was filled with the clones of the three. The demon ancestor looked around and smiled. Not bad, not bad. This is the atmosphere we should have. Whoosh. The inner demons rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and said in a deep voice, it seems that it is impossible to kill the mermaid princess. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Don't think about killing her first. Think about how to deal with the demon ancestor. How terrifying is this demon's strength? The inner demons were furious. They had already gone all out and almost used up all their trump cards, but they still could not defeat the demon ancestor. One had to know that the snowflake had yet to make a move. If the snowflake also made a move, could they really win? Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the demon pagoda also rushed into the sky and floated beside the demon ancestor. Old friend, it's been hard on you. The demon ancestor looked at the demon pagoda and smiled. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor and said, I can feel the despair in your hearts. Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor's eyes darkened. Boom. It was also at this moment. In the distance, a terrifying aura exploded. Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor hurriedly looked over and saw the mermaid princess in the distance standing against the wind. Behind her stood a golden figure. The golden figure was shrouded in mist, and their true appearance could not be seen clearly. But Qin Feiyang knew that it was the mermaid princess battle's soul. Because it was he who accompanied the mermaid princess to activate this battle soul. Eye of life, open. The mermaid princess whispered. The mist around the golden figure suddenly began to dissipate. The true appearance of the golden figure also quickly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor. It was actually a big golden fish. Its body was thousands of feet long and covered with golden scales. It was like a golden sun, emitting a dazzling golden light. The entire demonic dragon island was shrouded in this golden light at this moment. This is her battle soul? The inner demons murmured. That's not right. Her battle soul is so similar to the statue of the first mermaid emperor. It should be a mermaid. But why is it a fish when it reveals its true appearance? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The demon ancestor said, because the mermaid clan is the offspring of a fish and a human. A human and a fish can combine? The inner demons were surprised. Nonsense. Every beast that cultivates to become a god can transform into a human. But because they hate us humans, they disdain to do so. There are even some ferocious beasts that view the matter of transforming into humans as a disgrace. This is basic knowledge. Don't you know? The demon ancestor said angrily. Ah. The inner demons were stunned. What am I doing? Is there a need to be angry with him? The demon ancestor shook his head and sneered. Watch carefully. After all, this is the first and last time you will see the legendary Eye of Life. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other, and a light flashed in their eyes. Did the demon ancestor forget that their Eye of Heaven could copy all battle souls and gifted superpowers? After the golden fish revealed its true appearance, it swam above the mermaid princess' head. The bright golden light made the demonic dragon island below as bright as day. This golden light, the blood Kirin, the golden leopard, and Zhao Tai Lai, who were on the battlefield, looked up at the sky and looked at the mermaid princess. Sima Kuan, the white-haired old man, and the three divine beasts, the wood Kirin, were all delighted. Damn it! She is going to activate her gifted superpowers. What is Qin Feiyang doing? Why didn't he kill her? Suddenly, the blood Kirin roared. Sima Kuan looked back at the blood Kirin and sneered. The mermaid princess is our trump card. Do you think the demon ancestor will let Qin Feiyang kill her? Also, didn't you see that the demon ancestor has already activated 3,000 clones? I am afraid that Qin Feiyang can't even protect himself now. The blood Kirin's heart sank. He roared, Zhao Tai Lai, Tang Hai, Chui Li, Junior Leopard, prepare to die. His voice was like a bell, echoing in all directions. Zhao Tai Lai, Chui Li, and the golden leopard heard it and looked in the direction of the blood Kirin. Their hearts sank. They knew the blood Kirin's personality. He would not say such things unless he was in a desperate situation. Chapter 1856. Buzz. Suddenly, the big golden fish stopped swimming and floated above the mermaid princess's head. Immediately after, its glabella quickly split open, revealing a golden eye. It was as if it was cast in gold, shining with divine light. This is the Eye of Life? Qin Feiyang murmured. As soon as his voice fell, the mermaid princess raised her head and looked at the big golden fish. Her expression was extremely sincere, and she exclaimed, Light of Life, please shine on this land. Voila! Immediately, the eye between the big fish's glabella emitted a golden light that flooded in all directions. In less than 3 breaths, the entire demonic dragon island was enveloped by this golden light. Although it was a golden light, it was not dazzling at all. It was like the rising sun, very gentle and warm. And in this golden light, there was a sacred aura. At this moment, the mermaid princess was bathed in divine light, like a goddess descending to the mortal world, sacred and inviolable. Deity, you have good taste. This woman is worth having. But I'm thinking, if you really get together, the child you give birth to, will it be a mermaid or a human? The inner demons' eyes were full of curiosity. What time is it now, and you still have the mood to think about this? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The inner demons secretly laughed. What are you afraid of? You and I both know that no matter how strong the demon ancestor is, the final winner of this battle will be us. This is under the premise that Snowflake doesn't make a move. If it also makes a move, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Qin Feiyang said. If Snowflake makes a move, then activate the ultimate killer move and destroy it. A trace of hostility flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. Activating the ultimate killer move can indeed destroy everything, but... Yi Zichen muttered. I really can't bear it. Qin Feiyang sighed. I can understand your feelings, but sometimes, we have no choice. Moreover, haven't you already made up your mind to activate the Gate of Rebirth? There's nothing to worry about. The inner demon said. However, don't forget that I've only managed to comprehend the Gate of Reincarnation to the initial level. At most, it can only revive 10,000 people. Qin Feiyang thought. The inner demons fell silent. But suddenly, their pupils shrank as they looked at the demon ancestor. He discovered that the fiend ancestor's old face had become much younger. Previously, madly activating forbidden techniques and burning his lifespan, the fiend ancestor's hair was already mottled, and he looked old and stooped. But now, the wrinkles on his face were quickly disappearing. His white hair was also rapidly turning black. Is this the ability of the Eye of Life? The two of them looked at each other and released their divine senses to check the situation of Sima Kuan and the others. As expected, the injuries of Sima Kuan and the others were also rapidly healing. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from below. Immediately after, with a loud bang, a huge black dragon rushed into the sky. It was Imo Long. Not long ago, it was seriously injured by Qin Feiyang and fell into a coma. But now, not only did it wake up, but the injuries on its body had also mostly healed. The Eye of Life, flesh and bone, is indeed terrifying. The inner demons looked at the mermaid princess again, and the murderous intent in their eyes was even stronger than before. Although they couldn't bear to kill her, this woman had to die now. Otherwise, not only the fiend ancestor, but even Sima Kuan and the others would become immortal. It was not easy to seriously injure them, and victory was just about to come. I didn't expect that the mermaid princess would turn the situation around in an instant. The Blood Kirin's worry is not without reason. The situation is really bad now. If the young master can't get rid of the mermaid princess, then this time, we will really die here. Looking at the white-haired old man and the others' changes, Zhao Tailai and the other two and the golden leopard's hearts were extremely heavy. Ha! Blood Kirin, die. Sima Kuan laughed, and his aura surged out as he punched the Blood Kirin. Whether it was speed or divine power, they had all recovered to their peak state. On the other hand, the Blood Kirin, although it had had the upper hand before, it was also seriously injured. The most important thing was that after such a long battle, it had very little divine power left. Although it did not want to admit defeat, it could not change this fact. Boom! There was no suspense. The Blood Kirin was sent flying by Sima Kuan's punch. Its physical body cracked, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Boom! At the same time, the white-haired old man and the other three immediately launched a storm of attacks on the golden leopard, Zhao Tailai, and the others. The gap between the two sides was too big. One side was at their peak state, while the other side was seriously injured and completely suppressed. After a while, the Blood Kirin, the golden leopard, Zhao Tailai, and the others were on the verge of death. Young master, if we don't get rid of the mermaid princess now, I'm afraid that even the gods can't help us. The golden leopard roared. Junior leopard, you are too naive. Even if we kill the mermaid princess now, it will be useless. Because they have already recovered to their peak state. Let's fight to the death. But I don't regret it. Because it was you who taught me what companionship is and what trust is, to be able to fight side by side with you, to live and die with you, is my honor. It is also my pride. I hope that in the next life, we can meet sooner. The Blood Kirin muttered to itself. Its eyes were full of weakness, but a bright smile crept onto its face. It is smiling? Sima Kuan looked at the Blood Kirin in disbelief. After being together for so many years, he knew the Blood Kirin's personality very well. It could be said that, this was the first time he had seen the Blood Kirin smile so sincerely. The Blood Kirin looked up at Sima Kuan and smiled. Sima Kuan, let's fight. Sima Kuan said, I really want to know why. Why what? The Blood Kirin was suspicious. We have been together for so many years, and you have never smiled at us like this. But why are you so happy after knowing Qin Feiyang and the others for less than a day? You are not even afraid of death. What did they give you? Sima Kun asked angrily. Oh, that's what you want to ask. The blood Kirin suddenly understood and said, the things they gave me cannot be seen or touched. Only the heart can feel them. What a joke. What a joke. I think you've been possessed by the devil. Sima Kun roared angrily and stepped toward the blood Kirin. Boom. The blood Kirin was blasted into the ground again. The blood Kirin dyed the ground red. Before, I also thought it was a joke, but now, when I've truly experienced it, I finally understand how precious and rare this invisible bond is. The blood Kirin stubbornly stood up. The dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor floated in front of it. It looked at the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor and laughed. Are you afraid of death? If you are not, then fight with me until the fire of my life is extinguished. The two supreme grade artifacts were silent for a while. Suddenly, wisps of terrifying auras burst out of his body. The two artifacts had awakened on their own. Thank you. The blood Kirin looked at them gratefully. It looked up at Sima Kun and roared, as long as my life is not extinguished, my will to fight will not be extinguished. Kill. The blood Kirin's aura was fully unleashed. With its last will, the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor, it charged towards Sima Kun. The golden leopard, Zhao Tai Lai, and the other two were also like moths to a flame. They charged toward the white-haired old man and the others. The demon ancestor had returned to his original appearance. His 7-foot body was like an iron pine tree. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his blood was vigorous. The demon dragon's injuries had also completely healed. At this moment, whether it was the demon ancestor, the demon dragon, Qin Feiyang, or the inner demons, they were all using their divine consciousness to watch Zhao Tai Lai and the others. The demon ancestor sighed. Qin Feiyang, I really envy you for having such a group of loyal subordinates. If you can put away your desires and selfishness, there will still be people who will follow you wholeheartedly. Qin Feiyang said. Perhaps. But I don't need it. Because my strength alone is enough to destroy everything. Any person, any beast, in my eyes, is just a chess piece. The demon ancestor laughed, his expression full of contempt. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, is the demon dragon also a chess piece in your hands? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the demon dragon's gaze trembled and turned to look at the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was also stunned. He looked at the demon dragon for a moment and smiled, of course, you are an exception. The demon dragon breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that in the eyes of the demon ancestor, he was just a chess piece. Qin Feiyang glanced at the demon dragon and looked at the demon ancestor. It seems that you still have a little conscience. Huh, even now, you can still be so calm. It's really admirable. The demon ancestor laughed again and again. The inner demons joked, my lord, it seems that he has indeed become complacent. Hurry up and shut him up. Let me have some peace and quiet. Qin Feiyang nodded. The demon ancestor raised his eyebrows and looked at the two suspiciously. Innate ability, activate. Qin Feiyang whispered. The purple gold dragon's soul rose into the air, and the glabella quickly split open. A millstone-sized eye appeared. That eye was half golden and half purple, exuding a hidden power. This is, Eye of Heaven. The demon ancestor's eyes trembled. He was really complacent. He actually forgot that Qin Feiyang had this innate ability. Buzz. The next moment, above Qin Feiyang's head, a big golden fish also appeared. It was the mermaid princess's battle soul. Following closely, the Eye of Life opened. The golden wave was like a tide, sweeping in all directions. The blood Qilin, the golden leopard, Zhao Tai Lai, and the others who were in danger suddenly felt as if they were bathed in warm sunlight. Their injuries were quickly recovering. The god power that he had used up was also recovering. They looked up at the sky in surprise. When they saw the big golden fish above Qin Feiyang, they suddenly became spirited. Yes. What were they afraid of? The young master had the eye of heaven. Any attack method could be copied. Not to mention other things, just this eye of heaven made the young master an invincible existence. The situation was instantly reversed. Sima Kun and the others, who had not been complacent for long, immediately fell into panic. They could not help but begin to doubt. Could the demon ancestor really defeat Qin Feiyang like this? Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1857. Lord Demon Ancestor. Looking at this scene, Mo Long panicked as he turned his head to look at Demon Ancestor. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. At this moment, Demon Ancestor had his head lowered. His hands were tightly clenched, and his expression was extremely gloomy. How careless am I to actually forget about the eye of heaven? What's wrong with me? How could I make such a low-level mistake? This kind of negligence is really unforgivable. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, who made me lose face, are even more unforgivable. At this moment, he was like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. His face was extremely ferocious. Whether it was his self-confidence or self-esteem, they were both deeply hurt. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Qin Feiyang, Demon Ancestor suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang and Mo Long. His eyes were scarlet as he laughed sinisterly. I didn't expect that I would be such a boring person. I actually played with you two ants for so long. Lord Demon Ancestor, Mo Long murmured. It could be seen that Demon Ancestor was deeply affected this time. Boring, really boring. No matter how many chances I give you, you can't escape the fate of death. Trash like you, what's the use of staying in this world? All of you, go to hell. 3,000 incarnations, open. Demon Ancestor roared. In the next moment, a scene that made Qin Feiyang and Mo Long pale appeared. In the void behind Demon Ancestor, incarnations continued to appear. There are actually so many. Inner demons said in shock. Qin Feiyang's pupils also contracted tightly. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body shook as he said in a deep voice, not long ago, he said that only those who fully comprehend the god's secret art can pass it down. Yeah. Why? Inner demons looked at him in confusion. He passed the 3,000 incarnations to Zhuge Mingyang. Doesn't that mean that he has fully comprehended the 3,000 incarnations? Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the inner demons felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They glared at the demon ancestor and said, doesn't that mean that he can condense 3,000 incarnations? You only realized it now? The demon dragon sneered and said, to tell you the truth, Lord Demon Ancestor was already able to create 3,000 incarnations 10,000 years ago. The hearts of Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo sank. Apart from the fiend ancestor himself, only the two of them knew how terrifying the 3,000 avatars were. With the demon ancestor's capabilities and strength, if he fully activated his 3,000 clones, even a greater success divine war god would be killed instantly. Swish. In just a few breaths. In the void behind the ancestral fiend, a total of 2,000 avatars appeared. Not one more, not one less, densely packed. Every avatar emitted an aura that was in no way weaker than the fiend ancestor himself. Furthermore, they had all activated their demon king physique. At a glance, they were like a group of demons. It was simply despairing. Haha, this is my last resort, and also your last moments in this world. Experience this despair well. Kill for me. The fiend ancestor roared ferociously. The 2,000 avatars waved their hands at the same time, and the word destroy appeared one by one. The destructive aura directly engulfed this world. Destroy word tactic. One must know. The 6 words tactic was a legendary killing technique. The fiend ancestor alone used the destroy word tactic, which was already heaven-defying enough, let alone now that 2,000 avatars had evolved the destroy word tactic at the same time. This scene was enough to make anyone feel despair. One could imagine how much pressure Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were facing now. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the fiend ancestor. Your last resort is also your strongest move, right? That's right. The fiend ancestor said. Listening to your tone, it seems like you can block these 2,000 avatars? Don't joke around. With the strength of you and the inner demons, it's impossible to do so. The demon dragon snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. The demon dragon god was stunned. How could he still smile at this time? The inner demons looked at the fiend ancestor and laughed. Actually, we have been waiting for you to show your last card. The fiend ancestor looked at the inner demons, then looked at Qin Feiyang, and an inexplicable uneasiness rose in his heart. That's right. Because we know that with our current strength, it's very difficult to kill you. After all, you are ridiculously strong. So we can only wait for this moment to come. Qin Feiyang also laughed. The uneasiness in the fiend ancestor's heart grew stronger. Since we can't defeat you with our strength, then we will borrow your strength. Although the appearance of the 3,000 avatars shocked us, at the same time, it also made us happy. Because we haven't fully comprehended the 3,000 avatars, and can't condense 3,000 avatars. But now, we can. And, the number of avatars we condense will be twice as many as yours. Because there are two of us. The inner demons roared and also activated the purple gold dragon soul. The fiend dragon looked at the inner demons in shock. Eye of heaven, open. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang roared to the sky. In the void behind them, 5,000 avatars instantly appeared. Among them, 2,500 avatars were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. The other 2,500 avatars were exactly the same as the inner demons. In addition to the 1,000 avatars that were fighting around them, the two had a total of 6,000 avatars. How is this possible? The Eye of Heaven can even replicate a deity art? The fiend dragon looked at this scene, dumbfounded. That's right. The Eye of Heaven can replicate all attacks. So, not only can it replicate battle souls and gifted superpowers, but also deity arts and battle arts. Qin Feiyang said. The fiend dragon's body trembled, and he looked at the fiend ancestor in panic. Lord Fiend Ancestor. At this moment, the fiend ancestor glanced at the avatars behind Qin Feiyang, and his face was full of bitterness. In the past, he had heard of the rumors of the Eye of Heaven. He also knew that the Eye of Heaven could replicate attacks, including deity arts and battle arts. However, this point had not been confirmed. Because the Eye of Heaven had never appeared before, he had always thought that it was just a rumor. After all, it was already heaven-defying enough to replicate battle souls and gifted superpowers. If it could replicate deity arts and battle arts, wouldn't it be invincible? However, he never thought that the Eye of Heaven could replicate deity arts. I lost. The fiend ancestor suddenly smiled, and his face was full of misery. The fiend dragon trembled and roared, Lord Fiend Ancestor, we haven't lost yet. Pull yourself together. We haven't lost, the fiend ancestor muttered, and a shocking battle intent rose from his body. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, that's right, I haven't lost yet. I want to continue fighting. This is no longer a battle for life and death, but a battle for dignity. I, the fiend ancestor, will never bow my head and admit defeat to you two juniors. Come on, let us settle this once and for all. The fiend ancestor roared. The fiend dragon art, 6 words kill, and Eye of Despair were all activated, and they crazily attacked Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Kill. The fiend dragon also activated his battle soul and followed closely behind the fiend ancestor. The fiend pagoda did not take a step back, and its demonic aura shook the heavens and earth. The 2,000 incarnations of the fiend ancestor also turned into a torrent and followed behind them. Are we fighting for dignity? We should have done this long ago. Qin Feiyang muttered, and then looked at the inner demons and smiled. He also activated the fiend dragon art and 6 words divine art, and led the 5,000 incarnations to attack the fiend ancestor. From afar, it looked like 2 torrents, drowning the sky and rushing toward each other. At this moment, Sima Kuan's group and Zhao Tailai's group stopped fighting at the same time and looked up at the sky. Rumble. With an earth-shattering explosion, the 2 sides met. In an instant, the entire heavens and earth were drowned in purple-gold divine light, blood light, and black light. That destructive aura surged out in all directions like an avalanche. The entire demonic dragon island was instantly annihilated, swallowed by the endless sea. Only the altar that led to the divine ruin was protected by a layer of blood light, and it quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Everything disappeared. Only Sima Kuan, Zhao Tailai, and the others stood in the void far away, looking at the sky anxiously. Who would be the one that fell? The light gradually dissipated. The heavens and earth also slowly quieted down. Even the sea seemed to be exceptionally calm. Everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeats and breathing. When the light completely dissipated, Sima Kuan, the white-haired old man, the 7 people, and the 3 beasts changed their expressions and quickly flew toward the sky. They saw a figure falling from the sky. It was the fiend ancestor. At this moment, the fiend ancestor's body was covered in blood, and he had already fainted. The fiend dragon and the fiend pagoda fell together with him. The fiend dragon's huge body was broken. 8 of its 9 heads were smashed. The remaining head was also split into pieces. Its life force was extremely weak. The fiend pagoda was also in pieces, and its divine light dimmed. Young master, at the same time. At this moment, Zhao Tailai and the others looked at the 2 figures in the sky and could not help but cry tears of joy. They had experienced too much in this night's battle. They had been hovering between despair and hope. This was not only mental torture, but also mental destruction. They were even prepared to die in battle. Now, seeing the fiend ancestor finally fall, how could they not be excited? Whoosh! Sima Kuan and the others rushed over and caught the fiend ancestor, the fiend dragon, and the fiend pagoda. Looking at the dying fiend ancestor, Sima Kuan cried and shouted, "Lord Fiend Ancestor, wake up, you can't die." The white-haired old man and the 3 beasts were also in grief. But more than that, they were in despair. Even the fiend ancestor was defeated by Qin Feiyang's opponent. Did they still have any hope? The fiend dragon glanced at the fiend ancestor, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. It looked at Sima Kuan and said, "Sima Kuan, don't worry about him. Let's run." Run? Sima Kuan's eyes widened in anger and he roared, "It was the Lord Fiend Ancestor who gave you the status and strength you have today, and you want to abandon the Lord Fiend Ancestor? Do you have any conscience?" Chapter 1858. Humph. Don't make it sound so nice. Do you think we can't see that the Demon Lord only cares about you, Sima Yuan, and Mo Long? As for us, we're just a dog by his side. No. In his eyes, we are less than dogs. The white-haired old man and the 3 beasts snorted coldly. You, Sima Kuan glared at the 7 men and 3 beasts. Humph. If you want to stay here and wait for death, that's your business. We won't die with you. Let's go. The white-haired old man waved his sleeves and left Mo Long and Mo Pagoda behind. The other 6 people and the Wood Qilin and the other 2 beasts also looked coldly at Sima Kuan, then turned and left without a word. Bastard, bastard. Sima Kuan roared. Mermaid Princess, where are you? Come and save the Demon Lord. At the same time, he released his divine power to support Mo Long and Mo Pagoda. Yeah. Where's the Mermaid Princess? The Blood Kirin, the Golden Leopard, and Zhao Tailai were also gathered nearby. When they heard Sima Kuan's roar, they looked at the sky suspiciously. Tang Hai said, "Don't worry about the mermaid princess. We can't let Mu Qilin and the others leave." That's right. They are all gods of war, and they are all ruthless. If they leave alive, there will be no end of trouble. The Blood Kirin said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Zhao Tailai shouted. The 3 men and 2 beasts rushed toward the white-haired old man and the others with murderous intent. Tang Hai and the Blood Kirin were the fastest. They were the first to arrive in front of the group. When the white-haired old man saw this, he raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Hai and the Blood Kirin. The battle is over. What else do you want? Over? You are still alive. How can you call it over? Chui Li, the golden leopard, and Zhao Tailai came and blocked the group's rear. They sneered. Don't go too far. The 7 men and the 3 beasts glared at each other angrily. Cut the crap. Attack. Chui Li shouted. The 6 beast spirits immediately charged towards the group of people. The Blood Kirin immediately activated the dragon tattoo sword. The scary light made the white-haired old man and the others fall into despair. Blood Kirin, we used to be friends. Let us go. We promise that we will never stir up trouble again. The group of people begged. Forget about Chui Li, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the golden leopard. The Blood Kirin alone was enough to wipe them all out. The Blood Kirin was a low-level war god, and it had 2 supreme-quality weapons. Firmament. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons stood side by side, their bodies also riddled with wounds. Although they had defeated the Fiend Ancestor, the Fiend Ancestor's final strike was something they could not afford to pay. However, his life wasn't in danger. The inner demons glanced at Tang Hai and the others, then at Sima Kuan and the Demon Ancestor, and said, I can't let my guard down yet. I must kill the Demon Ancestor before he wakes up. Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced around. There was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Where was the Mermaid Princess now? Mermaid Princess, where are you? I beg you to come quickly and save Lord Devil Ancestor. Sima Kuan hugged the Demon Ancestor and roared crazily. As for the white-haired old man and the Wood Kirin, he didn't care. Now, he just wanted to wake up the Demon Ancestor. Splash. Suddenly, a golden figure swept out from the sea below and headed straight for Sima Kuan. It was the Mermaid Princess. Although the Mermaid Princess's memory had been erased, she was not a puppet. She had her own consciousness. Previously, when Qin Feiyang and the Demon Ancestor were fighting, she felt the danger and turned to escape. But because she was too slow, she was still affected by the aftershocks and blasted into the sea. Quick! When Sima Kuan saw the Mermaid Princess, his face lit up with joy. However, at this moment, a blood-red figure appeared above the Mermaid Princess. That's right. It was the inner demons. Get lost. The Mermaid Princess shouted coldly. How cold? The inner demons muttered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also descended in front of Sima Kuan. The joy on Sima Kuan's face froze. He hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Qin Feiyang, I beg you, please give the Demon Ancestor a way out. I'm willing to die for him. Drops of tears dripped onto the Demon Ancestor's face. Qin Feiyang glanced at Sima Kuan, then lowered his head to look at the Demon Ancestor and sighed, Do you see that? There are people in this world who are willing to die for you and shed tears for you. That's right. The Demon Ancestor said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He stared at the Demon Ancestor and said, You didn't faint? My lord. Sima Kuan immediately lowered his head and looked at the Demon Ancestor in his arms. The tears in his eyes could not stop falling. The Demon Ancestor slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Sima Kuan. Actually, I didn't faint. Didn't faint? Sima Kuan was stunned and asked, Then why? I just wanted to see how many people would protect me at all costs when I'm in trouble. In the end, only you. However, I'm already very happy. The demon ancestor smiled. "My lord," Sima-kun murmured and suddenly smiled happily. At this moment, he was just like an innocent child. "Oh no," the demon ancestor didn't faint. "Then, didn't he hear everything we said just now?" The white-haired old man and the other two who were in a bitter battle, as well as the wood Qilin and the other two beasts, all turned pale. "Lord Demon Ancestor, we were wrong. Please save us. We swear that we will never be disloyal again. We will serve you wholeheartedly." They were now at the end of their rope. They could only thicken their faces and ask the demon ancestor for help. The demon ancestor ignored them and slowly got up. Demonic flames burned on his body. His injuries were instantly healed. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. The next moment, the demon ancestor moved. However, he didn't attack Qin Feiyang or the inner demons. Instead, he went for Zhao Tai-Lai and the others. "Get out of the way!" Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. "Heard it." The blood Qilin, the golden leopard, and Zhao Tai-Lai looked up and their expressions changed drastically. Tang Hai immediately waved his hand and swept everyone up. He didn't even look back as he flew away. At the same time, seeing the demon ancestor's actions, Sima-kun couldn't help but frown and murmur, "They have already betrayed you. Why do you still want to save them?" Whoosh! The demon ancestor flew in front of the white-haired old man and the others. "My lord, thank you." The white-haired old man and the other two beasts hurriedly said gratefully. The demon ancestor smiled and said, "No need to thank me. I'm not here to save you. I'm here to kill you with my own hands." What? The 7 people and 3 beasts were stunned, wondering if they had heard wrong. "You didn't hear wrong. I'm here to kill you." The demon ancestor smiled as his eyes gradually turned red. Eyes of despair. He's not joking. He really wants to kill us. "Run!" the white-haired old man roared. The 7 people and 3 beasts immediately ran for their lives. "Run?" The demon ancestor's eyes flashed with disdain as his eyes turned red. The white-haired old man and the others suddenly felt a deep sense of despair in their hearts. Immediately, they lay in the void and screamed. "You can't even withstand the first level of the eyes of despair. You really don't even qualify to be cannon fodder." The demon ancestor waved his hand and divine power rolled out, drowning the 7 people and 3 beasts. "Ah!" Roar! Following a series of shrill screams, the 7 people and 3 beasts died on the spot. The inner demon's pupils shrank. The 7 war gods were killed in an instant. This demon ancestor was indeed extraordinarily scary. The blood Qilin, the golden leopard, and Zhao Tai-Lai, who had fled far away, looked at the demon ancestor in shock. Good death. There was no sympathy in Sima-kun's eyes. But what Qin Feiyang cared about was the demon ancestor's look of despair. The red eyes were the first level of the eyes of despair. The grayish-white eyes should be the second level of the eyes of despair. Where did the demon ancestor get such a scary godly skill? The demon ancestor turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang as if he could see through Qin Feiyang's thoughts. He said, "The eyes of despair is not a godly skill." "Not a godly skill?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. The eyes of despair is my fighting soul. It is the same as your eye of heaven. It is one of the top 10 fighting souls." The demon ancestor said. "Top 10 fighting souls?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The inner demons shouted, "Deity, now is not the time to talk about this." As he spoke, he took a step forward, raised his arm like lightning, and grabbed the mermaid princess' neck. The demon ancestor turned to look at the inner demons and shook his head. "You can kill anyone but her. Are you joking?" The inner demon sneered. "Joking? It seems that I am not the only one with a bad memory. Even you have a bad memory. If that is the case, I will kindly remind you. Heart Union Knot." The demon ancestor said. "Heart Union Knot." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The inner demons immediately looked at Qin Feiyang's chest. That's right. The mermaid princess and Qin Feiyang had a heart union knot. Their lives were already tied together. If either of them were to meet with misfortune, the other would die with them. Actually, you don't have to kill her. Because after this battle, I have come to a realization. The demon ancestor sighed. Realization? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Blood Kirin, the Golden Leopard, and Tang Hai quickly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the demon ancestor suspiciously. Lord Demon Ancestor, you, Sima Kuan also looked at the demon ancestor in shock. The demon ancestor smiled at Sima Kuan and looked at Qin Feiyang. When I was defeated by you, I could not help but think of the things I had done in the past. I repeatedly asked myself, what was the point of doing all this? What did I get? Nothing. I didn't get anything. Instead, I was betrayed. Thinking about it, it is really sad. The demon ancestor shook his head and laughed at himself. His face was full of melancholy and disappointment. The inner demon said to himself, I can't let my guard down. He might just be confusing us. Yes. First, destroy the mermaid princess Sea of Qi. Qin Feiyang transmitted. The inner demons nodded. A wisp of god power swept out and instantly entered the mermaid princess Sea of Qi. Immediately after, the inner demons brought the mermaid princess to Qin Feiyang's side and stood side by side. Qin Feiyang also immediately sent the mermaid princess to the Black Tortoise world. Because now, the Black Tortoise world was safer than the castle. Genius memorized the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1859. Sima Kuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, then flew to the demon ancestor with Mo Long and Mo Pagoda. His face was full of concern as he said, My lord, what happened to you? Don't scare me. The demon ancestor sighed and looked at Sima Kuan. He smiled and said, Actually, my awakening has something to do with you. Has something to do with me? Sima Kuan was slightly stunned and looked at the demon ancestor suspiciously. Yes. Just now, your tears dripped on my face. At that moment, I could clearly feel the despair and sorrow in your heart. At the same time, your tears made me feel an unprecedented warmth. The demon ancestor smiled. My lord, Sima Kuan looked at the demon ancestor in a daze, and tears fell from his eyes uncontrollably. The demon ancestor said, Thank you for always being with me. No. I should be the one saying something to you. If you didn't save me and my brother back then, we would have fallen off the cliff and died. It's you who gave us all this. It's also you who gave us the dignity of being human. You are our second parent. Sima Kuan waved his hand and shouted. Second parent, the demon ancestor muttered and sighed, but I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a father and even killed your brother. No. My brother was killed by Qin Feiyang. Sima Kuan roared. Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and said, Your brother committed suicide. How many times do we need to say it? Sima Kuan said angrily, Even if he committed suicide, it was you who forced him. Unreasonable. Zhao Tailai snorted coldly. Sima Kuan turned a deaf ear and stared at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. He said word by word, I will definitely avenge my brother. Good. Now, I'll give you the chance. The inner demons took a step forward, and that terrifying murderous aura rushed towards Sima Kuan like a wave. Sima Kuan's heart was suddenly filled with an unresolvable fear. Even the demon ancestor wasn't a match for these two, let alone him. If he really wanted to fight, he didn't have the courage. But suddenly, the demon alpha stepped in front of Sima Kuan. Demonic power surged out and blocked the inner demon's murderous aura. Regardless of whether you've come to your senses or not, we have to settle this today. The blood-red hair of the inner demons danced in the wind. As the murderous aura surged, the blood-red longsword reappeared. Its terrifying sharpness swept across the world. This is the current kill formula. Sima-kun, who was standing behind Demon Alpha, could not help but tremble. Previously, Han-sen had been fighting the Blood Kirin, so he hadn't experienced the power of the kill word. And at this moment, faced with the blood-red longsword that was so close to him, he could not help but feel despair as he felt the sharpness of the sword that could tear the heavens and earth apart. It was only then that he realized that the Lord Demon Ancestor had been fighting with such a terrifying existence. Looking at the aggressive inner demons, the Demon Ancestor sighed deeply. He then looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, back to the previous topic, what do you mean by awakening? This person's sudden change made him very uncomfortable. The Demon Ancestor pondered for a while and sighed. You can think of it this way. I plan to turn over a new leaf. My lord, you, Sima-kun looked at the Demon Ancestor in shock. The Demon Ancestor turned to look at Sima-kun and smiled. You've been with me since you were young. You know everything that I've done in my life. Sima-kun nodded. The Demon Ancestor said, then what do you think of all that I've done? Sima-kun said, to create a truly peaceful world. Yes. That's what I thought at first. But now, I realize that it's just an excuse to satisfy my selfish desires. Actually, Qin Feiyang is right. I'm a selfish person. I don't trust anyone. For example, the Blood Kirin and the others have followed me for so many years. I've been hiding the fact that the Demon Hall has a time array from them. The Demon Ancestor laughed at himself. The Demon Hall really does have a time array. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Sima-kun said, my lord, you don't have to blame yourself. What you did was right. Look at the Blood Kirin. Didn't it betray us? No. If I treated it with sincerity like Qin Feiyang, would it betray me? The Demon Ancestor said. Sima-kun fell silent. I used to say that Qin Feiyang was too naive and too loyal. But that's not the case. I was too stupid. After living for so many years, I didn't even understand the trust between companions. That's why I lost to him. The Demon Ancestor sighed. My lord, Sima-kun muttered. Perhaps, this is fate. 10,000 years ago, I lost to Qin Badian. 10,000 years later, I lost to his descendants. To be honest, I'm still a little unwilling. The Demon Ancestor raised his arm and covered his face with his hand. He was in so much pain that he even shed tears. Looking at the Demon Ancestor at this moment, Sima-kun's heart ached. He roared, my lord, you haven't lost. You still have the fourth move of the demonic dragon art. The fourth move. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. It seemed that they really hadn't seen the Demon Ancestor use the fourth move of the demonic dragon art. The fourth move, it's useless. The moment he opened the Eye of Heaven, our ending was already decided. The Demon Ancestor muttered, his heart filled with despair. Sima-kun said in a deep voice, is the Eye of Heaven really that heaven-defying? The Eye of Heaven is that heaven-defying. There are a total of 10 heaven-defying battle souls in the world. The Eye of Heaven is ranked 2nd, and my Eye of Despair is only ranked 6th. The Demon Ancestor said. Qin Feiyang asked, what's the first battle soul? The Demon Ancestor said, your ancestor's battle soul, the Eye of Reincarnation. Eye of Reincarnation, Qin Feiyang murmured. Although he didn't know what the Eye of Reincarnation was used for, he could tell from the name that it was definitely extraordinary. All right. The Demon Ancestor's expression turned serious as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. I have nothing to say about this battle. It doesn't matter if you want to kill me or torture me, but I hope that you can let Sima-kun go. My lord, Sima-kun's expression changed. Don't say anything. I've already killed your big brother. I can't kill you too. The Demon Ancestor waved his hand. I'm not afraid. Sima-kun roared. I'm afraid. If even you die here, I'm afraid that my conscience will be even more uneasy. The demon ancestor shouted. Tears rolled down Sima Kuen's face. Live well and don't avenge me because I deserve to die. It's not worth it. The demon ancestor turned his head to look at Sima Kuen and smiled. He then looked up at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons and said, Come, I won't resist anymore. Avenge your loved ones. The inner demon's pupils contracted as he transmitted his voice, My lord, looking at him, he doesn't seem to be joking. Qin Feiyang looked at the demon ancestor's expression and thought, if he really repents, it will save us a lot of trouble. Most importantly, he didn't have to kill his mother and Yan Wei with his own hands. Then now we, the inner demons asked. Revenge must be taken. Qin Feiyang said word by word. Accompanied by a clang, a blood-red sword condensed. Seeing this, the demon ancestor closed his eyes. I hope that in the next life, you can be a truly good person. Qin Feiyang whispered as he took a step forward. The blood-red sword pierced through the sky and went straight for the demon ancestor's forehead. Clang! However, at this moment, Snowflake appeared. A terrifying cold current instantly froze Qin Feiyang. The demon ancestor opened his eyes and looked at Snowflake angrily. I don't want to make any more mistakes. Let me go and atone for my sins. Atone for your sins? The reason why I like you is because you are ruthless enough. But I didn't expect that you are just a good-for-nothing. Snowflake snorted. Yes. I am a good-for-nothing. I don't need your help anymore. Go and find someone more worthy of your training. The demon ancestor shouted. Training? The inner demons was stunned. It turned out that the demon ancestor was trained by this snowflake. You want me to go, so I will go? Then all the effort and energy I have spent on you all these years, wouldn't it be a waste? How can there be such a simple thing in this world? Since you've admitted your defeat, you should hand over your flesh. Snowflake laughed sinisterly. Don't even think about it. The demon ancestor shouted as a destructive aura rushed out of his body. This is self-destruct. The inner demon's expression changed on the spot and immediately took the frozen Qin Feiyang, turned around, and fled. The Blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and others also fled in horror. In their hearts, it was extremely unbelievable. The demon ancestor actually chose to self-destruct. Lord Demon Ancestor, Sima Kuen also roared in grief. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and a palm-sized ancient city appeared and swept towards Sima Kuen. It was Demon Capital. Quickly take Demon Capital, Demon Dragon, and Demon Pagoda. Let's go. When the matter here is over, we must return Lin Yi and the others to Qin Feiyang. The demon ancestor shouted. No. I won't go. If we die together. Sima Kuen shook his head. Demon Capital. At the same time. When the inner demons heard the word Demon Capital, they suddenly trembled. They handed the frozen Qin Feiyang to Zhao Tailai and shouted, You all go first. I will go and take Demon Capital. No one can escape. Snowflake sneered. The cold current was like a tide, rolling in all directions. Whether it was Sima Kuen, the inner demons, or even the Blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and others, they were all frozen in an instant. So strong. With our current strength, we can't be Snowflake's opponent at all. Everyone felt despair. You bastard. I will die with you. The demon ancestor roared. Trash will always be trash. No matter how you carve it, it can't become something great. Snowflake's words were full of disdain. A wisp of cold air emerged and entered the demon ancestor's head. Ah, the demon ancestor suddenly screamed in pain. And at the next moment, the demon ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. The originally dark pupils had changed. It was as if they were condensed from ice, exuding a bone-chilling cold current. Crack. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang forcibly shattered the ice on their bodies and looked up at the demon ancestor. Their faces suddenly changed drastically. Hee, although this person is useless, his physical body is not bad. The demon ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed ferociously. Chapter 1860. Qin Feiyang said furiously, "What did you do to him? Isn't it obvious? I destroyed his divine soul and took away his divine body. In other words, I'm the demon ancestor now." The demon ancestor laughed. "Bastard. What right do you have to take other people's lives?" Qin Feiyang roared. The blood-red sword shattered the void and slashed toward the snowflake's body. "Mere ants, how dare you compete with the sun and the moon?" The demon ancestor laughed contemptuously. The snowflake shook the sky and shattered the blood-red sword. Qin Feiyang was also sent flying. This lord, the inner demons roared and immediately activated the battle and kill formula, charging toward the demon ancestor. "You're all ants. Die." The demon ancestor laughed maniacally. The snowflake's cold aura surged and condensed into ice arrows, shattering the sky. Accompanied by clanging sounds, the blood-red armor on the inner demon's body shattered. The inner demon's body was pierced through by the ice arrows. It was like a sieve riddled with holes, and blood flowed out like a waterfall. So strong. The inner demon's face was pale. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang flew over and supported the inner demons. He asked with concern, "How are you?" "I won't die. But this divine item isn't something we can deal with," the inner demons said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the demon ancestor and the snowflake. "Are you in despair? This is the strength of this lord. For trash like you, this lord can kill you with a flick of his finger." The demon ancestor laughed, his face full of contempt. "Although I know that the one controlling this body isn't the demon ancestor himself, hearing this voice is still infuriating." The inner demon snorted. "Yeah. But no one expected that the demon ancestor would be killed by the snowflake in the end," Qin Feiyang said. The inner demon said, "Activate the ultimate means. Otherwise, we'll all be wiped out." Ultimate move. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, a trace of hesitation on his face. Now is not the time to hesitate. Although the Eye of Heaven can duplicate fighting souls and deity techniques, it can't duplicate deity artifacts. Furthermore, Snowflake's strength has far exceeded the limit of what the Eye of Heaven can duplicate. If we hesitate any longer, we'll all die. The inner demons shouted. Qin Feiyang's eyes shivered. He lifted his head to look at Demon Ancestor and Snowflake. That was right. There was no other choice now. If he wanted to fight against the Snowflakes, he had to use his ultimate move. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, turned to the inner demons, and said in a deep voice, "Go, I will try my best to delay until you come out." The inner demons nodded and turned around to Zhao Tai Lai and the others. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone to the Black Tortoise world. In this way, only Qin Feiyang and Sima Kun were left. As for Sima Kun, he was still sealed in ice. Through the layer of ice, one could clearly see his twisted expression of pain. Looking at the inner demons disappearing with Zhao Tai Lai and the others, Demon Ancestor was taken aback. But immediately, his face was full of disdain as he said, "You let them escape while you stay. Do you want to fight me one-on-one? I still have this self-awareness. No matter what means I use, I can't defeat you. However, it's better for me to die alone than for everyone to die." Qin Feiyang said. "At least you still have some awareness. But do you think they can survive by hiding in the castle and the Black Tortoise world? You are too naive. After I kill you, they'll all die. But you can rest assured that I won't let you die so easily." Demon Ancestor laughed. He grabbed Demon Ancestor. Swish. The next moment, a figure appeared next to Demon Ancestor. It was Lin Yi. Seeing the appearance of Lin Yi, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled slightly. There was also an uneasy premonition in his heart. Following that, more and more figures appeared behind the ancestral devil. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and his eyes couldn't help but moisten. Those were all familiar faces. There was his mother. There was Jiang Zhengyi. There was Yan Wei. There was old Master Ren. There was also Wang Yangfeng, Wang Yishan, and everyone in the Wang clan, including his only disciple, Wang Xiaojia, and Qin Shen who followed him in the Mu family. There was also Ling Yunfei's mother, Lu Ji. Luo Qingzhu's mother, Luo Qinxue. Even Fatso's only relative, Situ Hai, was also in the crowd. In short, everyone around him appeared in front of him at this moment. Such as the earth dragon, cheetah, seahorse, seal, etc. Finally, his gaze fell on a young man. The young man was the little prince, Qin Haotian. And the little prince, Yan Wei, Lu Qiuyu, and Jiang Zhengyi, their eyes were indifferent at this moment. Obviously, their memories had all been erased by Lin Yi. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and stared at Demon Ancestor angrily. Everyone related to me has fallen into your hands. You are really scheming. Wrong. This is done by Demon Ancestor. It has nothing to do with this lord. This lord disdains to do this. Demon Ancestor sneered. Qin Feiyang said angrily, since you disdain to do this, then let them go. Let them go? Although they are all ants in this lord's eyes, they still have a little bit of value. At least, this lord can enjoy a good show. Demon Ancestor joked. A good show? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. Demon Ancestor waved his hand, and the snowflakes suspended in the void trembled violently. The power of law reappeared. Following that, another group of people appeared in the void. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. These people were Ling Yunfei, Fatso, and the others. Qin Feiyang looked at Demon Ancestor and said angrily, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Of course, let them kill each other. Demon Ancestor laughed ferociously, looked at Lin Yi, and shouted, go and kill them. Yes, master. Lin Yi responded respectfully and waved her jade-like hand. Immediately, Lu Qiuyu and the others charged towards Ling Yunfei and the others. Mother. Ling Yunfei saw Lu Ji in the crowd, and his body trembled suddenly. Luo Qingzhu also saw Jiang Zhengyi and Luo Qinxue. Qin Feiyang secretly said, everyone, I know you can't bear it. In fact, I feel the same, but I need time. Don't worry. I have already prepared myself. Luo Qingzhu murmured. The power of a pseudo-god erupted and charged towards Jiang Zhengyi and Luo Qinxue. Yes. We are all ready. Mother, I'm sorry. Ling Yunfei murmured, took a step forward, and landed in front of Lu Ji. The power of a pseudo-god directly went into Lu Ji's glabella. Lu Ji's blood immediately splattered in the sky. Is this the taste of killing your loved ones with your own hands? Looking at the fallen Lu Ji, Ling Yunfei's vision blurred with tears. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Demon Ancestor, and roared, you will die a horrible death. Boom! With a heart full of anger, he charged towards old Master Ren. Young master, let us kill the little prince and the mistress. Willow Tree and Yu Huang looked down at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang heard this, looked at the little prince and his mother, closed his eyes, and nodded to Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Li Jian immediately charged towards the little prince and Lu Qiuyu. What is the meaning of doing this? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes suddenly, stared at Demon Ancestor, and roared. Huh, playing with the lives of others in the palm of your hand, making them cry in despair and pain. What is better than this? Demon Ancestor laughed wildly. You are a beast. Qin Feiyang said coldly and used teleportation, flickering in the void. Those who died were all sent to the castle by him. Demon Ancestor said, you really want to open the gate of rebirth and revive them. That's right. Qin Feiyang didn't deny it, but there was a trace of nervousness in his expression. Don't be nervous. I won't stop you. You can take away their corpses. Do you know why? Because you won't have the chance to revive them. Because in a moment, you will also die here like them. Demon Ancestor laughed wildly. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Suddenly, Sima-kun roared. With a cracking sound, the ice that trapped him shattered with a loud bang. He raised his head and stared at Snowflake like a mad beast. His eyes were scarlet as he roared, "You piece of shit, return Lord Demon Ancestor to me." Boom! His aura surged out, and the Wind Moon Pavilion recovered. He led the Wind Rain Pavilion and madly attacked Snowflake. "You are also a piece of trash, despair." Demon Ancestor's face was full of disdain, and his pupils instantly turned gray. Eyes of despair. Snowflake had taken away Demon Ancestor's divine body, so naturally, he had also obtained Demon Ancestor's ability. Sima-kun suddenly fell into despair as he lay in the void, trembling. At the same time, Black Tortoise Realm. Zhao Tai-Lai and the others had also broken the ice and escaped. At this moment, they stood in the sky above the Devil's Land, looking at the inner demons in front of them, their eyes full of surprise. They saw the inner demons holding a blood-colored sword and scanning the continent of the Black Tortoise Realm. His blood-red eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light. The Blood Kirin carefully asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" The inner demons said, "Actually, my original body and I still have an ultimate killer move." Ultimate killer move? The Blood Kirin was stunned and turned to look at Zhao Tai-Lai and the others. What ultimate killer move? We don't know. Zhao Tai-Lai shook his head. This ultimate killer move is too cruel, so my original body and I have been hiding it in our hearts. The inner demons said. Zhao Tai-Lai asked, "What is the ultimate killer move?" Killer Zone. The inner demons said one word at a time. Killer Zone? The Blood Kirin, the Golden Leopard, and Zhao Tai-Lai looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. The inner demons lowered his head to look at the blood-colored sword in his hand and sighed. The killer formula you see now is not the complete form. This is still not the complete form? The 3 people and 2 beasts were shocked. Yes. The inner demons nodded. Boom. The blood-colored sword glowed with a bloody light. A blood-red barrier appeared out of nowhere. The barrier was a few hundred feet wide, and the murderous aura it exuded was countless times stronger than before. This is the killer zone. The inner demon said. What does this killer zone do? Tang Hai was surprised. The killer zone is the same as the previous killer formula. It absorbs the blood of creatures to increase the power of the blood-colored sword. The inner demon said. Increase the power of the blood-colored sword? I remember that it used to increase your cultivation. Zhao Tai-Lai said. P.S. Specially updated a chapter to explain that the WeChat group has been disbanded. Don't ask why. It's private. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1861. Yes. In the past, it would increase one's cultivation by a whole realm. But now, it's even more terrifying than before. Because the slaughter domain can increase the power of the blood-colored sword endlessly. The inner demon said. Endlessly? The 3 men and 2 beasts were dumbfounded. Didn't that mean that there was no upper limit? Yes. There's no upper limit. As long as there's enough blood, the power of the blood-colored sword can even surpass Chang Shui and the castle. The inner demon said. His blood-colored hair danced in the air, and his whole body emitted a shocking sharpness. Surpassed Chang Shui and the castle. The 3 men and 2 beasts were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Tang Hai said in a deep voice, such a terrifying slaughter domain must have a huge price to pay. Yes. In the past, the amount of blood needed to increase one's cultivation was hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. But now, the slaughter domain requires the blood of millions, tens of millions, or even billions of creatures. Moreover, the slaughter domain has a time limit. It can only be maintained for an hour. It's because of this that my original body and I haven't opened the slaughter domain. But now, we have no choice. The inner demon said. In other words, you want to kill all the creatures in the Black Tortoise world now? Zhao Tai was shocked. Yes. The inner demons nodded. How can that be? There are countless sea beasts in the Sea of Reincarnation. You can go find them. Zhao Tai hurriedly said. Old Zhao. Although there are many sea beasts in the Sea of Reincarnation, the slaughter domain can only be maintained for an hour. There's no time. Moreover, the young master is outside. He can't delay for that long. Tang Hai sighed. Yes. The teleportation gate can't be opened in the demonic dragon island. Even if we go to help kill the sea beasts, it will take a long time. The Black Tortoise world is different. As the masters of the Black Tortoise world, the young master and the inner demons both control the power of the rules. As long as they control the power of the rules, they can instantly kill all the creatures here. Chui Li said. But isn't this too cruel? Zhao Tai said. Don't worry. I will open the gate of rebirth and revive them. Because he is such a foolish person. The inner demons shook their heads and smiled. Boom. Following closely. He took a step forward and stood at the peak of the clouds. He roared, Power of rule, appear. Rumble. Immediately. The entire Black Tortoise world sky was filled with the power of laws, filled with a world-destroying aura. Although I want to revive them, I still can't bear to watch. Zhao Tai sighed and turned to look elsewhere. Innocent creatures, I'm sorry. The inner demons roared, and the power of the rules poured down from the sky like a torrent. The void was annihilated and the earth was shattered. It was a doomsday scene. He's actually apologizing? This is really unprecedented. Chui Li smiled. Yeah. I've known him for so long, but this is the first time I've heard him say those words. It seems that he has indeed changed. Tang Hai said. You can still laugh? Zhao Tai raised his eyebrows. Old Zhao, I understand how you feel right now, but the inner demons is right. We don't have a choice now. If we don't open the slaughter zone, not only will we die, but the people here will also be killed by Snowflake. Because it controls the power of laws to travel through time. The Black Tortoise world can't stop it at all. Chui Li sighed. Zhao Tai fell silent. Outside. The massacre was still ongoing. Lu Qiuyu and the little prince had died in the hands of Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Luo Qingzhu had also killed Jiang Zhengyi and his wife with her own hands. Although Jiang Zhengyi had also stepped into the false god realm, his strength was still too weak compared to Luo Qingzhu. After all, Qin Feiyang wasn't the only one who had become stronger. Luo Qingzhu had also become stronger. The Thunder Leopard, the Seal, the Seahorse, the Earth Dragon, and the others were also killed by Li Jian and the Crocodile Emperor. Many people had already stepped into the false god realm, including the Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts. Therefore, people like Old Master Ren, Yan Wei, and the others had no power to fight back. This was a one-sided massacre. However, no one felt the slightest joy because they were killing their former companions and their loved ones. This was torture. Haha, how wonderful. The demon ancestor laughed. Seeing everyone fall one by one, not only did he not have the slightest sympathy, but his expression became crazier. Inner demons, hurry up. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly. His nails had sunk into his flesh, causing blood to flow. But his heart was even more painful. Sima Kun on the side had completely fallen into despair and couldn't extricate himself. Time passed by slowly. Finally. Everyone except Lin Yi had been killed. Corpses piled up in the ancient castle. Ling Yunfei and others stood in the void, stained with blood. Their eyes had turned blood red. They didn't kill their eyes, but they hated Snowflake. It's over so soon. What a bunch of useless trash. The demon ancestor snorted coldly, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Do you want to continue playing?" "Sure." Qin Feiyang grinned. "Haha, kid, you're really interesting. Okay, this lord will fulfill your wish." The demon ancestor laughed. With a wave of his hand, more than 100 people appeared in the void in an instant. These people were the more than 100 pseudo-gods under the demon ancestor. "Kill them all for me," the demon ancestor shouted. "Yes." The more than 100 pseudo-gods nodded in response. They immediately erupted with a terrifying aura and charged toward Ling Yunfei and others. Courting death. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. The demon ancestor said, "Don't move, or this lord will kill you now." Qin Feiyang's face sank. "Qin Feiyang, since he won't let you do it, then let us do it. I have no other request, just one. When this battle is over, please go to the Forgotten Continent and save everyone." Gong Sunbei glanced at the more than 100 pseudo-gods and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang. "I'm sorry. Before returning to the Great Qin, I should have left you on the Forgotten Continent. Now, I won't drag you into this." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and blamed himself. In truth, he was in a hurry to return to the Great Qin and had forgotten that Gong Sunbei was still in the ancient castle. "You don't need to apologize to me. On the contrary, I want to thank you. Because you let me see with my own eyes how you and your companions protected the Great Qin and the people. Now, I completely understand that I was too blindly loyal in the past. If I can be revived, I will definitely be like you and silently protect the Forgotten Continent, even if I have to bear a lifetime of infamy." Gong Sunbei smiled and charged toward the pseudo-gods. Rumble. The more than 100 pseudo-gods' eyes were filled with disdain. The dozen or so people in the lead joined forces to attack Gong Sunbei. Gong Sunbei immediately fell, his blood staining the sky. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and hugged Gong Sunbei's corpse. He muttered, "Don't worry, I will definitely revive you." There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Facing more than 100 pseudo-gods, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, the Kunpeng following Luo Qingzhu, Lu Hong, Dan Wangkai, Fatso, the Willow Tree, Yu Huang, the 6 elders, the Crocodile Emperor, and the other beasts. In short, all the people and beasts fell one after another. Some were cut into pieces. Some were mercilessly crushed. However, Qin Feiyang worked hard to collect their blood. This group of people and beasts were his most important companions. Even if he died, he would not let them die. How is it? Seeing your companions die in front of you one after another, do you feel pain and despair? The demon ancestor laughed wildly. Yes. This feeling can make a person collapse. Qin Feiyang said. "Huh, this is the result of going against me. How about this, seeing that your talent is not bad, why don't you follow me and I will let you go?" The demon ancestor said. "You killed my family and still want me to follow you, are you joking?" Qin Feiyang could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and his divine power roared in all directions. Those more than 100 pseudo-gods, accompanied by a series of shrill screams, were shattered on the spot, and blood mist filled the void. Seeing this, the demon ancestor's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of killing intent, and said, "I told you not to move." Yes. Before, I really didn't dare to move, because I can't die yet. I want to revive everyone alive. But now, it's no longer up to you. Qin Feiyang shouted. The demon ancestor joked, "It's not up to me? Is it still up to you? You're too conceited. If you had killed me at the first moment, then all of this would have been over. Unfortunately, you gave me time." Qin Feiyang said. "Is that so? In that case, the disappearance of the inner demons is to prepare some big killing move?" The demon ancestor said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Huh, what a surprise, you actually still have a trump card. But, are you sure you can threaten me? Do you know how terrifying this sovereign's strength is?" The demon ancestor raised his head and laughed, his face full of disdain. I don't know. But I know that you will definitely die today. Inner demons, appear. Qin Feiyang shouted. Boom. A shocking murderous aura, like a volcanic eruption, emerged in the void next to Qin Feiyang. Whoosh. Following closely. The inner demons appeared out of thin air. The blood-colored sword in his hand emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and the aura and sharpness that it released had reached an unprecedented level. The inner demons had not yet made a move, and the void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had directly turned into chaos, terrifying beyond compare. The slaughter domain was still there. Inside, it was like a sea of blood, with blood waves surging. The inner demon stood in the slaughter domain, his blood-red hair fluttering in the wind, and he was a living god of death. This aura, this sharpness, the demon ancestor looked at the blood-colored sword at this moment, and his pupils constricted tightly. Even he had a premonition of uneasiness. For the sins you have committed, forgive me. The inner demon said word by word in a sonorous and forceful manner. Immediately, he took a step forward, raised the blood-colored sword in his hand, and slashed out angrily. Heaven and earth fell into silence. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Whether it was the demon ancestor, the inner demons, or Qin Feiyang, they could not hear any sound. They could only see the blood-colored sword, tearing through the chaos, and slashing towards Snowflake's body. Chapter 1862. Clang. This sword was like splitting the sky and earth apart. Accompanied by sparks, the Snowflake's body was cut in half by the blood-colored long sword on the spot. What? The demon ancestor was aghast. Lin Yi on the side was also dumbfounded. The snowflake was a heaven-defying divine artifact, but it was cut in half by a sword? Why is that? Why did the power of the blood-colored long sword suddenly become so terrifying? Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were also stunned. Because this was also the first time they opened the slaughter zone and witnessed the true horror of the kill tactic. This was not something that could be described with the word apocalyptic. The inner demons came back to his senses, and his eyes surged with blood as he roared, "Today is your doomsday." He took a step forward and charged at the demon ancestor. Even the snowflake's body was cut in half, let alone the demon ancestor's body. At this time, the inner demons was unstoppable. Bloody flames lingered all over his body, making him look like a killing god. The snowflake's artifact spirit looked at the inner demons at this moment, and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Once the slaughter zone is opened, I am invincible. The inner demons raised his sword and slashed. Thousands of sword chi turned into a huge wave and rolled toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's face was pale. Slaughter zone. What kind of divine art is this? Seeing that the demon ancestor was about to be engulfed by the sword chi, the snowflake that was cut in half suddenly emerged with the power of law. Immediately after, the snowflake, the demon ancestor, Lin Yi, demon dragon, and demon pagoda disappeared without a trace. The inner demons raised his eyebrows. After being cut in half, he could still use the power of law? Not good. Go to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. Damn it. The inner demons also roared. The two entered the Black Tortoise world and saw the demon ancestor standing above the Devil's Land, holding an unconscious woman in his hand. The woman was the mermaid princess. Below, Zhao Tailai's trio, the Blood Kirin, and the Golden Divine Leopard stood together, all anxious. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Let her go." Let her go? Ha! The demon ancestor laughed as he held on to the mermaid princess tightly. The inner demons didn't dare to act rashly. Because killing the mermaid princess was equivalent to killing Qin Feiyang. Isn't it very powerful? Come and kill me if you can. However, your growth has truly exceeded this exalted's expectations. The fiend ancestor snickered. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, as a heaven-defying divine artifact that possesses the power of laws, you actually used such a despicable method. Do you feel ashamed? Trying to provoke me? You're too naive. Your so-called slaughter domain is indeed very frightening. Unfortunately, you all have not grasped the power of the laws. Without the power of law, no matter how heaven-defying the slaughter domain is, it can't do anything to me. Qin Feiyang, I will give you one last chance. Submit to me. Something's wrong. Hand over your physical body to me. The fiend ancestor said. You're interested in my physical body? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. As long as I can get your physical body and activate the slaughter domain, who else in this world can be my opponent? The fiend ancestor laughed loudly. You must be dreaming. Qin Feiyang sneered. Stubborn. I have always had a principle. Everything that I can't get must be destroyed. Go to hell for me. The fiend ancestor smiled ferociously. His 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the mermaid princess's head exploded like a watermelon. Bastard. The inner demons roared, holding the blood-colored long sword, and attacked frantically. It's useless. With the power of the laws, I can go anywhere. If you have the ability, come to the Forgotten Continent. The fiend ancestor laughed loudly. Snowflake activated the power of the laws again. Immediately. Lin Yi, the fiend ancestor, Snowflake, Demon Pagoda, and Demon Dragon disappeared from the sight of the inner demons. Damn it. Damn it. The inner demons flew into a rage. Zhao Tai Lai and the others were also furious. But suddenly. A scream of a pupil sounded. N? The inner demons was shocked and quickly turned his head to look. He saw Qin Feiyang bleeding all over at this moment. Zhao Tai Lai and the others' faces also changed drastically. They quickly flew to Qin Feiyang's side and said in shock and anger, "What's going on?" The inner demons landed in front of Qin Feiyang with a murderous aura. With a squelch, they tore apart Qin Feiyang's clothes. Immediately, shocking cracks began to appear on the ground. In the heart, the concentric knot was breaking. Those cracks were caused by the breaking of the concentric knot. With the concentric knot as the center, the cracks spread to Qin Feiyang's entire body. Is this the concentric knot? Inner demons, hurry up and think of a way, or the young master will die. Cui Li looked at the inner demons and cried out anxiously. I have no choice. The inner demons shook his head. What? Cui Li and the others' faces turned pale. The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, Deity, you can't die. I don't want to either. Qin Feiyang's consciousness did not disappear. However, he couldn't stop the cracks in his body. Quick, give him the healing pill. The blood Kirin suddenly roared. Zhao Tai Lai quivered and immediately took out a large number of healing pills and stuffed them into Qin Feiyang's mouth. However, it didn't work at all. Zhao Tai Lai cried out, Young master, hold on, you can't die. I'm sorry, Qin Feiyang muttered. Don't say such useless nonsense. Although I can open the gate of rebirth, I can't sacrifice myself to save everyone. That is to say, if you die here, everyone can't be resurrected. Don't think that I'm joking, you know my character. The inner demons snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. He could doubt anyone's words, except for the inner demons. If he said it, then he must be able to do it. I can't die. For mother, for grandpa, for those companions and friends who died for me, I absolutely can't die here. Qin Feiyang roared in his heart, and a strong desire to live emerged in his heart. But it was useless. The cracks on his body had already spread to his entire body. His body was on the verge of falling apart. Even his divine soul was cracking. What should I do? Qin Feiyang was desperate. His consciousness was gradually swallowed up. Finally, he closed his eyes unwillingly, and his consciousness fell into a deep darkness. Swish! But at this moment, beams of lights flashed out from Qin Feiyang's body. The inner demons, Zhao Tai Lai, and the rest were bewildered. What appeared from Qin Feiyang's body was the tens of thousands of cedars. Young man, we can feel your desire to live. Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice came from one of the cedars. This is, the inner demon's eyes widened. These cedars had indeed given birth to tree spirits. Your care and concern for your family, your care and concern for your companions, your compassion for the common people in the world, all of this makes us admire you very much. There are not many young people like you in the world, and you are worthy of our protection. Now, we will merge with you, and we hope that you can lead everyone to create a truly peaceful world. Before his voice died away, tens of thousands of cedars shattered in an instant, turning into sparkling and translucent light spots, and surged into Qin Feiyang's limbs and bones. Bang! A majestic life force suddenly exploded in Qin Feiyang's body. His broken body was immediately repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cedars, Zhao Tai Lai and the others looked at this scene, and they were all extremely bewildered. They sacrificed themselves so that this esteemed one could be reborn. The inner demons endured the sadness in his heart, and with a plop, knelt in the void, and murmured, "Thank you." They sacrificed themselves so that the young master could be reborn, Zhao Tai Lai and the others murmured, and also knelt in the void one after another, bowing deeply. Soon, the cracks on Qin Feiyang's body were healed one by one. The life force of the cedars was also gradually exhausted. After a while, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes slowly, looking at the inner demons, Zhao Tai Lai, and the others kneeling in the void, and said in confusion, "Why am I not dead? Why are you kneeling in the void? Don't you know?" The inner demons got up, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "What do I know?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The inner demons said, "It's the cedars, they saved you." The cedars? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and hurriedly sank his mind into his body, but searching his entire body, he did not find a single cedar. Don't look for it. Because they shattered their original bodies and merged with your body. The inner demon sighed. What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. The inner demons said, before shattering their original bodies, they said one sentence, asking you to create a truly peaceful world. Qin Feiyang raised his two arms, looked at his hands, and his eyes were filled with tears. He remembered yesterday, when the inner demons were going through their tribulation, he said to the cedars that after this battle was over, he would return them their freedom. But he did not expect, at this moment, in order to save him, they all sacrificed themselves. Young master. Zhao Tai Lai and the others wanted to comfort him, but they did not know where to start. It was rare for the inner demons to not disturb Qin Feiyang. Because in his heart, there was also a deep sense of gratitude towards the cedars. Phew. A moment passed. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, knelt in the void, kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, and murmured, "I promise you, no matter how much I have to pay, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will definitely create a truly peaceful world." After saying that, he stood up, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and turned his head to look at the inner demons. The two nodded at the same time, put away the mermaid princess's body, and appeared in the sky above the sea outside with Zhao Tai Lai and the others. Lord Demon Ancestor, a murmur entered their ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Sima Kun lying in the void, like a helpless child, crying bitterly. The demon ancestor had left, and the eye of despair had lost its effect. Therefore, he had already woken up. Qin Feiyang, inner demons, sensing the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others, his gaze trembled slightly, and he hurriedly raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, asking, "Where is Lord Demon Ancestor? Did you see him?" "They have already gone to the Forgotten Continent," Qin Feiyang said. "Forgotten Continent," Sima Kun muttered, and then crawled in front of Qin Feiyang and begged, "I also want to go to the Forgotten Continent, please, help me, you saw it with your own eyes, the demon ancestor's consciousness has already been erased by the snowflakes, even if you chase after him to the Forgotten Continent, it will be useless." Qin Feiyang said. "It can't be," Lord Demon Ancestor must still be alive, I believe. Sima Kun shook his head and roared. Chapter 1863. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. It could be seen that Sima Kun and Sima Yuan's feelings for the demon ancestor were indeed very deep. In their eyes, the demon ancestor might really be like a father. However, people must die. Qin Feiyang raised his arm, and a stream of divine power gushed out from his fingertips, entering between Sima Kun's eyebrows, shattering his soul on the spot. A bloody hole also appeared. Then, Sima Kun fell down and was swallowed by the surging seawater. And the Wind-Moon Pavilion floated in the air, its divine light dim. This supreme-grade divine artifact is not bad. The inner demons laughed coldly and grabbed the Wind-Moon Pavilion. Facing Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, the Wind-Moon Pavilion's artifact spirit did not dare to resist at all. The inner demons turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How are we going to go to the Forgotten Continent next?" In this battle, everyone had died. The only ones left were Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Cui Li, the Golden Leopard, and the Blood Kirin. It could be said that their losses were heavy. But the culprit, Snowflake, was still at large. If they did not get rid of it, they would not be satisfied. Qin Feiyang said, "The people of the Black Tortoise Realm were all killed by you, right?" However, I kept a part of their blood. The inner demon said. Snowflake, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said fiercely, "Return to the capital immediately and think of a way to enter the Forgotten Continent." The inner demon said, "We still have to be fast. After all, the slaughtered domain can only last for an hour." Qin Feiyang nodded. Swish. But at this moment, a man and a beast suddenly appeared in the void in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Who? Killing intent surged in the eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others. But when they saw the man and beast clearly, they were stunned. It was actually Uncle Yuan and the snow python. Qin Feiyang asked excitedly, "Uncle Yuan, why are you here?" "He is Qin Yuan." Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Cui Li, and the Golden Leopard mumbled. Qin Yuan glanced at everyone. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons and smiled. "I've been paying attention to you guys." Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other. It was just as they had expected. Qin Yuan said, "I know you have a lot of questions in your hearts, but time is of the essence. You must hurry to the Forgotten Continent." Qin Feiyang said, "We're trying to think of a way to get there." "What ideas do you have?" Qin Yuan asked curiously. The two of them fell silent. "I knew that you couldn't do anything about it." Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled. He turned to look at the snow python and said, "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Take it out." Qin Feiyang and the other man were stunned. They looked at the snow python suspiciously. "Humph." The snow python snorted coldly. Divine light flashed in front of it, and an ancient stone door appeared. "This is..." Qin Feiyang and the other man looked at the stone door. They were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were filled with ecstasy. This stone door was the real space-time gate. "Take it. They are all in the glacier forest. Go and end it all." Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and the other man and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Yuan." The two of them said gratefully. They immediately dripped their blood on it and activated the space-time gate. The Blood Kirin, the Golden Leopard, and Tang Hai also activated their divine power and poured it into the space-time gate. Clang! Soon, the space-time gate opened. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Qin Yuan and asked, "Uncle Yuan, where can I find you in the future?" Qin Yuan smiled and said, "When everything is over, I will naturally appear in front of you." Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Yuan deeply. Then, he led the inner demons, Zhao Tailai, and the others into the space-time gate without looking back. Looking at the space-time gate that was gradually disappearing, the snow python said angrily, "You old thing, you are really cunning." "Why do you say that?" Qin Yuan looked at her, puzzled. Still pretending. Do you dare say that you did not make a bet with me to give the space-time gate to Qin Feiyang? The snow python said angrily. This is not cunning. This is a strategy. Qin Yuan chuckled. Glacier forest. Above the ice lake. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 people gathered together. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was about 1.8 meters tall. His facial features were sharp and his body was quite thin. He wore a golden robe and his body was full of a king's domineering aura. That's right. He was Mu Tianyang's younger brother, Mu Tianjun. Behind Mu Tianjun, there were 2 old men. They exuded a very powerful aura. They were Mu Changfeng and Mu Changyun. The rest of the people were from the Black Tortoise World Celestial Emperor Empire. Lord Wu Shenhe was the leader. Lord Wu Shenhe was a fake god. The others were all 9-star combat emperors at the peak realm. This force was enough to sweep the Forgotten Continent. But at this moment, this group of people was nervous, including Mu Tianjun. They all looked at the void opposite them. There were 2 figures in the void opposite them. It was Demon Ancestor and Lin Yi. Snowflake's body was also on the side. Demon Dragon had also awakened, and his injuries were rapidly recovering. Demon Pagoda was also suspended above Demon Ancestor's head. Mu Tianjun glanced at Lin Yi, Demon Ancestor, Snowflake, Demon Dragon, and Demon Pagoda, and said in a deep voice, I really can't believe that such a powerful lineup would be defeated by Qin Feiyang. I'm really not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. Take me to see your big brother, Mu Tianyang, immediately. Demon Ancestor frowned. How do I know if this is your trick? Mu Tianjun snorted coldly. Not to mention Demon Ancestor's subordinates, just Demon Ancestor and Snowflake were not people that Qin Feiyang could defeat. So he suspected. Qin Feiyang might have been killed, and Demon Ancestor and others came here to eradicate them. Bastard. Do you know what the situation is now? Can't you see that my body has been split in half? Qin Feiyang's strength is not as simple as you think. Now, only by joining forces with your big brother's blood blade can we get rid of him. Demon Ancestor said angrily. You are not Demon Ancestor? Mu Tianjun was surprised. Yes. Demon Ancestor, that trash's consciousness has been erased by me. Now, I am Demon Ancestor. Snowflake's weapon spirit said. You actually erased Demon Ancestor's consciousness. Mu Tianjun was in disbelief and looked at Snowflake's body again. Could all this be true? At the same time, Lin Yi raised her brows, turned to look at Demon Ancestor, and said, You are not my master? Yes. Your master has become a thing of the past. Now, I am your master. Demon Ancestor grinned. Damn you. Lin Yi's eyes surged with murderous intent. You? Demon Ancestor's face was full of disdain. His divine aura rolled out, immediately imprisoning Lin Yi in the void. I don't have time to deal with you now. You'd better be honest, otherwise, I will kill you too. Demon Ancestor laughed, looked at Mu Tianjun, and shouted, Don't test my patience again. Mu Tianjun's pupils contracted. Second uncle, please think twice. Father still needs some time to condense his divine soul. If this snowflake has ulterior motives, I'm afraid. Mu Changfeng and Mu Changyun transmitted their voices worriedly. Clang. But before the two finished speaking, a deafening noise suddenly sounded in the sky. What's the situation? The group of people raised their heads and looked up in bewilderment. The void above them was twisting crazily. A terrifying divine aura rolled in all directions. This aura, Mu Changyun and Mu Changfeng's eyes trembled. Yes. It's the space-time gate. Mu Tianjun said. What? The space-time gate? Could it be the snow python? Everyone was surprised. After a few breaths, a huge stone gate suddenly appeared in the sky. If it's not the space-time gate, what is it? Could it be the snow python? Everyone murmured. The next moment, a terrifying murderous aura roared out from the space-time gate. The sky above the glacier forest immediately collapsed crazily. Even the ground trembled, constantly cracking, and ravines appeared everywhere. This murderous aura, it's Qin Feiyang's inner demons. Demon ancestor roared. Inner demons. Mu Tianjuan's eyes trembled. Why is there such a terrifying murderous aura? Even he couldn't help but feel despair. And the space-time gate. Wasn't it said that the space-time gate was in the hands of the snow python? Why would it fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang's inner demons? Swish. Suddenly, a blood-colored figure stepped out from the space-time gate and appeared in front of the group of people. It was the inner demons. The murderous aura enveloped all directions, and the blood-colored sword in his hand exuded an apocalyptic sharpness. Damn it! Why is the space-time gate in your hands? Demon ancestor roared in disbelief. Humph. The inner demon snorted coldly, raised the blood-colored sword, and slashed in the air. Pieces of blood-red sword aura, like a tsunami in the ocean, rushed toward the group of people overwhelmingly. Second uncle, go to the space divine item. Mu Changfeng roared. Mu Tianjun said in a deep voice, the space divine item can't stop it, run. The group of people suddenly scattered and fled for their lives. Run? The inner demon sneered. The blood-red sword aura swept across the sky and drowned Mu Changyun and the others in an instant. Ah! Immediately, a series of screams resounded through the sky. The group of peak 9-star combat emperors and Marquis Wushan had no power to resist and were shattered by the sword aura on the spot. Mu Changyun and Mu Changfeng only lasted for 2 breaths before they were torn into pieces by the sword aura. Blood splashed across the sky. Finally, only Mu Tianjun, Snowflake, Demon Ancestor, Demon Dragon, Demon Pagoda, and Lin Yi escaped. Of course. This was with the help of Snowflake, otherwise they would have died. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. This voice, it's not the inner demons. It's Qin Feiyang. Demon Ancestor looked up and saw that there were 4 people and 2 beasts beside the inner demons. It was Qin Feiyang, Zhao Tailai, and the 2 beasts, Blood Kirin. Why aren't you dead? Demon Ancestor's body trembled and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? Qin Feiyang said. Impossible. There is no way to break the concentric knot. Could it be that the mermaid princess is not dead? Demon Ancestor was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, thanks to you, she is dead. Then why aren't you dead? Demon Ancestor said angrily. Qin Feiyang went silent, and there was a wisp of sorrow in his eyes that couldn't be dispersed as he suddenly shouted. Inner demon, kill them. The inner demons used the walk formula and instantly landed beside Lin Yi. He smashed Lin Yi's head with one palm. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he sent Lin Yi's body to the Black Tortoise world and slashed at Demon Ancestor. Voila! Snowflake, who was cut in half, released a terrifying cold current. This world was instantly frozen. Nothing can stop my determination to kill all of you. Shatter! The inner demons roared to the sky. The blood-colored long sword shone brightly, and the ice that froze the world was instantly annihilated. Following that, the blood-colored long sword turned and slashed at Snowflake's body like lightning. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1864. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, dazzling flames burst out of the void. The snowflake that had already been split in half was once again split into 4 halves. Damn it, damn it. In this way, I can no longer activate the power of law. The demon ancestor roared. If you can't activate the power of law, then die. The inner demon smiled sinisterly, like a death god, and charged towards the four halves of the snowflake. As long as the snowflake's body was completely shattered, the weapon spirit of the snowflake could be destroyed. How can it be so powerful? Looking at this scene, Mu Tianyang's body trembled, and his face was pale. Before, he didn't believe it. Because the snowflake was a heaven-defying artifact with the power of law. No matter how strong Qin Feiyang was, it was impossible to threaten the snowflake. However, he didn't expect it to be true. The weapon spirit controlling the demon ancestor looked at the unstoppable inner demons and felt unprecedented despair. He roared, "Mu Tianyang, why don't you come out?" Mu Tianjun was also desperate to the extreme. Swish! Before his voice faded, a golden figure suddenly appeared beside Mu Tianjun. This person wore a golden crown and a golden dragon robe. His long hair fluttered in the void, like an emperor descending to the world. The emperor's power was awe-inspiring. Big brother, seeing this person appear, Mu Tianjun's face was filled with joy. That's right. This person was Mu Tianyang. At this time, his face was clearly visible. Like the demon ancestor, it was also the face of a young man. The bridge of his nose was high. His golden eyes seemed to be cast from gold leaf. His two thick black eyebrows were like two sharp arrows, revealing a shocking sharpness. Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Tianjun and said with a smile, "Fortunately, there are enough spirit congealing pills to allow me to quickly condense the divine soul. Otherwise, now, we can only be beaten." Mu Tianjun was extremely excited. High in the sky, Qin Feiyang held the spacetime gate in his hand and stared at Mu Tianyang, saying, "So this is your true appearance. Just like the demon ancestor, shameless." That's right. They're all antiques that have lived for tens of thousands of years, yet they still look so young. Cui Li and Zhao Tai Lai scoffed. Appearance isn't important. What's important is strength. Mu Tianyang's lips curled into a smile. "So you're saying that you have the strength to fight me?" The inner demons sneered at Mu Tianyang as they attacked Snowflake's body. The inner demons are the embodiment of evil. Even if you've changed now, you can't escape the control of the evil eye. Evil eye, activate. Mu Tianyang opened his mouth as a blood tide instantly gushed out from his golden eyes. In the meantime, a shocking evil aura spread across the place. The inner demons immediately froze in the void, an incomparably ferocious aura creeping up from between their brows. What happened? Zhao Tai Lai and the others were bewildered. I have a bad feeling about this. The aura of the inner demons is very similar to when they were first born. Qin Feiyang murmured. When they were first born? Zhao Tai Lai and the others were startled as they looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Back then, he wanted to kill me and replace me. And now, he's exactly the same as he was back then. Qin Feiyang said. How could this be? The inner demons have changed a long time ago. It's impossible for them to return to the past for no reason. Could it be the evil eye? Zhao Tai Lai and the others looked at Mu Tianyang. Don't look at his eyes. Qin Feiyang's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted. However, it was too late. Zhao Tai Lai and the others had already met Mu Tianyang's eyes. Their bodies froze in the void for a moment. Immediately after, a monstrous aura surged out. The evil eye is this emperor's battle spirit. As long as one has evil thoughts, they will not be able to escape the control of the evil eye. And the evil eye, together with the demon ancestor's eye of despair and Mu Qing's eye of heaven, are the top 10 battle spirits. Mu Tianyang raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Evil eye, Qin Feiyang murmured as he looked at Mu Tianyang's eyes tentatively. In the end, he discovered that it seemed to be useless against him. The evil eye is indeed useless against you. Because all your evil thoughts are on the inner demons. Mu Tianyang said. The demon ancestor shouted, Mu Tianyang, quickly finish them off. Mu Tianyang glanced at the demon ancestor with a complicated expression as he muttered, this emperor has thought of many possibilities, but I never thought that your consciousness would be erased by the snowflakes. However, you deserve to die. Not only you, Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang also deserve to die. Then Mu Tianyang turned his head, stared at the inner demons, and shouted, "Go, kill your original body, and you will be the only Qin Feiyang." Mu Tianyang looked at Zhao Tailai and the others, and said, "And you guys, as long as you kill Qin Feiyang, you will be free." Swoosh. The inner demons, the Blood Kirin, the Golden Leopard, and Zhao Tailai all stared at Qin Feiyang in an instant. That ferocious gaze, that terrifying murderous aura, it was as if they had a blood feud with Qin Feiyang. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Qin Feiyang, what are you going to do now?" The demon ancestor reminded him, "Don't be careless. He has also opened the eye of heaven." What? Mu Tianyang was stunned as he looked at the demon ancestor and said, "Are you talking about the second eye of heaven?" "That's right." The demon ancestor nodded. "This is unbelievable." Mu Tianyang muttered. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "I didn't expect you to hide it so well." Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't expect you to open this kind of battle soul either." "Huh, so what if you open the eye of heaven?" The eye of heaven can indeed copy all attacks, including this emperor's evil eye. But even if you copy the evil eye, you won't be able to awaken the inner demons. Unless the eye of nothingness makes all battle souls useless. It's a pity that Lu Jiajin, who opened the eye of nothingness, is not by your side right now. Mu Tianyang said. It's true that duplicating the evil eye now won't be of any use, but, speaking of which. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Tailai and the other two and the Blood Kirin. He then lowered his head to look at the inner demons, and a smile appeared in his eyes. But what? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't you notice that the inner demons haven't moved?" Mu Tianyang looked at the inner demons, then at Zhao Tailai and the others. He frowned. Although the inner demons and Zhao Tailai were staring at Qin Feiyang, they did not attack Qin Feiyang. They are struggling. The demon ancestor shouted. How is that possible? It's understandable that Zhao Tailai and the others are struggling. But the inner demons are the embodiment of evil. They are the source of evil. How can they escape the control of the evil eye? Mu Tianyang muttered. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Why is that?" "Why?" Qin Feiyang muttered. His eyes suddenly became sharp and said, "Okay, I'll tell you why. Because we rely on each other and trust each other. We treat each other as real partners, real friends, and even family. Nothing can cut off the bond between us. Do you understand now? Inner demons, Old Zhao, Old Tang, Chui Li, Blood Kirin, Junior Leopard, wake up." Qin Feiyang roared. His voice was like a bell, echoing in the minds of the inner demons and the others. Boom! Immediately, the inner demons, Zhao Tailai, and the others trembled and suddenly woke up. My evil eye actually failed? No. This must be a dream. Mu Tianyang shook his head. His face was full of disbelief. Then you can continue to dream in hell. The inner demons was furious. He raised his blood-red sword and slashed at Mu Tianyang with murderous intent. Brother, watch out. Mu Tianjun roared. He quickly stepped forward and pushed Mu Tianyang away. Just as Mu Tianjun pushed Mu Tianyang away, the blood-red sword came. The terrifying sword chi drowned Mu Tianjun. Ah! With a shrill scream, Mu Tianjun's physical body was shattered on the spot. His spirit was also drowned in an instant. Second brother. Mu Tianyang came back to his senses and turned his head to look at this scene. He suddenly gritted his teeth and roared hysterically. So pitiful. He just came back to life and he's going to die again. The inner demons sneered. The blood-red sword swung, and Mu Tianyang's shattered body was immediately obliterated by the sword chi. Not even a strand of hair was left. Second brother, Mu Tianyang was paralyzed in the void. Last time, Mu Tianjun died, but with the divine body, he could be resurrected. But this time, not even a trace of his soul was left. He was completely dead and there was no possibility of resurrection. I'm not as merciful as my ancestor. As long as it's an enemy, I will kill them all. Mu Tianjun is just one of them. It's your turn next. The inner demons raised the blood-red sword and pointed the blade at Mu Tianyang and Snowflake. Their eyes were filled with a dazzling blood-red light. Terrifying. How terrifying. On a nearby mountain peak, a young man in black looked at the inner demons on the battlefield with a face full of shock. This person was Dong Xingyang. Behind a dense bush behind Dong Xingyang, a man and a beast were lurking. It was Tan Wu and the infernal divine hound. The man and the beast both restrained their auras to the extreme and stared at Dong Xingyang like two ghosts. That's right. They had been following Dong Xingyang since they came out of the divine sight. The infernal divine hound said, "Little scum, what do you think this guy wants to do? I can't see through him at all." Tan Wu shook his head and said, "Why don't we go out and kill him while his attention is on Qin Feiyang?" The infernal divine hound asked. Tan Wu hurriedly said, "Don't be impulsive. We still don't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. I say, how long are you going to follow him?" Suddenly, Dong Xingyang's voice rang out. Tan Wu and the infernal divine hound were shocked. Had they been discovered? The infernal divine hound's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. Since they had been discovered, they might as well go all the way. Don't move. He may have just felt that someone was following him and didn't realize that it was us. Tan Wu said secretly. However, before his voice fell, Dong Xingyang suddenly turned his head and looked at them. Two divine lights flashed out of his dark eyes. The bush in front of Tan Wu and the infernal divine hound was immediately shattered. Tan Wu and the infernal divine hound immediately dodged, avoiding the bombardment of the two divine lights. Tan Wu looked at the two divine lights that flashed into the distance and patted his chest with lingering fear. He got up and looked at Dong Xingyang and said with a smile, "Brother Dong, this is a misunderstanding. Don't fight and hurt our friendship." Misunderstanding? Dong Xingyang waved his hand and the two divine lights dissipated. Then, he looked at the man and the beast expressionlessly. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of the Literature Library reading website. Chapter 1865. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. We didn't follow you. We just sensed the battle fluctuations here, so we came to take a look. Tan Wu laughed. Dong Xingyang's expression still did not change. Being stared at by Dong Xingyang like this, Tan Wu and the hellhound couldn't help but feel a little guilty. A moment later, Dong Xingyang retracted his gaze and looked back at the battlefield where Qin Feiyang and the others were, and said, "You have been following me since I left the miracle. I want to know, what exactly are you suspecting me of?" This, Tan Wu and the hellhound looked at each other. They had actually been discovered by this person long ago. Dong Xingyang said, "You are Qin Yuan's people, following me. Are you suspecting that I am harmful to Qin Feiyang?" What? You even know this? One man and one beast were surprised. What I know is far more than you can imagine. I have also seen your fate. Soon, all of you will die here just like Mu Tianjun. Dong Xingyang whispered. Tan Wu was slightly stunned and frowned. You mean, Qin Feiyang will kill us? No. Qin Feiyang will not kill you. Because the person who will kill you is me. Dong Xingyang waved his hand, and two strands of divine power entered Tan Wu and the hellhound's forehead like lightning. A bloody hole appeared, and blood splattered in the sky. It's actually the war god. One man and one beast stared at Dong Xingyang with round eyes, and then fell to the ground and died. It's about to reach the critical moment. I will never let anyone hinder my plan. Dong Xingyang muttered. After killing Tan Wu and the hellhound, his expression did not change at all, as if he had done something extremely ordinary. Then, He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, put his hands in front of his chest, and quickly formed a seal. Buzz! Wisps of blood-colored divine light emerged from his 5 fingers. Not long after, 3 blood-red pentagrams appeared, emitting a strange aura. Following closely, Dong Jingyang leaned forward and pressed his hands to the ground. The 3 blood-red pentagrams immediately sank into the ground and disappeared. At the same time, the battlefield. The inner demons held blood-red swords in their hands. Their blood-red hair danced in the wind as if they were gods of death, intimidating everyone present. The weapon spirits of the snowflake, the demonic dragon, and the demonic pagoda couldn't help but tremble in the void. This was fear. It was despair. The inner demons were so terrifying and powerful. Who could compete with them? Mu Tianyang stood in the void, his entire being sinking into pain and sorrow. He was a heartless monarch. He could give up on anyone. But only Mu Tianjun. This was because he had doted on his younger brother since he was young. Mu Tianjun, on the other hand, had always been obedient and respectful to him. He originally thought that when his younger brother, Mu Tianjun, was resurrected, the 2 of them would work together to create glory again. However, he didn't expect that everything would end before it even started. Heavenly Monarch, I'm sorry. 10,000 years ago, I didn't protect you well. 10,000 years later, I watched you die in front of me. I'm really useless. I don't deserve to be your big brother at all. Mu Tianyang shook his head, tears dripping down his face. He blamed himself. As a heartless monarch, how could he shed tears? This scene surprised Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. It could also be seen that Mu Tianyang really cared about his younger brother. However, a pitiful person must have something to hate. If Mu Tianyang wasn't eliminated, the world wouldn't be at peace. Go and reunite with Mu Tianjun. The inner demon's murderous aura surged into the sky as he took a step toward Mu Tianyang. Damn it, it's you. Blood Blade, help me kill him. Mu Tianyang roared, his anger soaring to the heavens. Clang! With a flash of blood-red light, the blood blade appeared. The power of law immediately rushed toward the inner demons. The power of law of the blood blade was time reversal. Back in the ancient world, Qin Feiyang had already seen it, and it was extremely terrifying. However, although the blood-red sword didn't have the power of law, its power had already surpassed the blood blade. As long as the blood blade was destroyed, the power of law would be broken. Time reversal? But do you know? How much did we pay in order to open the slaughter zone? If we lose here, how can we face those dead souls? The inner demons roared into the sky. The blood-red sword cut through the sky and stood on the blood blade. With a loud clang, the blood blade was cut in half on the spot. The power of law became much weaker in an instant. This, Mu Tianyang's body and mind trembled. You must die. Not for anything else, but for the countless lives I killed with my own hands. The inner demon swung his sword again. Sword chi flooded the sky, accompanied by sparks. The broken blood blade immediately shattered into pieces. Why is he so powerful? Mu Tianyang looked at the inner demons and the blood-red sword in a daze. His face was full of fear. Even the blood blade and snowflake couldn't block the sharpness of the blood-red sword. What level of divine weapon was it? He still didn't know that this blood-red sword was formed by the kill formula. He also didn't know that the slaughter zone had killed all the creatures in the Black Tortoise world. Although the slaughter zone was heaven-defying, the price to pay was too heavy and too bloody. If it weren't for the fact that they had no choice, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons wouldn't have used this ultimate killing move. At this moment, whether it was Mu Tianyang and the Blood Blade, Snowflake, Mo Pagoda, or Mo Long, they all fell into deep despair. But compared to Snowflake, Mo Long, and Mo Pagoda, Mu Tianyang's heart was more aggrieved. No matter what, Mo Long and the others had fought with Qin Feiyang for a night in the Sea of Reincarnation. And him? He had just merged with the divine body and returned to his peak state. He didn't even have time to properly experience the feeling of returning to his peak strength before he fell into a desperate situation. He couldn't accept it. But facing the inner demons at this moment, he really didn't have the courage to fight. Too strong. It was far beyond the range of what he could bear. The inner demons looked at Mu Tianyang, Snowflake, Bloodblade, Mo Long, and Mo Pagoda, and said, "Your era has come to an end. In the future, no one will remember that you still exist." Clang. The inner demons waved the sword and rushed toward Mu Tianyang and the others with murderous intent. At this moment, Dong Zhengyang, who was standing on the mountain peak, whispered, "Seal of Destiny, open." As his voice fell, the ground below Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. Before they could react, streaks of blood-red light emerged from the ground like a volcanic eruption. Following closely. On the ground directly below Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and the demon ancestor, 3 blood-red pentagrams suddenly appeared. The pentagrams shone with blood-red light, like 3 pillars of light, rushed into the sky and shrouded Qin Feiyang and the other 2. What is this? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were surprised. Why would 3 pentagrams suddenly appear on the ground below? What was even stranger was that these pentagrams didn't have the slightest sense of danger. Even inside the blood-red light, there was an indescribable warmth. In the blink of an eye. Before they could react, a pentagram's mark appeared between their eyebrows. After the mark appeared, the blood-red light quickly dissipated. The pentagrams on the ground below also disappeared. Deity, between your eyebrows. The inner demons paused and raised his head to look at the mark between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows in surprise. Between my eyebrows? Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly waved his hand. The void in front of him shook and became transparent, like a mirror. What's going on? Looking at the mark between his eyebrows, Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly froze. Following that, he looked at Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor again and found that the mark between their eyebrows was exactly the same as the mark between his eyebrows. This is the seal of destiny. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang quickly raised his head and saw the distant void. A young man in black was walking towards them step by step. Dong Zhengyang. The inner demons also frowned. They were originally wondering where this person was. They didn't expect him to be hiding nearby. Seal of Destiny, at the same time. Above a mountain. Qin Yuan raised his head and looked at Dong Zhengyang in the void image in front of him with a thoughtful look. On the other hand, the snow python at the side looked a little excited. Suddenly, Qin Yuan seemed to have thought of something and his gaze trembled slightly. He turned to look at the snow python and asked in surprise, "Why does Dong Zhengyang have the seal of destiny? Don't you already have the answer in your heart?" The snow python sneered. "Impossible. Back then, we all saw him die in front of us with our own eyes. This Dong Zhengyang, could it be his successor?" Qin Yuan said. "Passed in? Dong Zhengyang is him. He didn't die at all." The snow python said. Qin Yuan said in shock, "You mean, he took over Dong Zhengyang's body?" "That's right. Back then, he saw his destiny and knew that he couldn't escape, so he split a wisp of his soul in advance and went to the spiritual state to enter the body of a young man. This young man is Dong Zhengyang." The snow python said. "I see." Qin Yuan suddenly understood and said, "Then why didn't he go anywhere else but to the spiritual state?" The snow python said, "Because he saw the future in the spiritual state." "What future?" Qin Yuan frowned. About this, the snow python pondered for a moment and said, "I think it's better to wait for him to tell you personally." Qin Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked up at Dong Zhengyang, his face full of suspicion. "The seal of destiny?" Above the glacier forest, Dong Zhengyang was standing in the void opposite Qin Feiyang and the others. Even in the face of the inner demons, he was not moved at all. And Mu Tianyang was no stranger to Dong Zhengyang. As for Snowflake, although the demon ancestor's consciousness had been erased by it, it had obtained all of the demon ancestor's memories, so it knew a little about Dong Xingyang. Dong Xingyang glanced at Mu Tianyang and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, before leaving the miracle, I specially reminded you to be careful of me. Why didn't you remember? You let me get away with it so easily." Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The aura that Dong Xingyang exuded at this moment was not that of a false god, but of a war god. The inner demons waved its long sword and looked at Dong Xingyang with murderous intent, asking, "What is the seal of destiny you mentioned just now?" Chapter 1866. The seal of destiny is a kind of innate ability to control the fate of others. In other words, Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and the devil ancestors' fate are all in my hands. If I want them to die, they will die. Dong Xingyang said. What? The inner demon's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and the devil ancestors' faces also changed greatly. Dong Xingyang looked at Snowflake and said, "Release the devil ancestor's consciousness." What do you mean? Could it be that the devil ancestor's consciousness was not erased by Snowflake? Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked at the devil ancestor and Snowflake in surprise. What are you talking about? The devil ancestor's consciousness has long been erased by this sovereign. The artifact spirit said. No. You didn't erase it, because I can see the fate of you and the devil ancestor. To be exact, I can see your future. Dong Xingyang said. See the future? The artifact spirit was surprised. Qin Feiyang and the others were also in disbelief. See the future of the devil ancestor and Snowflake? How could such a thing be done? You seized the devil ancestor's body, so the seal of destiny is equivalent to controlling you. I think you don't want to be erased by me like this. Dong Xingyang said with a calm expression. Trying to scare this sovereign? The artifact spirit laughed. Why don't you listen? Dong Xingyang sighed, and with a wave of his hand, the seal of destiny between the devil ancestor's eyebrows suddenly cracked open. At that moment, Snowflake's artifact spirit felt a fatal threat. Moreover, Snowflake's body was also dissipating. How is this possible? The artifact spirit roared in disbelief. Qin Feiyang and the others were also extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Because this was the best proof that Dong Xingyang did not lie to them. Dong Xingyang looked at Snowflake and said, I'll give you one last chance, release the devil ancestor's consciousness. You, the artifact spirit was furious. It seems like you don't want to cherish this opportunity. Dong Xingyang sighed deeply and waved his hand again. The mark between the demon ancestor's eyebrows split into two. Don't. The artifact spirit screamed and immediately returned to his body. At least you know your place. Dong Xingyang glanced at the snowflakes and waved his arm again. The cracked seal of destiny between the demon ancestor's eyebrows immediately healed. The main body of the snowflake immediately stopped dissipating. At the same time, the demon ancestor's consciousness appeared. However, he did not speak for a long time. He lowered his head, and his expression was incomparably complicated. After a long time, the fiend ancestor raised his head and scanned the entire place. In the end, he looked at Snow and sighed. Why didn't you erase my consciousness? Actually, I won't blame you for erasing my consciousness. Instead, I will be grateful to you. Because I've made too many mistakes in my life. Only death can atone for your sins. After saying that, the demonic ancestor lowered his head again. His face was filled with pain. Idiot. Snowflake snorted coldly, as if she had expected better from him. Yes. I am an idiot. If I could have woken up earlier, how could I have done so many heinous things? The demon ancestor muttered. He raised his head and looked at Dong Xingyang. Why did you save me? Dong Xingyang said, because you can't die yet. Reason. The demon ancestor said. I need your strength. After Dong Jingyang finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang. I also need your strength. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. You will understand in the future. In short, none of you can die now. In other words, although I used the seal of destiny to control you, I will not take your lives. Dong Jingyang said. What kind of joke is this? How can our fate be controlled by you? The inner demons roared and slashed at Dong Jingyang. The seal of destiny can not only control the fate of others, but also tie their lives to mine. In other words, if you kill me, not only the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang, but your original body will also die with me. Dong Jingyang looked at the inner demons fearlessly. What? The inner demons trembled. Young master, what should we do now? Zhao Tai Lai and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Qin Feiyang stared at Dong Jingyang in silence. The inner demons suddenly laughed and said, Since I can't kill you, then I will kill the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. You can't kill them either. Our fates are already connected. No matter who you kill, your original body will die. Dong Jingyang said. Why did it become like this? The inner demons trembled and gripped the blood-colored sword tightly. If he didn't kill the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang, then wouldn't Fatso, Gong Sunbei, Yen Wei, Shui Song, his mother, and the creatures of the Black Tortoise world have sacrificed in vain? No. This kind of thing was absolutely not allowed. What seal of destiny? I don't care. Since you dare to stand in front of me, then I dare to kill you. The inner demons roared and charged at Dong Jingyang crazily. What a crazy inner demons. Dong Jingyang muttered. But he didn't dodge, nor did he counterattack. The inner demons attacked. Without any hesitation, he slashed at Dong Jingyang. Dong Jingyang's body was cut in half by the blood-colored sword on the spot. However, the inner demons froze in the void. Dong Jingyang's split body didn't have any flesh or blood. It's an energy body. Zhao Tai Lai shouted. Bastard. It's actually just a clone. The inner demons were furious as they scanned the surrounding void. Dong Jingyang's original body must be hiding somewhere nearby. Sigh. The demon ancestor let out a long sigh, took a step forward, and landed in front of the inner demons. He smiled and said, Kill me. He said that our fates are already connected. As long as you kill me, no matter where he hides, he will die. Do you think I don't dare? The inner demons said angrily. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said anxiously, Hurry up and stop the inner demons. He had just recovered his strength and didn't want to die. And now, the only person who could stop the inner demons was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the inner demons, then looked at Mu Tianyang and said, A dignified emperor is also so afraid of death. You're not afraid? Mu Tianyang said angrily. Qin Feiyang was silent. Frankly speaking, he was very afraid. Because once he died, no one would be able to revive everyone. The inner demons suddenly said, This sovereign, I will revive them. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the inner demons. The inner demons turned his head and smiled at Qin Feiyang, saying, After all, everyone is my companions, my family, how can I abandon them? Similarly, I won't abandon you. Thank you. Qin Feiyang murmured and said with a smile, If that's the case, then I have no worries at all. Just do it. The inner demons nodded, turned to look at the demon ancestor, and shouted, Die. I miscalculated. I should have controlled the inner demons as well. On a distant mountain peak, Dong Jingyang looked at the inner demons and muttered to himself. There was a trace of anger between his brows. That's right. Previously, he was indeed just a clone. He also thought that as long as he controlled Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to controlling the inner demons. But he didn't expect the inner demons to be so crazy and not care about Qin Feiyang's life at all. A good game of chess was completely disrupted just like that. Sigh. Perhaps, the time isn't right yet. Dong Zhenyang sighed. With a thought, the marks between Qin Feiyang, the demon ancestor, and Mu Tianyang's eyebrows immediately disappeared. Young master, quickly look at Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor's eyebrows. Zhao Tailai's eyes suddenly widened. Qin Feiyang looked over, and his expression immediately froze. The seal of destiny had actually disappeared? Zhao Tailai turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "Young master, the seal of destiny on your forehead has also disappeared." Qin Feiyang touched his forehead and said, "It seems that this seal of destiny can indeed tie our lives together. Otherwise, Dong Zhenyang wouldn't have removed the seal of destiny now. Speaking of which..." He raised his head and scanned the surrounding void and said, "Go, find Dong Zhenyang for me." Understood. The blood Qilin, the golden leopard, and Zhao Tailai immediately spread out and released their divine senses to search carefully. At the same time, the inner demons and Mu Tianyang also noticed the disappearance of the seal of destiny. The two of them were naturally overjoyed. Because this way, they wouldn't have to die with the demon ancestor. Of course, the inner demons wouldn't let the demon ancestor go either. The blood-colored longsword fell, and its sharp edge tore the sky and split the earth. The demon ancestor's divine body was torn apart on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and his divine soul was also shattered by the blood-colored longsword. Mo Du was also shattered along with it. Because before Mo Du, Snowflake's weapon spirit had taken it into the demon ancestor's body. And in the face of such a terrifying sword, there was no suspense. The people in Mo Du were all killed, and not a single strand of hair was left. Lord Demon Ancestor, seeing the death of the demon ancestor, the demon dragon immediately let out a hysterical roar and rushed towards the inner demons without caring about anything else. At the same time, Mu Tianyang also turned pale with fright and disappeared in an instant. Obviously, he had hidden in the space divine object. Ant. The inner demon smiled contemptuously and waved the blood-colored longsword in his hand. The demon dragon's blood immediately splattered across the sky. Immediately after, he turned around and looked at the place where Mu Tianyang had disappeared. His divine senses rolled out and immediately captured that Mu Tianyang was riding the space divine object and frantically fleeing. Even if you can ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, you won't be able to escape death today. The inner demons slashed out with his sword. A blood-colored light flashed across the sky like lightning and stood on the space divine object. Clang! The space divine object was shattered on the spot. 3 bloody figures appeared in a sorry state. It was Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Shen Mei. As for the others in the space divine object, they had all been destroyed along with the space divine object. Not even their bones were left. As for Mu Qing and Shen Mei, they were saved under Mu Tianyang's best protection. At this moment, the two of them looked at the inner demons, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair. "Now, who else can stop me from killing you?" The inner demons glanced at the 3 of them. Like a ruthless death god, he charged towards the 3 of them step by step. Mu Qing stood in front of Mu Tianyang and roared, "My lord, you go quickly. I'll hold him back. Go quickly." Shen Mei also stood in front of Mu Tianyang and shouted, "Just you two?" The inner demon's face was full of disdain. With a flick of his fingers, 2 strands of divine power shot out and entered Mu Qing and Shen Mei's glabella. Following the 2 screams, their heads exploded like watermelons. Mu Qing, Mei, bastard, I'll perish together with you. Mu Tianyang roared, and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. "If you want to self-destruct, you have to get my permission." The inner demon's domineering aura was unparalleled. He waved his blood-colored sword again, and the blood-colored light flashed again. In an instant, he rushed in front of Mu Tianyang and entered his glabella. Boom! Mu Tianyang's head exploded, and his divine soul was annihilated. Chapter 1867. At the same time, seeing Demon Ancestor, Demon Dragon, and Mu Tianyang being killed one after another, Snowflake, Blood Blade, and Demon Pagoda all fell into an unparalleled panic. Let's not talk about Demon Pagoda first. Although Snowflake and Blood Blade were both heaven-defying artifacts, their bodies were now broken and could no longer activate the power of law. In other words, they were now fish on the chopping board. Shwa! Inner demons turned around and swept towards them. Snowflake's artifact spirit hurriedly said, "Inner demons, let's talk nicely, don't do it. What were you doing earlier?" Inner demons smiled coldly and rushed in front of Snowflake. That terrifying murderous aura caused Snowflake to be extremely frightened. Don't, look, Bloodblade and I are both heaven-defying artifacts. If we help you, even if you go to the ancient realm in the future, no one can hurt you. Snowflake said. If I let you go, how can I face those sacrificed cedar? You'd better be destroyed. Killing intent surged in Inner Demon's eyes. Sword chi surged like a tide, drowning Snowflake, Demon Pagoda, and Blood Blade. Snowflake and Blood Blade were both heaven-defying artifacts. It was not an easy task to completely destroy them. However, it was only a matter of time. As for Demon Pagoda, it was much inferior. Although it was a legendary artifact, the blood-colored sword's current power far exceeded that of a legendary artifact. In the blink of an eye, Demon Pagoda had already been torn apart and turned into pieces. Inner demons, Qin Feiyang, you will die a horrible death. Even if we become ghosts, we will come to find you. Just you wait. But suddenly, 3 enraged and resentful roars could be heard. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Inner demons also looked at Demon Pagoda in shock. Of these 3 voices, 2 of them belonged to the Chief Pagoda Master and the State Preceptor. The other voice was somewhat unfamiliar. Following closely, 3 figures fell out from the broken Demon Pagoda. So they are all in Demon Pagoda. Looking at the 3 of them, Inner demons nodded in realization. That's right. The 3 of them were the Chief Tower Master, the Imperial Advisor, and Zhuge Shenfeng. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they stared at the Inner demons with resentful eyes. In just a moment, the 3 of them were torn to pieces by the sword energy and died on the spot. Ants will always be ants. The Inner demons smiled coldly. Boom! However, at this moment, accompanied by a terrifying aura, the snow python appeared out of thin air without any warning. Its body was hundreds of meters long, and it raised its huge tail and slammed it towards the Inner demons. What? The Inner demon's expression changed. Isn't this bastard in the sea of reincarnation? Why is he here? It was a close call. With a thought, the blood-red armor appeared. Boom! The giant tail fell, and the Inner demons were sent flying. Snow Python, are you done yet? Qin Feiyang bellowed. So what if it's not over? The Snow Python gave a contemptuous smile as its divine power surged out and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Snow Python, you have broken the rules. At the same time, Qin Yuan also appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. He waved his old hand and a gust of divine power surged out. Boom! The 2 divine powers collided with each other. One must know. The Snow Python was an existence that surpassed the war god level. Since Qin Yuan dared to make a move, it meant that his cultivation was not weaker than the Snow Python's. The collision of the 2 guardians' divine powers was extremely terrifying. A destructive wave of air swept across the sky. The void was destroyed, and the earth collapsed. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Snow Python, I won't forgive you. After the Inner demon stabilized his body, he grabbed the blood-red sword and rushed into the dust, charging towards the Snow Python. The blood-red armor on his body was already shattered, and blood was dripping from his body. When the killing zone is over, I will let you know the consequences of angering me. The Snow Python glanced at the Inner demons coldly, then swept up the demon tower, snow, and the fragments of the blood-red sword, and disappeared from the sight of the Inner demons. Damn it! The inner demons roared and crazily waved the blood-red sword. The blood-red sword energy shattered the void and the earth. The corpses of the demon ancestor, Mo Long, and Mu Tianyang were all turned into ashes under the sword energy. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Yuan and exclaimed, "Uncle Yuan, why are you here?" Qin Yuan glanced at the crazy inner demons, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "As guardians, the snow python and I can freely travel between the two continents. But just now, I was careless and didn't keep an eye on the snow python, allowing her to escape. So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. "Dong Zhengyang, so you were hiding here." At this moment, Zhao Tailai's shout sounded. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over and saw Zhao Tailai's aura erupting as he rushed towards a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, a young man in black stood against the wind. Who else could it be other than Dong Zhengyang? "Dong Zhengyang, die." When the inner demons heard Zhao Tailai's voice, they immediately rushed over with the blood-red sword. Tang Hai, the Blood Kirin, Cui Li, and the Golden Panther also immediately rushed over. On the peak of the mountain, Dong Zhengyang looked at the inner demons and Zhao Tailai without a trace of nervousness. "Qin Feiyang, we will meet again." Finally, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said expressionlessly. Then, he withdrew his gaze. "Don't even think about escaping," Zhao Tailai shouted. "Get lost." But suddenly, a cold shout sounded. The snow python appeared next to Dong Zhengyang out of thin air. Divine power gushed out as it pounced towards Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai's expression changed as he quickly turned around and fled. "If you have guts, don't run." The inner demons roared angrily. The snow python snorted and immediately disappeared without a trace with Dong Zhengyang. "Beast, beast." The inner demons was extremely angry as they scanned the void around them. Qin Yuan waved his hand and brought Qin Feiyang to the side of the inner demons. He smiled and said, "Don't look for her. She must have taken Dong Zhengyang and left the first area." "She left the first area so quickly?" the inner demons said. Qin Yuan smiled and said, "After all, she is the guardian of the forgotten continent. No matter where she goes, she can just move her mind." "Damn it." The inner demons punched the void, and a large part of the void was instantly shattered. The demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang are dead. Their subordinates were also annihilated along with the spatial divine item. So there is no need to chase after the snow python now. Moreover, killing the snow python will not benefit you at all. Instead, it will bring you a greater disaster. Qin Yuan said. "What disaster?" Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other and looked at Qin Yuan in shock. "The reason why the snow python and I can become the guardians of the two continents is because of a terrifying existence. If you kill her, you will anger that existence," Qin Yuan said. Qin Feiyang said, "Who is this terrifying existence you are talking about?" Qin Yuan said, "I have never seen its face. I only know that it is a golden small beast." "A golden small beast?" Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other. Could it be that the golden small beast that Uncle Yuan was talking about was the same golden small beast that they had met in the miracle? "Greetings, Elder Qin." At this time, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Cui Li, the Blood Kirin, and the Golden Leopard flew over and bowed to Qin Yuan. No need to be so polite. This time, Feiyang was able to defeat the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang because of your help. "Thank you." Qin Yuan bowed. "You can't do that." Zhao Tailai hurriedly waved his hand. Tang Hai, Cui Li, the Golden Leopard, and the Blood Kirin also looked terrified. This old man in front of them was the person that the young master respected the most. They couldn't accept this bow. Qin Yuan smiled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. He said, "You are very lucky to have such a group of reliable companions." The inner demons said proudly, "Isn't it because I taught them well?" Zhao Tailai and the others heard this and immediately rolled their eyes. "What? You have a problem? The inner demons looked at them with a frown. I wouldn't dare. The 3 people and 2 beasts shook their heads. What a joke. Even the snow python fled at the sight of them. One could imagine how terrifying the inner demons were now. With their strength, they were probably not enough to fill the gaps between the inner demons' teeth. At the same time, they were also very happy. Fortunately, they were not the enemies of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Otherwise, they would definitely end up like the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. Because except for Chui Li, they were all once Qin Feiyang's opponents. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai looked at Qin Feiyang curiously and asked, "Young master, can you open the slaughter field?" This question of yours, if you don't have an average level of skill, you really can't ask it. Tang Hai suddenly looked at him with disdain. The inner demons also pressed his forehead and helplessly shouted to the sky, "How can I have such a stupid subordinate?" Zhao Tailai was stunned and looked quite embarrassed. If the inner demons could open the slaughter field, then Qin Feiyang could certainly do it too. He could even ask such a stupid question. No wonder Tang Hai and the inner demons despised him. Then I'll ask a good question. Chui Li grinned and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Young master, can you and the inner demons open the slaughter field at the same time? Are there any other restrictions? We can open it at the same time. As for the restrictions, in addition to the 1 hour that you know, we can only open it once a day." Qin Feiyang said. Amazing. If you open the slaughter field at the same time, then you will really be invincible. Chui Li was speechless. Zhao Tailai said, "The slaughter field is indeed powerful, but I think the young master will not open it easily." That's true. Chui Li nodded. The sacrifice of the entire Black Tortoise realm in exchange for the current battle strength of the inner demons was too heavy a price. Back to the topic. Qin Feiyang's face became serious. With a wave of his hand, the phantom of the golden small beast condensed. He looked at Qin Yuan and asked, "Uncle Yuan, is this the terrifying existence you mentioned?" "Yes." Qin Yuan nodded. "What?" Qin Feiyang's face changed. The eyes of the inner demons, Zhao Tailai, and the others sank. "It seems that you have seen it." Qin Yuan smiled. Qin Feiyang said, "Did it really make you a guardian?" "Yes. And it also raised my cultivation from the false god realm to the half-step divine lord realm." Qin Yuan said. This, Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. From the false god realm to the half-step divine lord realm, how heaven-defying would it take to do that? Zhao Tailai sighed, "Young master, it seems that we have underestimated its strength." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 1868. And most importantly, it was the small beast that made Uncle Yuan a guardian. That means that the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent are all under its control, just like the miracle. In other words, the 2 continents we live on were also created by that person called Wutian. The inner demons said in a deep voice. The miracle, the Great Qin, the Forgotten Continent, the 6-word divine formula, the ancient castle, Chang Shui, all of these are related to him. What kind of existence is this Wutian? Everyone frowned, unable to figure out what was going on. Qin Yuan smiled and said, "A person of that level is not someone we can speculate about." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked up at Qin Yuan, and said, "Uncle Yuan, can you help me solve the doubts in my heart now?" Qin Yuan said, "The battle is not over yet." "It's not over yet?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned, looking at Qin Yuan suspiciously. "The Merfolk clan." Qin Yuan reminded. "Damn it. I actually forgot about them." The inner demon's eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at the ice lake. The ice lake and the altar were nowhere to be found. Obviously, they had been destroyed in the previous battle. The inner demons retracted their gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Main body, quickly open the gate of time and space. Let's go and kill them all." Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "The real gate of time and space can only be opened once a day." "Then what should we do?" The inner demons were annoyed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, looked up at Qin Yuan, and said with a smile, "Uncle Yuan, bring us back to the great Qin. This shouldn't be against the rules, right? You brat. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Tantai has already brought people to support Elder Qin." Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled. Great-grandmother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. After Mu Tianjun merged with the divine body, he immediately brought people to the main tower. Tantai Li is also a smart woman. Seeing that the situation was not good, she did not hesitate to bring Yi Shu and the others to escape to the spiritual state. Qin Yuan said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. He smiled and said, with great-grandmother and the others providing support, the people of the 9 prefectures should know. The living beings of the 9 continents have been slaughtered by the mermaid clan. Qin Yuan sighed. Slaughter them all. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The inner demons roared, "These damned beasts, we must kill them." Qin Yuan was silent for a while. Looking at the inner demons and Qin Feiyang, he said, "After all, the mermaid race has a deep relationship with the late emperor. I hope you can still be merciful. If I don't kill these heartless bastards, I won't be able to vent my anger." The inner demons snorted. Qin Yuan glanced at the inner demons and then at Qin Feiyang. Both of them had a strong killing intent between their brows. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. He smiled and said, "Do as you wish." After saying that, the old man waved his hand and the group of people suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, Qin Yuan did not return to the great Qin Empire and stayed in the Forgotten Continent. Dong Jingyang, Snow Python, this old man wants to see what exactly you are planning. Qin Yuan muttered and took a step forward, disappearing between heaven and earth. Spirit State. Above the Butterfly Valley. At this moment, the flames of war were swirling. Whether it was Elder Qin's group of 5 or the 5 mermaid ancestors, they were all covered in blood. I didn't expect you to be so strong and even have a supreme-grade divine artifact. The mysterious lady shouted angrily. In the golden mermaid's hand, there was a fist-sized golden bead. It was completely round and looked like it was cast in gold, shining with golden light. This was the supreme-grade divine artifact that Elder Qin mentioned. You guys are impatient. The golden mermaid looked at the mysterious lady and snorted coldly. 10 ancient pagodas floated around the mysterious lady. Each ancient pagoda was as huge as a mountain and linked together, emitting a terrifying aura. This aura was no weaker than the golden bead in the golden mermaid's hand. They could fight for so long precisely because of these 2 divine artifacts. Both sides fought extremely fiercely. Swoosh. Suddenly, high in the sky, 5 people and 2 beasts appeared out of thin air. They were Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Cui Li, the blood Qilin, and the golden divine leopard. Bloody waves rolled in the killing zone. The blood-colored longsword's murderous aura soared into the sky. As soon as they appeared, Elder Qin's group of 5 and the 5 mermaid ancestors felt the murderous aura of the blood-colored longsword. In an instant, the 10 of them stopped what they were doing and looked up. Qin Feiyang. Without a doubt. Elder Qin's group of 5 was overjoyed. The 5 mermaid ancestors, on the other hand, looked like they had seen a ghost. Their bodies and minds were trembling, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang's appearance in the spirit state meant that the battle with the demon ancestor was over. Moreover, the demon ancestor was defeated. For a moment, the 5 mermaid ancestors fell into panic. The demon ancestor had more than a dozen gods of war under his command, including 2 low-tier gods of war. The demon ancestor himself was even more powerful. He actually lost to Qin Feiyang? How terrifying was Qin Feiyang's current strength? Feiyang. The mysterious lady, Elder Qin, Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, and the hook-nosed old man immediately soared into the sky after coming back to their senses. Elder Qin, great-grandmother, Elder Yi, and you too." Qin Feiyang glanced at Elder Qin, the mysterious lady, Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, and the hook-nosed old man one by one. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "What hard work?" "You are the ones who have really worked hard." The mysterious lady shook her head and asked, "How is the demon ancestor now?" The demon ancestor, Mu Tianjun, and Mu Tianyang, including their subordinates, have all been wiped out by us. The snowflake and blood blade, these two heaven-defying artifacts, have also been shattered. Although it's a pity that we didn't completely destroy them, they won't cause any trouble in the short term. Zhao Tailai said. Elder Qin's group of 5 looked at each other. Not only did they defeat the demon ancestor, but they also eliminated Mu Tianyang and Mu Tianjun. This speed was too fast, wasn't it? Yi Shu asked, "In other words, you came from the Forgotten Continent?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Amazing, amazing. Kid, you really didn't disappoint our high hopes." Elder Qin stepped forward and patted Qin Feiyang on the shoulder, laughing with relief. However, hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang and the others, the 5 mermaid ancestors were scared out of their wits. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Tianjun were not only defeated, but even the 2 heaven-defying artifacts were also severely damaged. How did the strength of this group of people become so terrifying? Wait. Suddenly, the 5 looked at the blood-colored long sword in the hands of the inner demons, and their hearts suddenly surged. That edge, that aura, could it be because of it? "Big brother, quick, run immediately," a black-winged mermaid secretly said. The golden mermaid quivered and immediately led the 4 into the spatial divine item. "Want to escape?" The inner demon's face was full of disdain. Divine consciousness emerged, enveloping all directions, and instantly captured the spatial divine item. Following closely, he waved the blood-colored long sword, and a flash of light burst out. Accompanied by a clang, a black hall immediately shattered in the void. That was the spatial divine item that the Qin Emperor gave to the mermaid clan back then. The spatial divine item was instantly destroyed. The 5 of them rolled out in a sorry state, their faces full of shock. The dozens of pseudo-god level mermaids also appeared one after another. In addition to them, there were thousands of other mermaids. The cultivation of these mermaids were all between War Master and War Emperor. Without exception. They all raised their heads and looked at the inner demons in horror, panicking to the extreme. "You should thank me. Because if I didn't show mercy, you would have been annihilated along with the spatial divine item." The inner demons laughed sinisterly. "So, you're going to let us go?" The golden mermaid's pupils contracted, and he asked nervously. "Let you go," the inner demons murmured, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Back then, our ancestors could have exterminated your clan, but in the end, not only did they not kill you, but they also gave you a spatial divine item with a time array. But now, how are you repaying them?" "What? A spatial divine item with a time array?" When the 4 of them heard this, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons in surprise. "That's right. This is what the demon ancestor said himself. And that spatial divine item, I think it's the hall that was destroyed before." Qin Feiyang said. "This is simply outrageous. The Qin Emperor was so good to you, and you actually rebelled." The mysterious lady was furious. If Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were not here, facing the mysterious lady's anger, the 5 mermaid ancestors would definitely continue to be arrogant. But now, they really did not have the courage. They lowered their heads and trembled in fear. "I didn't kill you just now, not because I want to let you go, but because I want to personally send you, one by one, to hell." The inner demon smiled ferociously, holding the blood-colored long sword, like a ruthless grim reaper, and rushed toward the group of mermaids. "Wait!" the mysterious lady suddenly shouted. The inner demon stopped and turned to look at the mysterious lady in confusion. Qin Feiyang, Zhao Tailai, and the others were also suspicious. The mysterious lady clenched her hands and said angrily, "These ungrateful bastards, let me take care of them." "You?" The inner demons was stunned, and grinned. "Great-grandmother, are you kidding? With your strength, to take care of them, I'm afraid, what? Are you looking down on me?" Before the inner demons finished, the mysterious lady raised her eyebrows. "No, no." The inner demons hurriedly waved his hand, rushed to Qin Feiyang's side, and looked at the mysterious lady playfully. He really wanted to see what this great-grandmother could do. Seeing this situation, the 5 merfolk ancestors looked at each other, and a light flashed in their eyes at the same time. The golden merman looked at the mysterious lady and said, "If we defeat you, will you let us go? As long as you have the ability, what's the harm in giving the great Qin to you?" The mysterious lady said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Wasn't this bet a little too big? The golden merman smiled secretly, looked at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, and asked, "Do you agree?" He didn't believe that the mysterious lady really had this ability. As long as Qin Feiyang and the inner demons didn't make a move, the merfolk clan was sure to win. This, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other, and then at the mysterious lady. It wasn't that they didn't believe in the mysterious lady, but because the 5 merfolk ancestors' strength was not inferior to the mysterious lady. Moreover, the golden merman also had a supreme-grade divine artifact. Chapter 1869. At first, I thought that the Qin Emperor might have done something to them back then. That was why they resented him and wanted to rebel. However, that was not the case. Not only did the Qin Emperor not hurt them, but he also gave them a spatial divine item with a time array. Anyone with a conscience would be grateful for such a great kindness. However, not only did these bastards not have the slightest bit of gratitude, but they repaid kindness with evil. This is simply unforgivable. The mysterious lady looked at the 5 merfolk ancestors gloomily, her heart filled with unprecedented anger. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other again and nodded at the same time. Qin Feiyang looked down at the 5 merfolk ancestors and said, "Great-grandmother's decision is our decision." Huh, the 5 merfolk ancestors immediately laughed. They actually bet the fate of the great Qin on Tan Tai Li. It seemed that this Qin Feiyang was just a fool. Looking at the expressions of the 5, the mysterious lady sneered, "Do you think that victory is already in your hands?" The 5 of them were silent. However, their disdainful expressions were enough to prove their thoughts at the moment. "I have to say that you are too naive." The mysterious lady sneered and shouted, "Feiyang, give me the divine crystal." Divine crystal? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, a little confused. What did great-grandmother want with the divine crystal now? He naturally knew the power of the divine crystal. At most, it could only be regarded as a high-grade divine artifact. Therefore, even if the divine crystal was revived, it would not be of much help in this battle. You and I both know great-grandmother's methods and character. She definitely won't do anything meaningless. Since she wants it, just give it to her. The inner demon secretly said. Qin Feiyang nodded, took out the divine crystal, and handed it to the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady grabbed the divine crystal, looked at the 5 merfolk ancestors, and sneered, "Prepare to despair." As soon as she finished speaking, the mysterious lady waved her hand, and the 10 stone pagodas floating around her suddenly soared into the sky. Deity, did you notice that the 10 stone pagodas look a little familiar? The inner demon secretly said. They do seem a little familiar, Qin Feiyang mumbled. Dusty memories surfaced in his mind. It's them. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other in disbelief. These 10 stone pagodas were exactly the same as the pill pagodas in the 9 great regions, as well as the sacred pagoda in the main pagoda. The pill towers in the 9 regions and the sacred tower in the main tower were the places where the heavenly lightning flame, heavenly astral flame, frigid ice flame, and the other alchemy flames were sealed. So they are all divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang murmured. Back then, when they fought against the Mu family, no matter how they fought, even if they self-destructed, the pill pagoda still stood tall. At that time, he had a feeling that these stone towers were not simple. It turned out to be true. No. To be exact, the power of these stone towers far exceeded his imagination at that time. Rumble. The 10 stone pagodas that soared into the sky emitted a dazzling divine light. Fuse. The mysterious madam looked at the 10 stone pagodas with an indescribable gleam in her eyes as she shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, the divine crystal in the mysterious lady's hands soared through the air and floated in the middle of the 10 stone towers. Buzz. The divine crystal shone brightly and connected to the 10 stone pagodas. At that moment, the 10 stone pagodas quickly overlapped with a loud rumbling sound. A monstrous divine power erupted like a volcano. This, Qin Feiyang was surprised. This scene was exactly the same as when the demon ancestor fused the demon tower and the demon palace. Could it be, these 10 stone pagodas were also a divine artifact that had been separated? The 10 stone pagodas that overlapped with each other shone brightly. Finally, when the light dissipated, a stone pagoda that was more than 10,000 feet tall appeared. The merged stone pagoda only had 10 floors in total. But the aura that it emitted had already surpassed the supreme-grade divine artifact and reached the level of a peak divine artifact. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang murmured. The faces of the 5 mermaid ancestors had already turned pale. It turned out that this was the true face of the 10 stone pagodas. Are you afraid now? What will really scare you is yet to come. The mysterious lady shouted. Accompanied by a loud clang, the divine crystal that was suspended in the air swept to the top of the stone pagoda and then embedded itself on the top of the pagoda. Rumble. Immediately, an even more terrifying divine power surged out. This divine power had reached the level of a legendary divine artifact. Damn, no wonder great-grandmother was so confident. It turns out that this stone pagoda is a divine artifact comparable to the demon tower. The inner demons were shocked. I also felt that the power of the divine crystal didn't seem to be unleashed. So this is the case. Qin Feiyang murmured. This thing is called the divine pagoda. Back then, the Qin emperor took it apart to protect the 9 regions and the central divine kingdom. Originally, with the divine pagoda, the forgotten continent would never have to worry. However, I didn't expect that my good junior brother would be jealous and join forces with the Mu family to assassinate me and take away the most important part of the divine pagoda, the divine crystal. However, he didn't know the true use of the divine crystal. Because the Qin emperor only told me the secret of the divine crystal. But other than me, there were 2 other people who knew. They were Mu Changfeng and Mu Changyun. After all, they are Mu Tianyang's sons. But such important information, they definitely wouldn't tell the chief pagoda master. So, the secret of the divine crystal was kept. The mysterious madam looked at the 5 mermaid ancestors and said. Of course. She was also saying this for Qin Feiyang and the others to hear. I see. No wonder the Mu family and you all wanted the divine crystal. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. How could such an important thing fall into the hands of the Mu family? But in the end, fortunately, you got it. The mysterious madam turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, you should have told me this earlier. The divine pagoda is a legendary divine artifact. With your strength at that time, you couldn't fuse them. What's the use of telling you? Moreover, at that time, I wasn't ready. The mysterious madam said. That's true. At that time, our cultivation base was too weak. Qin Feiyang nodded. Miss, since the divine pagoda is so powerful, why didn't you ask this kid for the divine crystal earlier? If you asked for the divine crystal when we separated in the glacier forest, we wouldn't have to run to Great Qin now. The monkey-faced old man looked at the mysterious madam helplessly. The situation was urgent at that time. I didn't think of it at all. The mysterious madam smiled bitterly and said, but there are gains and losses. If we didn't run to Great Qin, old Qin would have blown himself up long ago. That's true. The monkey-faced old man nodded. looking at the 5 mermaid ancestors. At this moment, they were standing in the void, feeling the terrifying aura of the divine pagoda. They were all trembling. Now, their minds were full of fear. They thought that they would win, but they didn't expect the mysterious madam to have such a terrifying divine artifact. A legendary divine artifact. This was an invincible existence. What should they do? Is the mermaid clan really going to die today? Come on, let me see what kind of ability you heartless things have to covet this continent. The mysterious madam shouted. The 5 mermaid ancestors' eyes trembled. The dozens of false gods behind the 5 of them, as well as the thousands of mermaids, all had pale faces, without any light. The 2 mermaid ancestors that appeared in Undersea City were also there. The wings on their backs had also changed from 3 to 4 pairs. Obviously, they had all broken through to the Battle Sage realm. However, at this moment, looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, they were also full of fear. Plop. Finally, some mermaids couldn't help but kneel down in despair. Don't kill us. We were wrong, we shouldn't have rebelled. Please, for the sake of the first mermaid emperor and the others, give our mermaid clan a way out. 5 patriarchs, I beg you, please let go of me. Our mermaid clan, after the disaster 10,000 years ago, it wasn't easy for us to recover. We can't repeat the same mistake. The 5 mermaid ancestors turned to look at their clansmen behind them, their faces pale. Was the fate of their mermaid clan really unchangeable? Were they really going to live under the rule of humans forever? They couldn't accept it. Is it too late for you to realize it now? Tens of thousands of creatures in the 9 prefectures died tragically in your hands. Only death can atone for such heinous sins. Old Qin roared in grief and indignation. The 5 mermaid ancestors' eyes trembled. Actually, I don't feel much about you killing the creatures of the 9 prefectures. After all, my hands are also stained with blood. But you shouldn't have betrayed the great Qin Empire and the Qin Emperor. This is absolutely unforgivable. The mysterious madam shouted, and the divine pagoda, carrying with it the power to destroy the world, rushed toward the group of people. I don't accept this. The golden mermaid roared. The golden bead in his hand shone brightly and blasted toward the divine pagoda. Humph. The inner demon snorted coldly, used the Xing formula, and rushed to the golden bead in one step. He grabbed it in his hand, and his divine consciousness emerged, instantly erasing the blood contract inside. Damn it. Return our clan's sacred artifact to us. The golden mermaid roared. The inner demons looked at the golden mermaid with disdain, turned around, and walked back to Qin Feiyang without looking back. Boom! At this moment, the divine pagoda fell. Ah! Accompanied by a series of screams, the bodies of the 5 mermaid ancestors immediately shattered in the void, and flesh and blood flew all over the sky. The other mermaids were also buried under the divine pagoda. When the dust settled, except for Qin Feiyang and the others, there was no other mermaid left. They were all wiped out. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and scanned the surroundings. The void as far as his eyes could see was filled with a bloody mist and a tragic aura. In a trance. He even heard the desperate screams of people before they died. A moment later, Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, "These people are truly monstrous in their sins." The inner demons asked, "What about the mermaids of the Sea of Despair?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "They are just the lowest level mermaids. I don't think they participated in the rebellion, Qin Feiyang." However, before Qin Feiyang finished speaking, a voice came from afar. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1870. This voice, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man about 40 years old flying over from the distant void. Although the middle-aged man was a human, he had the aura of a merman. There's another merman? The mysterious lady raised her eyebrows and was about to kill the middle-aged man. Qin Feiyang quickly grabbed the mysterious lady and said, "Great-grandmother, don't. What's wrong? The mysterious lady turned and looked at him suspiciously. This, Qin Feiyang stammered, looking a little flustered. The inner demons joked, "Great-grandmother, you really can't kill this person, because he's my future father-in-law." Future father-in-law? The mysterious lady was stunned. Zhao Tailai, Yi Shu, and the others were also shocked. The inner demon said, "He's the mermaid princess father." Who asked you to talk? Qin Feiyang glared at the inner demons and went to greet the mermaid emperor. Feiyang, it's really you. After the two met, the mermaid emperor looked very excited. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked suspiciously, "Uncle, why are you here?" It's a long story. Last night, I suddenly sensed 5 terrifying auras in the Sea of Despair. At that time, I thought it was a strong enemy. But when I followed them, I found that they were actually mermen. It was only then that I realized that there were so many terrifying false gods and war gods hidden in the mermaid clan. The mermaid emperor sighed. The mysterious lady flew over and said coldly, "It seems that you didn't rebel with them." Hearing this, the mermaid emperor glared at the mysterious lady and said, "The Qin emperor has given the mermaid clan a new life. How could I rebel? Not bad. You have a conscience. I admire you." The mysterious lady was not angry. Instead, a smile appeared on her face. Actually, I wanted to stop them. But with my strength, how could they listen to me? The mermaid emperor sighed. Fortunately, you didn't come out to stop them. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would have killed you without hesitation. Old Qin said. Yeah. I really don't understand. What are they trying to achieve by doing this? Isn't it good to live a normal life? The mermaid emperor sighed. Qin Feiyang said, "Not everyone is as indifferent as Uncle." Alas. The mermaid emperor sighed deeply. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Where is my daughter?" Qin Feiyang wanted to say something but hesitated. There was a trace of sadness on his face. The mermaid emperor's eyelids twitched as he urged, "Hurry up and say something." "I'm sorry, Uncle." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the mermaid emperor. "Uncle, she's dead." What? The mermaid emperor's body trembled. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes and roared, "Why didn't you protect her?" "I also want to protect her. I want to protect all my relatives. But there are always helplessness in this world." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. When old Qin heard this, he suddenly had an uneasy premonition in his heart. He asked, "Feiyang, what do you mean?" "Not only the mermaid princess. Mother, the little prince, grandpa, Yan Wei, Jiang Jingyi, and all the people and beasts around me have died in the sea of reincarnation." Qin Feiyang said. What? Old Qin's eyes trembled as he asked, "In other words, only the few of you survived?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How could this be?" Old Qin murmured. Sorrow came from his heart. "But don't worry. They won't really die. Including the people of the 9 regions." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said with an incomparably firm gaze. "What do you want to do?" The mysterious lady raised her eyebrows. The inner demons pursed his lips and said, "It can be done. It must be to open the gate of rebirth and resurrect them." Gate of rebirth? The mermaid emperor let go of Qin Feiyang and looked at everyone suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry about this. Go back to the Sea of Despair first. I promise that I will bring your daughter back to visit you." The mermaid emperor looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and sighed. He patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and smiled. "Don't force yourself too much." Although he was not strong, he had lived for so many years. At a glance, he knew that Qin Feiyang would definitely pay a high price to resurrect everyone. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then, everyone, I will take my leave. If you have time, come to the Sea of Despair as a guest. The mermaid clan welcomes you at any time." The Mermaid Emperor looked at Old Qin and the others and smiled. Of course. Old Qin and the others nodded. Then, the Mermaid Emperor did not stay any longer and turned to leave. After watching the Mermaid Emperor disappear, the mysterious lady retracted her gaze and looked at everyone. Although this person's strength is not good, he has a grateful heart. It seems that there is no need to eliminate him. Everyone nodded. Even the inner demons did not object. Then, next, the mysterious lady's face turned serious. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's talk about the Gate of Rebirth. I have made up my mind. There is nothing to talk about." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Are you stupid?" The mysterious madam was furious and shouted, "Do you think your mother, your grandfather, your friends and companions will be grateful to you for what you've done? Wrong. Not only will they not be grateful to you, but they will also hate themselves. So what? If I have no family and no friends, there is no meaning in my life." Qin Feiyang lowered his head. "Who said you have no family now? No friends? The people and beasts standing here, which one of them doesn't treat you like family?" The mysterious lady said angrily. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, and the others. Everyone was also looking at him with a smile on their faces. This smile made him feel warm in his heart. However, he did not change his mind. He retracted his gaze and turned to leave without saying a word. "Where are you going?" "Stop right there." The mysterious lady shouted and was about to chase after him. The inner demons reached out and stopped the mysterious lady. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who disappeared from their sight step by step, the inner demons sighed, "Let him be." The mysterious lady said, "You also let him mess around? I am his inner demons. In this world, the person who understands him the most is me. All these years, why did he work so hard? Isn't it to protect the people around him?" Although the chaos of the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and the mermaid clan has been quelled, his heart is even emptier than before. The reason is that he lost his family and companions. If he doesn't open the Gate of Rebirth and revive everyone, he won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. Life will also lose its meaning, and he will be like a walking corpse. I don't think this is the ending you want to see. The inner demons looked at the mysterious lady and laughed. The mysterious lady lowered her head and fell silent. Forgotten continent. In the second area, deep in a mountain, two figures floated in the air. It was Dong Jingyang, the snow python. Beside him, Snowflake, Bloodblade, and the demon tower were repairing themselves. Dong Jingyang glanced at the surrounding mountains and rivers and sighed, "I really didn't expect that the plan this time would fail." The snow python said, "The failure lies in the inner demons. Why didn't you control him as well? I was indeed careless. One wrong step and the whole game is lost." However, at that time, it was very difficult to control the inner demons. After all, he was moving, and the seal of fate couldn't lock onto him. Dong Jingyang said, "Then what should we do now? You've planned for so many years, are you going to fail just like that?" The snow python asked. "Let's wait. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing are all dead. We can only wait for the next person to open the eye of despair, the eye of evil, and the eye of heaven." Dong Jingyang said. The snow python looked at Dong Jingyang with a gentle gaze that had never been seen before. It suddenly smiled and said, "The demon ancestor and the others are not dead." "Not dead?" Dong Jingyang was stunned and turned to look at the snow python. A bloody light flashed in front of the snow python, and 4 drops of blood appeared. Dong Jingyang was surprised. These 4 drops of blood belonged to the demon ancestor, Mo Long, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing. At that time, when my divine power collided with Qin Yuan, it stirred up dust in the sky. At that time, when Qin Yuan and Qin Feiyang weren't paying attention, I collected their blood. The snow python laughed. "Good. Very good." Dong Jingyang was overjoyed and said, Qin Feiyang will definitely open the gate of rebirth. At that time, as long as these 4 drops of blood are sent into the gate of rebirth, they will naturally be reborn. Yes. The snow python nodded. Dong Jingyang asked, what about Shenmei and Mu Tianjun? Mu Tianjun turned into ashes. Even his bones are gone. There is no way to collect his flesh and blood. As for Shenmei, she is of no value to us at all, so I didn't collect her blood. The snow python said. You are silly. Shenmei is of no value to us, but she is very important to Mu Tianyang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to protect Shenmei when the space divine item was destroyed. Dong Jingyang sighed. Then we will tell Mu Tianyang that Shenmei is gone and there is no way to revive her. The snow python said indifferently. That is the only way. Dong Jingyang nodded. You want to use the seal of fate to control them and collect the blood of the demon ancestor and the others. This old man is really curious. What are you planning? An old voice suddenly sounded. Then Qin Yuan appeared in front of the 2 of them out of thin air. Old thing, you are really haunting us. The snow python immediately shouted and hurriedly collected the blood of the demon ancestor and the others. Then, it protected Dong Jingyang behind it. Don't be nervous. Dong Jingyang comforted the snow python and walked to its side. He looked at Qin Yuan and said with a smile, long time no see. It has indeed been many years. However, this old man always thought that you had fallen. I didn't expect that you had changed your identity. Qin Yuan said. There is no other way. That terrifying existence wants to kill me. If I don't change my identity in advance, I will definitely be destroyed. After all, whether it is me or you, we are just ants in this world. We have no right to choose. Dong Jingyang looked at the sky with a trace of inexplicable sadness and helplessness. Chapter 1871. Qin Yuan looked at Dong Jingyang, was silent for a while, and then said, well, tell me everything. Do you really want to know? Dong Jingyang retracted his gaze and asked Qin Yuan. If you can't convince me, I will kill you and destroy the blood of the demon ancestor. Qin Yuan said. You dare. The snow python stared at Qin Yuan angrily. See if I dare. Qin Yuan glanced at her indifferently. Shwapper, don't worry. Dong Jingyang looked at the snow python and said intimately, then looked at Qin Yuan and smiled. If I can convince you, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Qin Yuan was suspicious. Dong Jingyang said, when Qin Feiyang opens the gate of rebirth, send the blood of the demon ancestor and the others into the gate of rebirth. Qin Yuan frowned. The snow python sneered, old thing, don't you dare? Qin Yuan glanced at the snow python and looked at Dong Jingyang. It seems that you are very confident that you can convince me. Dong Jingyang smiled and said nothing. Qin Yuan pondered for a long time and nodded. Well, if you can really convince me, what's wrong with helping you? The imperial capital. A day and a night passed. The emperor, Emperor Hong, and Qin Sheng. The civil and military officials were still in the throne room and had not dispersed. From the beginning of the battle, there was no smile on their faces. After so long, there was no news at all. How was the battle in the Sea of Reincarnation? The emperor could no longer sit still. He glanced at the civil and military officials below and asked, who has established a contract bridge with Feiyang? The civil and military officials looked at each other and finally shook their heads. The emperor looked at Emperor Hong and asked, Grandfather, what about you? I don't either. Emperor Hong sighed. In such a big imperial capital, no one has established a contract bridge with him. It can be seen that Feiyang doesn't even have a friend in the imperial capital. It's all my fault. The emperor blamed himself. Your Majesty, what did you do wrong? Qin Sheng was suspicious. The civil and military officials couldn't figure it out. Whether he had friends or not was Qin Feiyang's own business. What did it have to do with His Majesty? If it weren't for us, would Fei Yang have fallen into a situation where the entire world is his enemy? If he hadn't fallen into a situation where the whole world was his enemy, would he have no friends at all? If this is not our fault, then whose fault is it? The emperor said furiously. Everyone fell silent. Your Majesty, when His Highness was in the imperial capital, he was very close to Sun Dahai of the Treasure Pavilion. In my opinion, Sun Dahai should be able to contact Your Highness. An old official suddenly said. Sun Dahai. The emperor was stunned and hurriedly said, call him to the throne room immediately. No need to trouble Sun Dahai. At this moment, Lu Zheng suddenly appeared outside the hall and strode into the throne room. Lu Zheng. The emperor's eyes lit up. Lu Zheng glanced at the civil and military officials, then looked at the emperor and snorted coldly. I knew it. Other than old Qin, no one in the entire imperial palace has established a contract bridge with little cousin. The emperor looked ashamed. Lu Zheng sighed and said, Uncle, in fact, you shouldn't blame yourself too much. After all, you were also trying to protect little cousin before. Uncle, the emperor looked at Lu Zheng in a daze. For so many years, it was the first time he heard Lu Zheng call him uncle. The word uncle almost made him cry. Lu Zheng smiled faintly, took out the image crystal, and sent a message to Qin Feiyang. The emperor also restrained his mind and quietly stared at the image crystal in Lu Zheng's hand. Emperor Hong, Qin Sheng, and the civil and military officials were also extremely nervous for a moment. However, after a long while, the image crystal did not show the slightest reaction. How could this be? Could it be that His Highness? The civil and military officials were in an uproar. Shut up. Lu Zheng glanced at them, shouted coldly with a gloomy face, and sent a message to Lu Hong and others. But in the end, no one responded to him. No, Lu Zheng shook his head. He was very clear about Qin Feiyang's current strength. It was impossible for him to encounter any mishaps. But why didn't anyone react? The emperor's gaze turned and fell on Emperor Hong. He said worriedly, Grandfather, Feiyang and the others, don't panic. Emperor Hong shouted. After pondering for a moment, he said gloomily, I'll go to Devil Dragon Island to take a look. I'll go too. Lu Zheng said. Emperor Hong said angrily, what are you going to do? Stay here and wait for me. Qin Feiyang is my cousin. Hong is my beloved woman. Fatso and the others are also my most cherished friends. You told me not to go. Aren't you just letting me suffer here? Lu Zheng shouted. Emperor Hong gave him a deep look, opened a teleportation gate, and said, come with me. The two walked in one after another. When the Blood Kirin told Qin Feiyang the coordinates of Devil Dragon Island, Emperor Hong and Lu Zheng were both present. Therefore, they also heard it. After the two left, the emperor and the others waited anxiously in the throne room. As Lu Zheng said, this was really a torment. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, the horizon was white. The sun slowly rose from the east, and the sun shone on the earth. At this moment, Emperor Hong and Lu Zheng returned. Both of them looked very tired, and their eyes were unfocused. How is it? The emperor hurriedly stood up and asked the two of them. Devil Dragon Island has disappeared. Whether it's Feiyang or Devil Ancestor, neither of them have been found. Emperor Hong lowered his head and muttered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it resounded in everyone's mind. Boom! Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Especially the emperor. His entire body was paralyzed on the dragon throne, his face full of pain. Qin Sheng looked at the emperor worriedly and asked, Lord Emperor Hong, did you not find a single person? No. In that sea area, other than the fluctuations of the battle and that tragic aura, there was nothing else. As Emperor Hong spoke, he also closed his eyes in pain. So, Your Highness and the Devil Ancestor have died together? Qin Sheng murmured, suddenly raised his head, and roared in grief, the heavens are jealous of the talents, the heavens are jealous of the talents. spirit state. No one knew what was going on in the throne room at the moment. Tang Hai, Zhao Tai, Chui Li, the golden leopard, and the blood Kirin were all lying on the ground. After the bloody battle in the Sea of Reincarnation, they were already exhausted. Now, they didn't even want to move. They just wanted to lie here quietly and have a good sleep. The blood Kirin looked at the sky and grinned. Do you think we are dreaming? Facing the devil ancestor and Mu Tianyang, as well as Snow and Blood Blade, these terrifying existences, we can still survive. It is indeed like a dream. Zhao Tai laughed softly. Don't talk, let me have a good sleep, Tang Hai murmured to himself as he slowly closed his eyes. Not long after, he fell asleep. Zhao Tai glanced at Tang Hai and smiled helplessly. This guy actually fell asleep. After all, he has been fighting 1 against 2 in this battle. He must be more tired than you and me. The golden leopard shook his head and smiled. Zhao Tai said, speaking of which, the most tired person should be Chui Li. Yes. If he hadn't been holding the 6 war gods back, we would have been dead. The golden leopard said. Zhao Tai, the golden leopard, and the blood Kirin turned to look at Chui Li and found that he was already fast asleep. This guy, it seems like he's really tired. Zhao Tai shook his head and smiled. Right. The golden leopard's eyes lit up. Haven't you always wanted to know what Tang Hai looks like? Now is a good chance. Yes. Old Zhao, take off his mask and look. The blood Kirin said. Zhao Tai hesitated. That's not good. It's taking advantage of him. The golden leopard said, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This, Zhao Tai thought for a while, then gritted his teeth, raised his arm, and reached for the mask on Tang Hai's face. Slap. But then, the inner demon stepped forward and slapped Zhao Tai's hand away. He looked at Zhao Tai, the golden leopard, and the blood Kirin and scolded, if you're tired, rest. Don't think about this nonsense all day. The man and the 2 beasts laughed. But then again, what does this guy look like? I'm so curious. The inner demons muttered. He turned around and squatted on the ground, blocking Zhao Tai and the blood Kirin's view. He then took off Tang Hai's mask. What? He actually, immediately. He was stunned. Master, what? What? Don't block us. Let us have a look. You can't be so selfish. Zhao Tai and the blood Kirin heard the inner demon's exclamation and became even more curious. So, this is your real face. The inner demons ignored them. He looked at Tang Hai's face and muttered. Then, he put the mask back on Tang Hai's face. Then, the inner demons stood up and turned around to look at Zhao Tai and the blood Kirin. He said angrily, peeping on other people's privacy is very rude. Behave yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to walk towards Old Man Qin and the others. Pfft. He was the one who was peeping. How dare he scold us? How shameless. Zhao Tai and the blood Kirin looked at the inner demons with disdain. The mysterious lady looked at Tang Hai and the others. Then, she looked at the inner demons and smiled. Are they all tired? Of course. It's such a difficult battle. Even a machine can't take it. The inner demon smiled. The slaughter area had already disappeared. He didn't look angry at all. He looked very friendly. Thank you for your hard work. Right. When you went to the Forgotten Continent to kill Mu Tianyang, did you see him killing people? The mysterious lady asked. No. We went straight to the glacier forest. We didn't go anywhere else. The inner demons shook his head. Yi Shu sighed and said, I hope they are all safe. Now, there is another problem. The king and King Hong haven't received any news from us. They must be worried. But the teleportation altar was destroyed. The time gate won't open until tomorrow. This, old Qin couldn't help but sigh. That's not a big deal. We have to go back sooner or later. Now, I am worried about Feiyang. Where did he go? The mysterious lady frowned and looked in the direction that Qin Feiyang had disappeared. Her eyes were full of worry. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library mobile version website.